Chapter 1. An Invitation from a Pocket Watch, 1. March 21, 2018. Incheon Airport. Yeon-woo adjusted his clothes as he walked across the airport terminal. A shaved head with a neatly arranged military uniform. A Korean flag shined brightly on his arm, indicating his belonging to a military contingent. After organizing his backpack, he made a phone call. Click. Sergeant Cha reporting in from Korea. Understood. Take it easy and try to comfort your parents while you are there. Thank you. After expressing his gratitude, Yeon-woo ended the call and put his phone down. Coming back from a 3-year stay in Africa, he felt much warmer and peaceful in Korea than in Africa. However, Yeon-woo's mind was in distress. With a cigarette in his mouth, he took out something from his pocket. It was a letter he received during his mission. The word obituary was written on the letter. His younger brother had disappeared 5 years ago, and this obituary was now notifying him of his brother's death. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The funeral had ended. His brother's ashes were scattered at the sea in front of Taejongdi, his brother's favorite place. Yeon-woo hadn't heard any news him during the last 5 years, but now he had returned to him inside a cold urn. This is what he was holding when the body was found. The person who discovered his brother's body took out a small box. Yeon-woo opened it with care. The box contained 2 things. One was a faded photograph, and the other, a pocket watch. In the photograph, his brother was in front of a shabby-looking house, wearing some kind of medieval armor, next to some people with unusual appearances. Was he filming a movie somewhere? He thought. Yeon-woo had roamed around all sorts of places, but he had never seen anything like this. Oh, I'm sorry. As Yeon-woo was unconsciously touching his brother's figure in the photograph, the man's interjection brought him back to his senses. At the same time, a question came to his mind, but it wasn't an appropriate place to ask it, so Yeon-woo only thanked the man and returned home. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. He quietly looked at the photograph in his room. In it, his brother was still smiling. They were twins. Born with identical faces and features, and yet they were so different. His brother was a model student, but weak and introverted. He enjoyed reading books and watching movies. Yeon-woo, on the other hand, was very extroverted. He was also athletic, thus he applied both to PE as a major, and to the military academy. People around them were surprised by how different they could be. Nonetheless, the two of them had always stuck together. The little brother would hold on to his scatterbrained brother and teach him how to study, and the older brother would tell his brother lying in bed, about how fun and exciting things were outside, several times a day. Both of them were so devoted to one another. But then, with only 1 day before the CSAT, his younger brother had disappeared. And so many things had changed since then. His mother, who was originally suffering from a chronic disease, had passed away. After searching for his brother for over 2 years to no avail, Yeon-woo had given up on everything. He enlisted in the military as a non-commissioned officer, volunteered himself to be dispatched to Africa and left Korea. It was at that time that he became less of an extrovert and grew to be more cynical. From that point on, contact with Korea had naturally been cut off. He thought he would never return to Korea, ever again. But now, 5 years later, his brother had returned to him as an obituary letter. At first, he had been mad at his brother, who disappeared without a word and now had become like this. The first thing that had come to his mind was that his brother was so self-indulgent. But as the funeral began, he started to feel empty, as if his soul was being torn apart. And by the time he had scattered his brother's ashes in Taejongdi, his heart had been bursting at the seams. He wanted to ask what had happened to his brother, what had he been doing, and why did he have to return like this? But his brother in the photograph did not say a word. Just like how he hadn't said anything during the past 5 years. Ha! Yeon-woo put the photograph down and checked on the pocket watch. It was worn out and badly thumbed, as if it were more than 100 years old. Only 12, the Roman numeral for 12, and the hour hand was left of the watch, and it was not working. He took it to a jeweler to repair, but the only answer he got was that it was too rusty to fix. This is the present that I gave my brother back then. When they were 19 years old, the year they became third graders in high school, the brothers gave each other a present on their birthday. The younger brother gave him a book for him to study, and Yeon-woo gave his brother a pocket watch to wish him luck on his CSAT. This was that pocket watch. Yeon-woo grabbed the pocket watch, it slipped and clung perfectly into his palm. It was just the right size. I knew it. He remembered how he wandered around every jeweler, looking for a pocket watch that would perfectly fit in one hand. Then Yeon-woo flipped the watch over, and on the backside saw a name written in cursive on one corner. JWCAH. Whoa! I really needed a watch. Thanks brother, compared to a digital watch, this is way cooler. Pwahaha. How is it? Your big brother's got a nice fashion sense. But what is this written on here? Looks like JW is my name, but CAH? PFT. That's our family name, Cha. How is this Cha? It's spelled Cha. What? Damn it. Give it to me. Why? I'm gonna talk to the guy from the jeweler to fix it. It's okay, don't bother. I'll take it. From now on, I'll just write CAH whenever I write my name. Then, the younger brother confidently put the pocket watch into his pocket. After that, the younger brother proudly wrote CAH as his name when he went to apply for a passport. At that time, Yeon-woo had felt both sorry and grateful at the same time. Yeon-woo chuckled as he recalled his past memory. While he was running his hand over the pocket watch, he pressed on a knob by accident. Click! Hey! Wasn't it broken? He thought. The knob slid inside the watch. Then suddenly, tick-tack! The hour hand that seemed to be stopped started to run. To my older brother who will listen to this sometime in the future. A familiar voice was heard inside his head. Yeon-woo subconsciously sprang up to his feet. It was a voice he hadn't heard in 5 years. It was a voice he thought he would never hear again. It was his brother's voice. Thump thump. His heart started to pound like crazy. By the time you hear this, I guess I will be already dead. It was not a hallucination. Yeon-woo checked if there was a recorder inside the pocket watch, but it was nowhere to be found. The voice was clearly ringing inside his head. How is this possible? He thought. I am sorry. Everyone had a hard time because of me, didn't you? I just wanted to find a medicine for Mom. I thought I could return home soon, but time had gone by too quickly. What? It was at this moment when his eyes got strained. Whoosh! Suddenly, in front of his eyes, a flood of his brother's memories passed by like a panorama. It was a diary. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. October 9, 2013. A strange text message arrived on my phone. It said it will fulfill whatever I wish for. Nothing else was written in it, only buttons to decide whether I want to join or not. Normally, I would have ignored the message, but I couldn't help thinking about Mom in the hospital looking more and more haggard every day. So I pressed the yes button just in case my mom would be cured. Nothing had changed. I felt very hollow. In the end, it was just a prank. But from that day on, I started having a strange dream. It was a dream about climbing what seemed like an infinitely tall, 99-story tower. October 12, 2013. It was definitely not a dream. Everything was clear. It was a real world. A world where not only different races like elves and dwarves, but also monsters like orcs, trolls and dragons exist, and a world where several universes and dimensions intersect in one place. The tower is sitting in the middle, waiting for people from all over the world to climb it. The moment when a person breaks through the 99th floor, he or she will become a god, or that's what I heard someone saying. People pointed at the tower and called it the Tower of the Sun God. Obelisk. But that doesn't mean a thing to me. Instead, the only thing that matters is that somewhere in this tower exists an elixir that can cure all diseases, the panacea. With that in my hand, I could save Mom from her illness. October 28, 2013. I was able to team up with some like-minded friends and started climbing up the tower. Still, it wasn't easy at all. We had to kill all sorts of monsters, and each and every time we faced mortal dangers. This place, it may look like a game, but it's not. It's reality. If you die, everything is over. But my teammates and I are talented. Back in reality, my far-from-well body always caused worries for my family, but in this world, through runes I was able to see the light. We were told that we were the first team to ever break through the first 10 floors within 4 days. Since then, I began to seriously consider. I would not be able to live both my life in the real world and in the tower at the same time. November 9, 2013. I made up my mind. I tried explaining to my brother about this place. But whenever I faced him, the words wouldn't come out of my mouth. Do I say, there's a world named the Tower, and I'm trying to salvage some medicine in there? But my brother, even though he looks gruff on the outside, he has such a warm heart on the inside. What would he say? I bet he would volunteer to take my place instead. That cannot happen. So in the end, I decided to leave home. They will be looking for me, but it will only take about half a year. I'm sure I can find the elixir by that time. And just like that, I disconnected myself from the real world. December 1, 2013. My teammates and I named ourselves Arthea. Arthea is the best in every single way, both in teamwork, and in individual skills. We are at the top of our game. We then rapidly broke through several floors, and there is no one in the tower who doesn't know our name. I might be able to get a hold of the elixir much faster than I thought. September 7, 2014. Our climbing speed has slowed down. I thought I would only need half a year, but now I might need 1 more year. November 11, 2014. We had a fight with some high-ranking clans who regards us as an eyesore. We now have more obstacles to overcome. Feb 31, 2015. Negotiations have broken down. A war has begun. July 2, 2015. The alliance of clans we fought against has just collapsed. Arthea, which originally started with only 12 people, has now grown into one of the 10 largest clans. All of our teammates have become high rankers. And I, Arthea's leader, have risen up to 9th place. It is said that I'm the fastest ranker to ever get into the top 10. However, I can't just stand here and celebrate. Because of the war, we haven't had time to find the elixir. We need to pick up our speed and climb the tower. March 4, 2016. I've found someone I love. September 19, 2016. Another war has begun. An enmity between Arthea who wants to climb higher and other high-ranking clans who want to maintain the status quo has arisen. I've been trying my best to persuade them, but it isn't easy. To make matters worse, some of our teammates agree with their ideas. They just can't voice out their opinions because they are worried. Even though I was fully aware of this, I pressed on our clan to continue climbing up the tower, so we couldn't avoid conflicts. But even now, time keeps flowing. I feel like I'm going crazy. January 2, 2017. Arthea is now ranked in 5th place. However, the war hasn't ended yet, and everyone is too tired. June 6, 2017. We found a traitor in our clan. We were able to kill him before he could rise up, but it was enough to cause a rift amongst our teammates. Everyone has started to distrust one another. Our members are leaving the clan one by one. July 1, 2017. My body feels heavier. I have been poisoned. October 30, 2017. Half of our members have already left the clan. We keep on losing battles, and now we don't dare to climb to higher floors. I tried asking all around to look for the elixir, but I couldn't obtain any kind of information about it. And my body is slowly breaking down. November 1, 2017. The person I loved left me with a dagger stabbed into my heart. I was barely able to block it with my skill, but I was unable to continue suppressing the poison. My body is starting to rot. December 30, 2017. I miss my brother. February 1, 2018. I am the only one left in Arthea. Why did things go so wrong? Was it because I trusted people too much? Or was it because I was too absorbed in satisfying my own needs, and forgot to look after my teammates? Or else? Was it because I left my family? February 28, 2018. On the last day of February, I finally got my hands on the elixir. Now I need to find a way to send it home, but there's no way I can. I can't leave the tower even if I want to. I'm being surrounded by other people. Maybe they think I will treat my poison with it if I leave. Everyone is coming to kill me. There was no one left by my side. Now I know. The fact that there is only one person I can trust. But I cannot show them my weakness. Chapter 2. An invitation from a pocket watch, 2. The message ended there. Yeon-woo quickly examined the pocket watch again, just in case he could find another trace of his brother, or another message hidden inside. But he couldn't find anything. Flop. Yeon-woo sat down heavily on the sofa. He continued handling the pocket watch without saying a word. It had scratches in several places and was missing its minute hand. He felt like the experiences that his brother had gone through on that side were being portrayed right in front of his eyes. Then Yeon-woo slowly rewound the knob. Click. To my older brother who will listen to this sometime in the future. By the time you hear this. His brother's recorded voice started speaking again from the beginning. After that, Yeon-woo once again rewound the knob. By the time you hear this. In the same place, Yeon-woo rewound the watch over and over again. And every time, he could hear his brother's voice inside his head. The same voice, the same tone, the same diary. Starting the succession process. At that moment, a small screen popped up under his retina. Interface system. This meant he was successfully connected to the tower. And then, his body began to change. Swoosh. Something was wriggling inside his lower abdomen. He felt as if there was a snake curled up in his stomach and it was raising its head up. It was a refreshing feeling, and yet, at the same time, it felt as if a weird seed was sprouting inside him. It was mana. The basic element that constitutes the foundation of the world. It is also the power that people from other worlds and the tower dealt with. Bang! A cluster of mana exploded inside him. Through an unknown path, it spread out in all directions throughout his body. He felt something was changing on the inside. And then, crackle crunch. His body started to twist and convulse, followed by a fierce pain as if he were being torn apart. He felt like his body was being disassembled and pierced by countless needles. During military school, his tolerance against torture had been trained, but this was completely different. Even so, Yeon-woo held tight onto his sanity. Not even a groan came out from his mouth. He was sitting in place as he kept rewinding the pocket watch and listened to his brother's voice again and again. By the time his skeletal frame was being altered. The joints in his body were readjusting, and his muscles turned soft and then hard again. A black substance was secreted out from his torn skin, which gave off a bad odor. All the impurities in his body had been eliminated, and his muscles and skeleton had been refined. Crack crack. He was in such a terrible pain, but this was nothing compared to what his brother had gone through. And then, what seemed like an endless process finally came to its end. Awakening finished. Your awakening process is incomplete. Current progress, 5%. Your current body is insufficient to complete the succession process. Refine your body to complete the succession process. As your body improves, the succession progress will also advance. Your current status is incomplete dragon body. Your physical abilities have been partially improved. Your traits have been confirmed. Your skills have been registered. You have acquired the qualifications of a player. You can only register once inside Obelisk. Yeon-woo was in no condition to concentrate on what the strange voice was saying. After that abominable pain, some strong feelings lingered in his mind. But Yeon-woo still couldn't take his eyes off of the pocket watch. To my older brother who will listen to this sometime in the future. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. As Yeon-woo rewinded the watch several times, he assimilated his brother's memories left inside the diary. 5 years worth of memories. The memories of when he met his teammates and founded Arthea. The memories of when they were so happy after successfully clearing one of the hardest floors. The memories of when they stood back to back, fighting their war. The memories of himself drenched in blood, feeling worn out. The memories of when he kissed his love for the first time. The memories of when he wept aloud because of her betrayal. And the memories of when he walked alone towards his enemies that were flooding in like water. As the memories were being embedded into his head, Yeon-woo could feel happiness, sadness, and all the other emotions his brother had felt. Inside, Yeon-woo had become his brother. And at that moment, when everything had ended. Player, Yeon-woo Cha. Trait, cold-blooded. Strength, 10. Dexterity, 15. Health, 12. Magic power, 21. Skills, draconic eyes, sense strengthening, foresight. Yeon-woo awoke from the overflowing thoughts. As he opened his eyes, a transparent panel popped up right in front of his eyes. It was true. Everything. He was hoping for it to be a lie. He would have preferred everything to be a dream or an illusion, but it wasn't. It was reality. Yeon-woo's expression sunk. Now he knew about everything his brother had gone through. Who put his brother to death, and the reason why his brother had to return like that after 5 years. The tower was a place that could turn someone into a god. But to Yeon-woo, it was nothing more than a lawless area where everyone bites at each other's throat. And his brother was bitten by the starving demons inside that place. If that's the case, I will pay you back. Following their rules. Equally to you all. Yeon-woo was given his brother's abilities as they were. A player. He had acquired the minimum requirement to climb the tower. And now it was time for him to come forward. Sadness disappeared from his eyes. Only cold fury remained. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Yeon-woo silently stared at the transparent panel that was in front of his eyes. So this is the status window. The status window was further classified into 3 tabs: traits, attributes, skills. Traits showed the player's personality or talents. The first trait his brother had obtained was psychometry, the ability to communicate with his surroundings. His brother was able to overcome many dangers by using his psychometry to communicate with objects or skills. In addition to that, attributes showed a quantification of a player's capabilities, and skills showed the standardized skills that players could use inside the tower. It's just like a game. When talking about Obelisk, his brother had said it may look like a game, but it's not. It's reality. Now he understood why. Currently, I have cold-blooded as my trait. Trait, cold-blooded. An ability to maintain rationality in any situation. Shows great immunity to mind control and brainwash class curses. This was a talent Yeon-woo originally possessed. It seems that it was created based on his training as a professional soldier. A power that helps him keep a cool-headed judgment in chaotic situations and command his army on the front lines. It's not bad. No, it wasn't just not bad. It was perfect. It was very important to have a card in his hand that could help him protect himself in a world full of bizarre magics and skills. Only, my attributes are too weak. Even though he had gone through an awakening as a player and his body had also been improved, he was still just a normal human. On average, his attributes were all below 20. For climbing the tower where all sorts of monsters existed, he was too weak. But it was no surprise. He had no idea how to handle mana, and he wasn't particularly skilled at anything. Also, his knowledge on the concept of skills was too scarce. The only thing he could rely on were his instincts that had been honed by war. So was the skill tab. Draconic Eyes. Eyes of a dragon. Sees through the truth. Can partially peek into an object or person's abilities. Sense strengthening. The 5 senses are greatly improved. Foresight, special. Can see a certain amount of time into the future. His draconic eyes were the only vestige his brother had left behind for him through the succession process in the pocket watch. Jeong-woo was able to make contract with an ancient dragon, on the 11th floor by chance. Is this something left from that encounter? The draconic species are arrogant and ferocious by nature, yet are also beings that seek the truth. It seems his brother had been partly exposed to their nature, and acquired the eyes that can peek through the truth. But how big of a help would this be was yet to be known. Seems like sense strengthening was generated according to my trait. It was a skill that allowed him to arbitrarily control his 5 senses, that are sight, hearing, touch, smell, and taste. Yeon-woo liked this skill the most. It's unpredictable what could happen in a battlefield. He might have to locate enemies that are out of sight, or he might have to trace out a faint smell of oil. There was also a time when he had to listen to the distant footsteps of the enemy. If he could handle such senses freely, it would be very helpful in his attempt to climb up the tower. What bothers me the most is this one. Yeon-woo's eyes were fixed on the last skill. Foresight. Yeon-woo looked at the pocket watch in his hand. Is it because of this? Skills were given according to players' traits, but sometimes they were given according to the player's environment or their most precious object. Especially skills with the word special attached behind, it's safe to say that it was a skill of his own. Okay. There will be no this inserted audio clip if you buy the software license key or activation key. For now, let's just do it. Yeon-woo took a deep breath. It was clear that compared to other players, he was starting on a better foothold thanks to his brother's help. But even so, there was a long way ahead of him. The ones who brought his brother to his death are the strongest amongst all rankers. They had grown stronger and stronger throughout the course of several years, some even hundreds of years. He had a long way to go if he wanted to catch up with those people. The image of his brother in the photograph came back to his mind. You only wanted me to find the elixir and live the rest of my life peacefully, but... He clenched his fist, causing his veins to stick out. I'm afraid I don't think I can just let things go. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Yeon-woo proceeded to sort out his personal affairs. Sergeant Cha, what are you talking about? You're leaving the army all of a sudden. He heard the commander's furious voice over the phone. It was no surprise. Upon hearing about his brother's death, the commander had sent him back to Korea to allow him to get himself sorted out, but now he was applying to be discharged without any prior notice. If Yeon-woo were the commander, he would also be mad. Yeon-woo, however, did not give any specific excuses. Did something happen? Or did you have any complaints? If you did, just tell me. If Kane leaves, what am I supposed to? I'm sorry. Yeon-woo hung up the phone right after saying that. His phone rang again, but he turned off the phone and threw it into a garbage can on the street. The commander had cared for him like a son, so he had to cut off the connection even more adamantly. The only thing left was his house, but he also put it out on the real estate market. Anyway, the house had been unused since he got dispatched, and now there was no reason to leave it any longer. He didn't want to have a place to come back. With the money he had, he bought several stuff. He filled his newly purchased backpack with some basic clothes and as many combat rations as he could, equipped himself with dozens of knives that he used back in the army and some tools for survival like medical kits. He once thought about buying firearms and bombs from the black market, but soon shook off the idea. The tower is a place that was built to test a player's skills. It's better to avoid such things. Besides, if I can't continuously supply myself with ammunition, it's just going to be cumbersome. And once everything was ready, Yeon-woo came out to a lonesome park early in the morning. He was wearing jeans and a black hoodie with his hood drawn over his eyes, and he carried a backpack full of luggage on his right shoulder. He had already burned the uniform and the bag he used to carry before coming out. Considering the time difference between Obelisk and the real world, is it about a week after the last round began. To enter the tower, he had to go through this one place first. The tutorial. The place to test players who want to enter the tower. It was disadvantageous to enter such a place a week after it had already started. But Yeon-woo still decided to enter during this period. Players who start late are also given advantages. The more I catch up with the front runners, the more points I get, and there's also a hidden piece that is only given to latecomers. Moreover, Yeon-woo's eye let out a bleak glow. I'm sure it's around this time that guy shows up. As Yeon-woo organized his plans step by step in his head. Click. He wound the knob of his brother's pocket watch backwards. Then, a cluster of lights spread in the middle of the park, and a shadow suddenly sprang up. The shadow swirled around and formed a lump. A door. It was a gateway to the world where the tower was located. Yeon-woo stepped inside the gate without any hesitation. His eyes looked colder than ever. From now on, I will make sure to let the people beyond this gate know who they messed up with. I am Jeong-woo Cha. And so, the gate closed. Chapter 3. Tutorial 1. Whoever desires to become a god, climb up the tower. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. You have now arrived at floor 0, the tutorial hall. Swoosh. Yeon-woo frowned due to the bright light that pierced his eyes. His eyes were tingling and his vision was shaking violently. He felt dizzy as if he was going through a high-altitude flight. Your trait cold-blooded has helped you maintain composure. He felt something wriggling inside his body, holding the previously spinning world straight. The motion sickness soon subsided. Yeon-woo was able to look around more comfortably. He found himself in a passage that ran all the way in a straight line. The walls were made of hard stone, and the ceiling was studded with stones emitting light at regular intervals. But overall, the light was too dim, so he could only see things 2 meters ahead. Beyond that was all darkness. I'm really in. Yeon-woo clenched his fists. It was the same scenery he saw from the diary. The tower serves both as a gateway and as a trial to test the participants that wish to become a god. Naturally, the tower refuses to accept anybody and everybody, so the trial takers have to prove themselves worthy. The place to test such qualifications is the tutorial, often called Floor 0. Beyond this place, are the people who hurt Jeong-woo. Yeon-woo that, just by closing his eyes, he could recall the numerous scenes he had seen in the diary, the ones who had betrayed his brother and drove him to death. But he didn't get agitated. He kept his head as cool as he could. Just wait a little. I'll be there soon. To enter the tower, the first thing he had to do was to pass the tutorial with a high score. It couldn't just be a high score. An overwhelmingly high score. I have to take the first place. Of course, it wasn't going to be easy. The tower is connected to numerous dimensions, spaces, and worlds, and among them, only those who are highly capable have the chance to participate as players. Yeon-woo could also be considered strong if only looking at his planet Earth. But the universe was infinitely wide, and so were the strong. Yeon-woo, who had focused only on physical abilities and instinctive senses, had many weak points compared to the already existing players. If he tried to get through the tutorial like this, he would be dead without even being able to take a few steps. However, the tutorial, at the same time, is a place where I can obtain that kind of qualification. His brother have had a very weak body before climbing the tower. Nevertheless, he proved himself by passing the tutorial, and ended up achieving the incredible feat of reaching 6th place in the rankings within the shortest amount of time ever. The tutorial isn't just a test for physical abilities. It tests various aspects such as players' talent, judgment, agility, resourcefulness, and decisiveness. It summed up the results, and rated the players. Naturally, there's always have been a number of deaths in the process. No, most of them had been overconfident in the little capabilities they had and rushed into the tutorial, only to end up dead. Fortunately, Yeon-woo was aware of the dangers of the tutorial. And he was also aware of the value this place had. Hidden pieces can be found everywhere. I have to gather as many of these as possible to finalize the incomplete succession. At present, incomplete dragon body, 5%, was displayed on Yeon-woo's status window. His brother's achievements had not been completely passed on to him yet. Yeon-woo intended to refine his vessel as much as possible in order to replace the word incomplete with complete. To make my vessel as complete as possible. Let's focus on that for now. After organizing his thoughts, Yeon-woo then quietly took out a white mask from his bag and put it on his face. He would have to face a lot of people, so he covered his face in advance. Yeon-woo then slowly walked forward along the passage. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Who knew for how long had he been walking? In that moment. Ohio. A guest at a time like this. I almost missed you and let you go. Suddenly, as a blue glow flashed in the air, a portal opened up, and someone dropped down from it. In an instant, Yeon-woo instinctively stepped back and took a combat stance with 2 daggers held crossed in front of him. It was because the appearance of the sudden intruder was too strange. A small stature that looked like only reached his waistline. Its skin was full of bumps and looked scabrous, its eyes were long and slanted. In particular, the glistening fangs that came out over its thick lips, piercing all the way through his mouth, stood out. The mere sight of it filled him with disgust. A monster. It was a creature called goblin. However, it gave Yeon-woo a very different impression from the normal goblins he saw in the diary. Unlike the normal goblin, which usually has low intelligence and is only faithful to its instinct, the goblin in front of his eyes was wearing a strange monocle on one eye and a smart-looking tuxedo. His well-mannered behavior gave off a dignified atmosphere. No matter how broad-minded I am, if you act like that, it does hurt my feelings. So why don't you put down your daggers? Contrary to his words, the goblin was smiling delightedly and winking one eye. Only then did Yeon-woo seem to realize what the goblin before his eyes was. The Guardian. Those who manage and oversee each floor and trial in the tower. Greetings. I am the Guardian of the Floor 0, Ivilka. Meeting like this is also destiny, why don't you give ourselves a round of applause? Ohio. Yeon-woo lowered the 2 daggers. The Guardians belong to the tower and lead the players throughout the trials. There was no reason to keep his guard up against him. Ho, you believe me? That's because it's good to keep the Guardian's advice in mind even if it sounds like a trivial thing. Oh my! I guess you know about us a little. Since you were wearing a mask, I thought you were just shy. Anyway, it should be much easier to talk now. Ivilka began explaining with some light jokes. The tutorial is divided into 7 sections, from A to F. Each section has a different environment, and a different challenge. You will be given scores depending on how you perform these challenges over a given period of time. At the end of the tutorial, all the scores will be added up and the results will be announced. Yeon-woo was already roughly aware of the rules thanks to the diary. However, in order to avoid attracting too much attention from the guardian, and to confirm the rules he knew, he asked some questions. Do I have to pass all 7 sections? Not exactly. The tutorial is a place where you simply need to prove you possess the minimum qualifications. If you think your score is already high enough, you can simply stop there, but it'll be good to pass every trial to get a higher score. What are the benefits of getting a higher score? Players are given better rewards in proportion to their score. Shouldn't there be some motivation for players to get better results? The tower and us guardians are very thorough in regard to that. Ohio. How long does the tutorial last? Players are given 30 days, 1 month. How you divide the time you spend in each section depends solely on the player. However, Ivilka smiled as he adjusted his monocle. It's been around a week since this round started. There's only about 3 weeks left of it. What do you want to do? Will you join in from the next round? It's only been a week may sound like something simple. However, a week in the tutorial was by no means a short time. A period of time equal to 1/4 of the whole tutorial. During that first week, the front-runners must have already run far ahead. To a point where latecomers could never catch up. The higher the score, the better the reward. It also increases the probability of passing the tutorial. For Yeon-woo, who was planning to achieve a lot within the tutorial, this was a very unfavorable start. However, that's what I expected anyway. A slight smile rose from Yeon-woo's lips. Not caring about his reaction, Ivilka went on explaining. Although this place is called the tutorial, it's still quite difficult. Normally, when passing through a section, we advise players to organize a party with at least 3 to 5 people. That way, players can proceed smoothly. That means I get a higher score if I pass a section alone, right? Yes, but it will be much harder. If a late solo player catches up with the leading parties, do they get any benefit from that? Ivilka's eyes shone behind his monocle. He realized what Yeon-woo was thinking. He gave off a broad smile, which made his fangs stand out even more. The tower grows based on players' achievements. The score calculation will be adjusted accordingly to the player's individual achievements, so you don't have to worry about it. Updated from Nouvelle Bien, com. Understood. After he finished confirming, Yeon-woo started to lightly warm up. Crackle. No matter what, I must kill that guy. If I miss him, it will mess up the whole plan. Yeon-woo recalled the biggest of the hidden pieces that could only be obtained within the tutorial. The guy who only appears during certain period of time. Only by killing him, would the succession process become much easier. Crunch crackle. His muscles began to tighten, his blood began to circulate faster, and his mind became lucid. Ivilka took a step back. He had already noticed that Yeon-woo wouldn't listen any more to his advice. There had been players like him before, and in the end they were one of 2 kinds. The ones that were too confident in their abilities, rushed forward and got fucked, or the ones that were truly a sight to behold. Whatever it was, Ivilka thought it would be fun to watch, so he did not stop Yeon-woo. If that's what you want. Snap. Ivilka lightly flicked his fingers, creating a huge panel in the air. Beginning the trial of Floor 0. Trial, you, a participant who aims to become a god, must prove yourself worthy of climbing the tower. During the given time, pass through 7 gates and 7 challenges. Requirements: achieve a high score within the time limit. Let the trial begin. Ivilka said goodbye with a dignified look as he disappeared like the wind. Then, a timer appeared in his place. 54937:88_96. 54937:88_95. There's about 22 days and 21 hours remaining. Yeon-woo clenched his dagger and stepped forward. Let's do this. A new message popped up as he crossed the line that seemed to divide the starting zone from Section A. You have entered Section A. Either break through or deactivate all the traps in this section. A straight passage. He felt like the darkness was beckoning him to go that way. Yeon-woo carefully took a step forward, keeping his nerves on edge. But although he kept his guard up, nothing happened even after a considerable amount of time. As if nothing ever existed. An ordinary person would have relaxed a bit by now, but the further in Yeon-woo went, the more alert he became. Ivilka said it would be easy to pass through as long as players formed a party of 3-5 people. If that was correct, he shouldn't underestimate this place. Above all, danger comes without any notice. And when it comes, it always wipes out everything like a raging storm. Like right now. Thwish! Out of nowhere, an arrow shot across the darkness. Yeon-woo instinctively turned his body aside. The arrow brushed past his left forearm. He could feel a scorching pain. Blood splashed as his clothes were torn. Twing! A steel arrow. He came back to his senses. Yeon-woo frowned while looking at the arrow that was deeply embedded into the wall. The arrow was not made out of wood, but steel. His arm would have been torn off if he had allowed that arrow to hit him. If it had hit his head or abdomen, it would have been deadly. The diary had warned him about the various traps in Section A. However, the location of each trap was different each time and they were randomly activated, so his brother's experience wasn't of much help. All he could do was staying alert and dodge his way through. Swish swish swish! Steel arrows flew towards him in succession, all from different directions. It was impossible to track them with the naked eye. Yeon-woo crouched low and rolled forward. At the same time, he grabbed onto the backpack he was carrying on his back. Because it was thick, filled with clothes and various tools inside, it was useful as a cover. He had brought it for this purpose in the first place. Puck puck puck! 3 steel arrows stuck into his backpack. The impact was so strong that he felt as if his arm was coming off each time an arrow hit his backpack. 2 of them even pierced through the backpack and poked out as if shyly showing their faces. He somehow managed to straighten himself up and stuck closely to a wall. In a situation where he didn't know where he was being sniped from, he had to reduce his physical exposure as much as possible. It was a rule he had learned the hard way. However, schlicht! Some traps seemed to have been installed not only at the front, but also at the back and at the very bottom. Before he knew it, there was an arrow stuck deep into his left thigh. Hup! At that moment, Yeon-woo felt like he saw a spark right in front of his eyes. In spite of the terrible pain, he gritted his teeth and tried turning his body around, but... Puck puck puck! Once again, arrows came flying in, they ripped through his backpack and penetrated his left shoulder, forearm, and ribs. Chapter 4 Tutorial 2 A fierce pain overcomes you. You have been afflicted with stun. Your trait cold-blooded has helped you maintain composure. The status effect stun has been removed. You have developed resistance to pain. He felt as if his arm was being torn apart and he couldn't breathe. Yeon-woo was familiar with this sensation. He gritted his teeth and held tightly onto his consciousness. He had suffered this kind of pain many times in Africa. Back then, he had been shot and his life was in danger. This pain was nothing compared to that. He then quickly checked on his condition. The parts where the arrows are stuck are my left shoulder, forearm, and thigh. My ribs were only grazed. The wounds look bad, but I can still move. As soon as his decision was made, he carried out his actions immediately. Raising his, now completely ragged, backpack up, he stepped back as fast as he could. Apparently, traps were activated at the same time when I passed through a certain point. That meant there was a particular area where the traps were concentrated. He had to flee until he reached that place. Even as he retreated, the steel arrows kept flying towards him. At first, it was only 1 or 2 arrows, but past a certain point, 4 or 5 started to fly out at the same time. Still, he moved while refraining from exposing himself as much as possible. A long blood trail spread from his wound, staining the wall. In the meantime, 2 more steel arrows were inserted into his calf. When he reached a certain point, steel arrows no longer poured down on him. Yeon-woo leaned his back against the wall as he threw the backpack filled with steel arrows on the floor. His vision was spinning round and round. An unpleasant, stuffy smell lingered in his mouth. Your wounds are bleeding severely. You have been afflicted with stun. Your trait cold-blooded has helped you maintain composure. The status effect stun has been removed. You have developed resistance to bleeding. Yeon-woo barely managed to hold on to consciousness. It was almost by instinct that his body had brought him to this point. If he lost consciousness here, he would die instantly. Yeon-woo plunged his hand into the torn backpack. The stuff that once filled the backpack had spilled out and rolled around randomly, and the steel arrows took their place instead. Fortunately, the medical kit hadn't been lost during the action, and it was quickly caught by his hand. Yeon-woo opened the kit and took out disinfectant, bandages, pre-connected needle and thread, oil-fed cotton and a lighter. Because he could hardly use his left arm, it took him long time to pick up all the items. Once all his preparations were finished, without any delay, Yeon-woo moved his hand towards the steel arrow stuck in his left shoulder. And he pulled it out. Coke. As expected, a fierce pain followed. He felt as if his arm was falling off. The hand that was holding the steel arrow was trembling. Blood gushed out from the wound. With blood-stained eyes, Yeon-woo lit the cotton on fire and pressed it against the wound. Tss. The smell of burnt flesh filled the air. Your skin has been set on fire. You have been afflicted with stun. Your trait cold-blooded has helped you maintain composure. The status effect stun has been removed. You have developed resistance to burning. The wound healed quickly, leaving behind only a scar. In the same way, Yeon-woo pulled out the steel arrow stuck in his leg and stopped the bleeding. Then he applied disinfectant on it. Thankfully, none of his bones were broken. It was the result of moving his body instinctively. He could barely catch his breath after treating all of his wounds. Ha, ha, ha. All the strength drained out of his body. His left arm and leg felt weak. Such a rough start from the very beginning. This is nuts. Yeon-woo was so dumbfounded that he wanted to curse himself. He knew it would be dangerous, but he didn't think it would be this bad. There was such a big difference between knowing it in your head and experiencing it for real. I'm glad I have this trait. An ability to maintain rationality in any situation, cold-blooded. Yeon-woo felt grateful for the effect of his trait. He was already mentally strong before, but now, he felt much stronger thanks to being able to make quick judgment in a terrible situation like this. In addition, the extra resistance had also helped him relieve his pain little by little. He didn't know whether his trait was being enhanced, or his body was slowly adapting. He didn't know how the system worked. The only thing that was clear to him was that it was helpful to Yeon-woo. Then, he quickly put his thoughts in order. Yeon-woo cast his eyes toward the passage still buried in darkness. It felt as ferocious as the jaws of a beast, but every beast had its own weakness. There's a specific timing for each arrow being shot. There was also a signal, although very subtle. Yeon-woo narrowed his eyes. I have to figure out the timing. Traps loaded with steel arrows were a combination of multiple devices. Sensors captured someone approaching, cogwheels spin to measure direction, and finally steel arrows were spewed out of the muzzle. Because of the darkness, it is impossible to spot the steel arrows with the naked eye. But before that, the cogwheels activate. I have to pick up the sound of the cogwheels spinning. That's the only chance I have to find the location and direction of the steel arrows. However, it takes only 2 to 3 seconds for the cogwheels to spin and the steel arrows to be fired. The sound is really quiet too. In that brief moment, he had to pinpoint the origin of the small sound. It might be easy to say, but it was impossible to execute without very fine senses and reflexes. But luckily, Yeon-woo had a new weapon with him. Skills? I have sense strengthening. With this skill that allows him to handle his 5 senses freely, there should be a way. The reason why all players are given basic skills that fit them, is because they should be able to use them to break through their challenges. The key is how well they could use their skills. Yeon-woo quietly closed his eyes and focused on the sounds around him. It wasn't too hard to concentrate. He was used to this kind of thing anyway. Sense strengthening has been activated. Your auditory sense has been enhanced. Sense strengthening skill proficiency has risen 0.8%. Yeon-woo tried to concentrate on everything he could hear amidst the silence. But it was extremely difficult. It wasn't easy to differentiate the sounds he need from between dozens of small noises. Plop. Plop. He heard some droplets of water dripping somewhere from the ceiling. Rattle clink. He also heard the slight sound of steel arrows being reloaded into the traps. Other than those, he also caught a lot of other noises throughout the passage. Still, he tried to pick out the sounds he wanted, one by one. Long time passed since. Creak. This is it. Something let out a squeaky sound due to its rust. It was definitely a cogwheel. Yeon-woo opened his eyes and threw one of his dagger to one side. Pug. Crunch. The dagger struck deep into one side of the ceiling, and soon a broken mechanical device and steel arrows fell down. Yes. I can find them. Yeon-woo's eyes sparkled. Of course, there were downsides of getting rid of his other senses and only focusing on hearing, but the important thing was that he found a way to go through the passage. Yeon-woo forced his creaking body up. His body still screamed in pain. He could barely move his left arm, and he was limping as he walked. It was crazy to move such state. Even if his footsteps were slow, Yeon-woo managed to get to the place where the next trap was installed. Swish! Steel arrows were shot once again. Right shoulder. Yeon-woo had already heard the sound of a cogwheel, and turned his body sideways, measuring the direction from where the steel arrow flew in. Pug! The steel arrow that narrowly missed his shoulder, was stuck deep into the wall. Yes! Yeon-woo clenched his fists. Sense strengthening skill proficiency has increased. There will be no this inserted audio clip if you buy the software license key or activation key. 1.5%. After feeling certain that it would work, Yeon-woo did not delay any longer and moved on to the next spot. Swish 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 swish. 4. In order from top to bottom, each one aimed for his temple, heart, abdomen, and knee. Yeon-woo dodged by turning his head sideways and taking a step forward at the same time. The arrow that was aiming for his thigh flew right past his leg and struck the floor. At the same time he used the flat of his dagger to block the arrow that was coming towards his abdomen. Clang! The dagger trembled, producing a pleasant sound. His hand was hurting from the impact, but the thrill of it filled him with adrenaline. Sense strengthening skill proficiency has increased 2.1%. Your strength has increased by 1 point. Your dexterity has increased by 1 point. The messages notifying him of the increase of his skill level and attribute points filled his retina. If my strength and dexterity increased. Status window. Player, Yeon-woo Cha. Trait, cold-blooded. Strength, 11. Dexterity, 16. Health, 12. Magic power, 21. Skills, Draconic Eyes, 0.0%, Sense Strengthening, 2.1%, Foresight, 0.0%. As I thought. Yeon-woo had a satisfied smile. In the real world, it takes a considerable amount of time and training to boost one's ability, but, here it's different. I can gain achievements as long as I exert myself. There can't be any other place like this. It was all thanks to this interface system that had enabled his brother's fast growth. Yeon-woo closed the status window and calmly judged the situation. Now, it's somewhat possible to dodge the arrows. But my reflexes are still slow. His dagger was half a beat too slow after spotting the arrows. Even if he noticed the arrows, it was meaningless if he was too slow to react. Yeon-woo divided his consciousness that was previously solely focused on hearing into his right hand. Sense strengthening has been activated. Your haptic sense has been enhanced. Sense strengthening skill proficiency has increased 2.3%. Yeon-woo took another step forward. Swish! An arrow aiming at his forehead. He quickly struck the arrow aside. It was a speed neither slow nor fast. It's only my hearing and right arm that I have to focus on, but it's hard to split my senses in two at the same time. His eyes swept past the darkness. Slowly, but not too much. Yeon-woo began to proceed slowly once again. Swish swish swish. With each step, steel arrows poured down on him. Yeon-woo avoided the arrows with minimal movements, or cut off their roots with his daggers if avoiding was too difficult. Next, he refined his blocking technique a little more. He deflected arrows with the flat side of his dagger, or lowered his head to avoid them. He also twisted his body sideways, or walked forward to clash with it. Pug! There was a case in where he missed an arrow and was struck on his back. But Yeon-woo indifferently pulled out the arrow without giving out a single moan. After stopping the blood, he went straight ahead with limp steps. Yeon-woo silently kept on walking just like a machine. Sense strengthening skill proficiency has increased 3.1%. Your strength has increased by 1 point. Your health has increased by 1 point. Chapter 5. Tutorial 3. At some point in time, after walking for a long time, Yeon-woo noticed that there was some kind of pattern to the traps. There's a difference in how attribute points are given depending on how I deal with the arrows. For example, if he struck a steel arrow, his strength rose, if he dodged, his dexterity rose, and if he was hit, his health rose. It seemed to work that way because the different ways he handled arrows stimulated different attributes. However, it wasn't always accurate. Moreover, arrowheads with different colors were sparsely mixed within the other arrows. As his stats were steadily rising, he became more and more sensitive. And before he knew it, he could actually see the arrows. At first, he thought he was wrong. It was very small, but various colors were painted on the tip of the arrowheads. But the light was too dim to tell the colors apart, and it was hard to check all the arrows at once when they all flew from different directions. And the fact that most of the arrows had only normal arrowheads also made him think against it. However, as his vision strengthened and his ability to see dynamic objects increased, his suspicion gradually turned into certainty. The colored arrowheads were there for certain. The colors I've seen until now, was it red, blue, and yellow? Yeon-woo was lost in thoughts. What on earth is it? Why do they have different colors? Then he remembered what he had seen in the diary. Now that I think of it, nothing in the tutorial was made for no reason, even the smallest little thing. Everything had a certain meaning to it. And the most curious thing was that the colors painted on the arrowheads. Jeong-woo hadn't found out the secret behind this either. Is this some kind of hidden piece? His brother had barely passed Section A with his teammates, but Yeon-woo had been going at it by himself. This difference seemed to have helped him find the hidden piece that no one had found before. Yeon-woo resumed moving, thinking he should try it out. Swish! Just in time, out of 6 arrows that were fired at him, there was one with a blue arrowhead. What I can check right now are my attributes and skills. If so, Yeon-woo avoided all the other arrows and only struck the blue one. Tang! Your strength has increased by 1 point. Sense strengthening skill proficiency has increased 4.2%. The messages informing him about the growth of his strength stat and skill proficiency appeared. It wasn't ineffective, but this isn't it. Yeon-woo shook his head. There must be something else. a distinct difference that separates them from the other arrows. After a long time, another colored arrow flew in. This time it was red. Yeon-woo turned around and dodged all the arrows except for the red one, which he then parried. He could feel a twinge in his wrist from parrying the arrow, realizing it was heavier than the rest. You have blocked a red arrow. Your strength has increased by 3 points. This is it. Yeon-woo felt himself sobering. A drastic increase in strength. It was a big difference from the usual slow growth. Status window. Player, Yeon-woo Cha. Trait, cold-blooded. Strength, 19. Dexterity, 19. Health, 14. Magic power, 21. Skills, Draconic Eyes, 0.0%, Sense Strengthening, 4.3%, Foresight, 0.0%. Yeon-woo faintly smiled. As time went by, the growth speed of his attributes had been slowing down little by little. Now, he found a way to increase his attributes once again. Each color must be related to a different attribute. Red was strength. Then, what about the other ones? When he blocked the blue arrow, nothing happened. This meant that different actions are required depending on the color. As soon as Yeon-woo came to a rough understanding, he proceeded much faster. Swish! The blue arrow was faster than others. This time, he didn't strike it but narrowly avoided it. You have dodged a blue arrow. Your dexterity has increased by 2 points. The yellow arrow was sharper. Because striking and dodging actions were already assigned to different colors, he put out his left arm just to see if it worked. Pug! You have been hit by a yellow arrow. Your health has increased by 2 points. This is crazy. Yeon-woo barely managed to pull out a portion of the arrow before his expression turned into a frown due to the pain. Feeling as if his arm was falling off. He inhibited the nerves in charge of transmitting pain as much as possible, and had only exposed the parts where the bones and joints wouldn't get damaged, but it was clearly something a normal person wouldn't do. He started feeling dizzy again because of the loss of blood. He was barely holding himself together thanks to his increased health. But without it he would have already fallen. And then... cough. Yeon-woo coughed a mouthful of blood. The blood dripped down from the palm that was covering his mouth. Inhibiting his nerves didn't make the symptoms go away. The pain was spreading along the nerves in his left arm throughout his whole body. He kept retching. He was on the verge of fainting. His body was warning him that he couldn't endure it anymore. That it was already crazy that he had endured so far, and that if he didn't have some rest right away, he would actually collapse. Yeon-woo, however, gritted his teeth again. This pain is nothing compared to what Jeong-woo went through. Even though Yeon-woo had not experienced it himself, he was well aware of the pain his brother had suffered, because he had watched the recorded images in the diary over and over. If he couldn't stand even this, there was nothing he could do for his brother in the future. Yeon-woo forcefully pulled out the yellow arrow from his left arm. His body had already reached its limit, but in the process, he had achieved what he desired. Red is strength, blue is dexterity, yellow is health. Then, all he needed to do was to act according to each color. There was still a long way to go before reaching the end of the passage. Through his senses, he could feel that there were still lots of traps. Which also meant that there were lots of attribute points he could still raise. Once again, blood gathered in the bottom of his jaw. Yeon-woo swallowed it back and moved along. His eyes blazing like flames. One step at a time. Yeon-woo rushed with tottering steps. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Ohio. He is truly an amazing participant. I don't think I've ever seen such a character. Thousands of screens were floating in several rows in front of the Guardian Ivilka, showing all players currently participating in the tutorial. They all had different looks. However, Ivilka's eyes were fixed only on one screen located in a corner. In there was Yeon-woo, who was trudging down a passage as if he was about to fall any moment soon. Originally, he shouldn't be such an eye-catching individual. In fact, this tutorial round had a lot to see. Not only the siblings from the Chonglam family, the most anticipated ones among the one-horned tribes, but also the dumbass duo who are aiming to become rankers, and a swordsman of Marcusian descent. Each one of them was strong enough that even if they started climbing the tower straight away, they wouldn't fall behind. They had already entered Section E early on and had been carrying out missions. Some of them were already in Section F. It was unknown who would be the one to achieve the highest score in this tutorial. However, Ivilka's eyes were strangely fixed on Yeon-woo, who had been stranded in Section A for days, rather than those in Section E. He thought Yeon-woo was going to die after a few steps when he first showed up. And that this little fucker without any ability would get above himself and get fucked. But Yeon-woo completely exceeded his expectations. Others would struggle to pass through or even be annihilated in Section A, even if they formed parties, but Yeon-woo gradually made progress by himself and even found the hidden piece hidden in the arrowheads. And with an iron will, he was steadily raising his stats by taking advantage of the hidden piece. Even though Yeon-woo's body was clearly in a state where it wouldn't be strange for him to fall down at any minute. This guy, he's the real deal. After being a guardian for such a long time, he could feel it intuitively. Other frontrunners were also great, but this was the guy who was going to turn the whole tutorial on its head. There will still be a lot of dangers waiting ahead even if he manages to break through this section, but if he can pass the other sections as wisely as he is right now. Ivilka adjusted his monocle. Yeon-woo was already reaching the last part of Section A. I think this round of the tutorial will be a lot of fun. Ohio hiohia. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Player, Yeon-woo Cha. Trait, cold-blooded. Strength, 29. Dexterity, 33. Health, 30. Magic power, 21. Skills, Draconic Eyes, 0.0%, Sense Strengthening, 8.3%, Foresight, 0.0%. While he was walking down the passage, Yeon-woo checked his status window and clenched his fists. All the attributes except for magic power have risen sharply. Compared to when he first arrived, he had earned a total sum of 55 attribute points. In order to raise their attribute points, one has to train regularly or push themselves over the limit. Even though I've been tackling it as a solo player, the amount of achievements I've made so far in one day should count as decent. No, actually it was not just decent. It was a great accomplishment. None of the other players were able to improve their attribute points by this much in such a short term. It's not just this. My muscle strength, mobility, endurance, explosive power, and power in general has increased. It might have been physically difficult, but the result made him satisfied. He was a little disappointed that he couldn't raise his magic power, but he erased the idea from his head because he didn't feel the need for it right now. Grin. Yeon-woo pushed the iron gate in front of him with a slight smile on his mouth. Creak. You have arrived at the arrival point. Your wounds will be healed. It was the moment when he reached the iron gate that what seemed like an endless passage ended. Yeon-woo was already as exhausted as he could be. His body was riddled with traces of blood, and there were a couple of arrows that hadn't been pulled out yet. His head was burning from continuously focusing too much on his senses. He didn't know what other traps were waiting beyond the iron gate. Still, Yeon-woo opened it and stepped past. Then, what appeared in front of him was a room of around 10 Pyong-1 of space. At the same time, whoosh! A swarm of white lights rose along the wounds where bloody pus was forming. The wounds started to slowly heal and the pus subsided. His worn-out body was also being filled up with energy. The base was designed to allow players who were hurt and tired from passing through Section A to recuperate. Yeon-woo felt both relieved that he could catch his breath, and satisfied that he had grown to this point. Shrug. And he fell asleep without realizing it. Asterisk, Asterisk. Asterisk. Did I fall asleep? Yeon-woo's body felt stiff. As he saw in the diary, it was possible to recover one's physical condition at the arrival point. When he noticed his wounds were being treated, he felt a sense of relief and only wanted to take a nap for a while. But he slept more than intended. And when he opened his eyes to check the time, peekaboo! Suddenly, a man whose face was covered under a robe waved his hand towards Yeon-woo. Yeon-woo was so surprised that he quickly stood up and jumped backwards. He quickly brought his hand to his waist. Cold sweat ran down his back. This man, what is he? How come he never noticed a person being right next to him? His sense-strengthening skill was clearly active. The skill was scanning the entire room, but this guy was the only one to avoid it. As if he was isolated from the world. In that moment, a description from the diary rushed upon his mind. Occasionally, merchants would pop up at the arrival point, and they sold items that players needed for a price. Ranging from ordinary food to potions, skill books, and all kinds of different artifacts, the merchants sold everything there was. The mysterious merchant. Ho ho! The man in the robe let out a chuckle and clapped his two hands. Clap! Then, the space behind the man distorted, revealing shelves stocked with miscellaneous items. I'm glad you know who I am. Salutations, my gullible, lovable customer. I am a passing merchant. Chapter 6. Tutorial 4. Yeon-woo didn't know what to make of this mysterious merchant. He had just said peekaboo, and gullible. He couldn't read the merchant's expression because of the robes obscuring his face, but he seemed to be enjoying this situation. Yeon-woo slightly knitted his eyebrows. I've been too complacent. The mysterious merchant, like the guardian, was absolutely forbidden from intervening with the players. That's why the merchant didn't hurt him while he was asleep. But even though I was exhausted, I shouldn't have slept like that. 503:20:19_53. He checked the time and saw that 12 hours had passed since he arrived at this base. It had taken him about a day and 10 hours to get through this first half of Section A. In total, approximately 46 hours had passed since arriving at the tutorial. It was pretty fast for a solo player. There was no doubt as to why his body was so exhausted. After all, he had forced himself to power through the section with his body on the verge of collapsing. However, Yeon-woo didn't like this situation. He knew, of course, that after any kind of intensive training, sufficient rest was necessary to allow for growth. Because the human body was not a machine. No, even machines needed plenty of rest to prevent overheating. But Yeon-woo couldn't afford that right now. For him, the tower was no better than a battlefield, and on a battlefield there was no room for rest at all. He had to be wary about enemies that could come out from anywhere at any time. And the same could be applied to the arrival point. Even if he was no longer under the threat of the steel arrows, it was still a place where other players were free to enter. Even if the mysterious merchant couldn't, it wouldn't be strange for other players to try and harm him while he was sleeping. Even if I was too exhausted. Yeon-woo put his thoughts together. He had to admit that after being away from the battlefield for some time, he had become dull. So he decided to sharpen himself. To revert to what he used to be. Cain. Yeon-woo opened his eyes as he thought back to the code name that was used to refer to him, but was now left unused. His eyes were shimmering with cold determination. In that instant, the mysterious merchant had a strange expression on his face. Although it didn't show because it was hidden by his robes, he seemed to have noticed a big change in Yeon-woo's mindset preceded by his psychological struggles. And he asked with a light smile. Did you find yourself in need of anything on your way here, sir? I'm the merchant who sells everything that exists in this world. If you need anything, just name it. Need any artifacts, or slaves? I've got some information too. I'll sell them at a proper price. The mysterious merchant flicked his finger lightly. Then, a window popped up in front of Yeon-woo. The items he had for trade were listed and divided into multiple categories. Yeon-woo lightly clicked his tongue as he touched the window. Medusa's venom, horn of the golden mountain goat, left eye of Tiamat, and nightmare of Walpurgis II? He deals with these kind of items in the tutorial? This is insane. The items that occupied the top of the list were items that rankers would fervently jump at, if carried to upper floors of the tower. The list was also full of things that could easily help you put an end to the tutorial. However, this was nothing but a wild goose chase. There was no way players that were going through the tutorial could afford items like these. Thankfully, items of lower rating were also found as he scrolled down. He could find good items for beginners here and there. Arhan-style swordsmanship manual, introduction to one-circle magic, and success formula to elemental sorcery. These are the skill books that might come in handy. But it will also require some effort to attain proficiency in their respective skills. In particular, a dagger named Venomous Fang of Barma grabbed Yeon-woo's attention. Venomous Fang of Barma. Attack power, 25. A dagger made by smelting the teeth of a serpent that inhabits the swamps of Barma. Poison is applied on the edge of the dagger, causing a certain chance of poisoning the opponent when hit. The poison's effect is random. To be exact, it's a dagger that deals with curses, not poison. The weapon cursed its target as soon as it came into contact. There was a wide variety of curses that could be given to the target. Poisoning, burn, freeze, electrocution, hallucination, stun, blind, and so on. One of the curses would be randomly applied on the target. If the opponents couldn't find a proper way to fight against this erratic curse, it was possible to easily take them down amidst their confusion. Moreover, it was made from the teeth of a mystical creature, so even after reaching the higher floors, he could continue using it as a magic item. If he bought it, he would be able to put it to good use. However, Yeon-woo took his eyes off of the dagger and moved on to the next categories. It would be good to have it, but right now I need to focus on physical training. There's no need to rely on artifacts yet. A long time passed while he was looking through the list. Then, at one point Yeon-woo stopped scrolling. Found it. Reset ticket. You can return to any place you desire. Yeon-woo looked at the mysterious merchant with a grin. What's the price for the items? We are conscientious merchants who offer only reasonable prices. We never overcharge players for items they need. We can't rip off those who don't have money. Make it brief. The attribute points you have. That's all you have to pay. Conscientious merchants. Yeon-woo placed his hand on the mineral water at the bottom of the list. Mineral water. A bottle of drinking water required when thirsty. Be sure to have some with you. Price, strength 2. Mere water costs 2 strength points and what? Conscientious? Yeon-woo was so dumbfounded that he burst out laughing. Of course, given its ludicrous price, he could just ignore it and not buy it. But the problem was that humans needed water to live, and there was no way to supply oneself with drinking water or even food during the tutorial. 3 dexterity points for 1 day worth of food. Even if someone brought enough food and water from the outside, it could be lost on the way, or even be stolen by other players. In addition, players who barely managed to get through Section A often found themselves in need of better equipment. There's a boss room beyond this point, so players have no choice but to fully equip themselves for the fight. So the players would have to bite the bullet and buy items from the mysterious merchant. But then, with their lowered attribute points, the next fight would be even tougher, and they would have to trade the attribute points they had just barely managed to pile up again to buy the next set of equipment, throwing themselves into a vicious cycle. And here he is, calling himself a conscientious merchant. He was no better than a thief. Yeon-woo smirked a little. I don't know who designed the tutorial, but they are truly evil. After closing the category window, Yeon-woo said, "There's something I want to buy." "Yes. Say it." in exchange for all the attribute points I got from Section A. Yeon-woo had already decided what to purchase. I'd like to buy tickets to reset Section A. The rules didn't allow players to reattempt a section after clearing it. There will be no this inserted audio clip if you buy the software license key or activation key. But when he heard that there was a rare ticket that could send a player back to any chosen place, a thought came to his mind. If he could stack up attribute points by repeatedly going through Section A, wouldn't it be much easier to proceed afterwards? In that brief moment, the mysterious merchant's eyes gave off a strange glow under the robes. Eyes filled with interest. Do you mean the reset tickets? Yes. I do have those, but I've never seen anyone interested in that item. Usually, after surviving Section A, players would ask for things that can make the next section easier for them, and not something that will make them go through Section A all over again. Well, I personally have something in mind. If you say so. The mysterious merchant chuckled and then clapped his hands. Clap. All the shelves at his back disappeared. And then, attribute points acquired through Section A will be paid in exchange for the purchase. You have acquired reset ticket for Section AX10. Yeon-woo felt his body deflating like a balloon. The battle-hardened body he had just a moment ago felt almost like a dream. Instead, his hand was now holding 10 pink-colored tickets. The method to use the ticket is very simple. Just tear off your ticket whenever you want, and you'll be teleported back to the starting zone. Yeon-woo shoved the tickets into his pocket. I'll use it well. I'd appreciate if you do. I must be off. I hope we meet again. The mysterious merchant gently turned around and melted away, leaving no trace. The room surrounding Yeon-woo also started to disappear like a wave, and he found himself in a different place. Unlike the empty passageway he came through, ahead were dozens of scarecrows standing in a row. There were also some people other than Yeon-woo in that place. Far in the distance, about 5 people were blasting away all kinds of skills against the scarecrows. He also heard people screaming in anger, signifying that the scarecrows weren't so easy to deal with. This is Section A's boss room. Do you want to enter? Yeon-woo took out a ticket. He wanted to experience the difficulty of the boss, but with his current body's condition, just one mistake and he would be toast. He tore the ticket without hesitation. Whoosh! He opened his eyes and found himself in a familiar place. It was the starting zone where he had arrived before. He drew a dagger from his waist and held it in his right hand. I must raise my attributes as high as possible while I'm here. This time, he intended to make Section A entirely of his own. Chapter 7 Tutorial 5 355:5932_11 Swish swish. Steel arrows were flying at Yeon-woo. 15 in total, it was more than usual. It was the result of Yeon-woo deliberately activating more traps by running in zigzag. Each one of them came from different angles and in varying speeds. Before, it would have been impossible for Yeon-woo to dodge them by relying only on his senses. Pat! Yeon-woo swung his dagger to strike an arrow that came from the front and spinned his body. At the same time, he stretched out his empty hand. One of the steel arrows which was passing right by his chest was caught in his hand and, as he was spinning, he quickly swung the arrow to deflect another one coming from the back. Then he raised his left foot and kicked another arrow that was coming towards his ankle. Clang! It may have been a long explanation, but everything took place in a split second. It was something beyond human capabilities. Nevertheless, Yeon-woo showed no sign of exhaustion. Rather, he was driving himself into more dangerous situations out of sheer frustration. He had now risen to a point where he didn't have to consciously search for the arrows. He intuitively captured the position of the projectiles with his developed senses, and unconsciously dodged them thanks to his reflexes. He also didn't feel pain anymore when blocking the steel arrows. Tack! Yeon-woo stopped running as he reached the arrival point. He could hear some noises coming from the boss room up ahead. The same scene that had been going on for days. However, Yeon-woo didn't pay much attention to the boss room and checked the time. 3:51:48:11_78. Whew! This time it took me around 4 hours. It was the time it took him to get through Section A. It was an astonishing improvement considering that it had taken him more than 34 hours on his first try. After spending 10 reset tickets, Yeon-woo had been able to make tremendous advancement by going through Section A several times. Every time he reset Section A, the position, timing and potency of the traps changed. Therefore, during his first attempts, Yeon-woo had to be on high alert to identify the directions from where the steel arrows were coming. Moreover, under such circumstances he also put restrictions on himself to reduce the time spent traveling back and forth. He had been in near-death situations several times. There was a moment when he miscounted the number of steel arrows and one had almost hit his head, and another moment when an arrow skewered through his right hand, causing him to nearly lose his entire arm. He had to go through all sorts of things, however, every single time, Yeon-woo had somehow managed to escape death and achieve his goal. It's been 6 days ever since. Player, Jeong-woo Cha. Trait, cold-blooded. Strength, 51. Dexterity, 56. Health, 55. Magic power, 21. Skills, Draconic Eyes, 2.1%, Sense Strengthening, 15.1%, Foresight, 0.0%. They've gone up by a lot. Yeon-woo had a gratified smile on his face as he looked at his attribute points. They had increased by an average of nearly 40 points in comparison to when he arrived. Although his magic power was still the same, his other attributes could not be compared to what they used to be. It's a shame that the growth speed of my attributes has decreased after the 8th attempt. His training method that took advantage of the colored arrows had resulted in a steep increase of his attributes. The change in his body was so drastic that Yeon-woo almost couldn't get used to it. However, after certain point, his attribute points didn't improve much anymore. It seemed that there was a limit to the amount of points that could be gained from the hidden piece. And the fact that the arrows were no longer a threat to Yeon-woo also contributed to slowing down his improvement. But now I should be able to hold my own against most players. Though it'll still be hard to catch up with the frontrunners. He was already getting accustomed to his skills. Now he could control not only his auditory and haptic senses, but also his visual, olfactory, and gustatory senses quite freely. He had also learned a unique way to improve his ability in a short period of time by amplifying all of his senses at the same time whenever he had the chance to. He was able to acquire synesthesia, which was something he had only heard about before. Same with the Draconic Eyes. Draconic Eyes, a skill that allowed the caster to borrow, to a certain extent, the ancient dragon Kalidas Eyes of Truth. When Yeon-woo used the Draconic Eyes for the first time, he was shocked by what he saw. In the vision that Draconic Eyes granted him, everything lost its color. The world was composed of only black lines in a white background. Objects consisted of only a black line illustrating their outline. If there was a separate structure inside something, it was also shown on a smaller scale. It looked like a croquis on a white canvas. No. It's more like an X-ray picture. Almost like clairvoyance. The eyes that erases outer appearance and projects both form and interior. It seemed to reflect the real image that things originally had. The lines that formed the basis of things. His brother had referred to them as flaws. When I first came to have the Draconic Eyes, I was very surprised by the sight of this new world. And it was only later, that I realized how much it meant to see flaws. Yeon-woo had tried an experiment before. He experimented by cutting a small rock. He observed and stabbed a flat rock that was originally designed for players to rest on at the arrival point. Normally, the dagger shouldn't have been able to penetrate the rock, but contrary to expectations, the rock was easily cut apart. Like cutting a tofu with a knife. He knocked on the rock to see if it was soft to begin with, but it was as hard as the stone that formed the walls of Section A. The cross-section was smooth as if it had been sanded down. Since then, Yeon-woo had steadily been using his draconic eyes to train himself to distinguish flaws that were easy to attack. It was a level of growth worth to be proud of. It was all thanks to the fact that he had pushed himself to the point of not even sleeping. Yeon-woo, however, was still not satisfied. If I had started along with the frontrunners, I would have already reached Section E by now. If I stay behind any further, I will never catch up to them. It was natural that the gap would continue to widen as they advanced to higher sections. Yeon-woo could not delay any longer. He turned his eyes towards the boss room. He presumed it was time for a full-out race. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Before leaving, Yeon-woo took a brief moment to meditate and put his thoughts in order. It was a habit to do so before stepping into the battlefield. He had learned it from an Indian soldier when he was in Africa, and afterwards it had become a routine. The advantage of doing so was that he could get rid of distracting thoughts and be completely focused on combat. Just like right now. Yeon-woo organized in his head everything he had been practicing. Things mainly related to the changes in his body caused by the improvement of his stats, and adapting his skills and senses to his newfound body. Yeon-woo wanted to analyze the movement of his muscles and skeleton in response to each different action he took. Before, he had set his senses to only feel his surroundings. He did not know when or from where an arrow would fly in, so he had to pay close attention to the outside in order to survive. However, now that he had some leeway, he decided to focus part of his senses on his own body. He tried to observe as many physical changes as he could. The motion of his muscles when stimulated from the outside, the reaction of his nervous system, the sound produced by his skeleton, the changes in body in accordance to different movements, and the differences generated from using a skill. He tried memorizing one by one every minute detail of his body. In case he found himself in an extreme situation, in order to escape danger and survive, he had to make sure to control his every movement down to a cellular level. And of course, in order to do so, he first had to have complete control over his body. Crack. And that's probably why. At one point, Yeon-woo was able to sense something very faint flowing through his body. It was easy to figure out what it was. Magic power. It was mana. Although very feeble, mana was definitely present in his body. And as it cycled through it over time, it was slowly affecting his body. When a skill was activated, mana moved along with it. When he used sense strengthening, mana gathered around the specific part of the body he was focusing on. And when he used draconic eyes, mana seeped into his eyes. Yeon-woo tried to trace the mana back to the path it took in order to imitate its movement as closely as possible. But at some point, mana disappeared as if toying with him. He had fully focused his senses inside his body and followed after the mana, but it disappeared without leaving a trace. Yeon-woo felt a little heavy, but he decided not to push himself. He discovered the fact that mana constitutes the basis of skills, and was somehow present in his body, but in a dormant state. If so, he only needed to take things step by step. Then one day, he might be able to handle mana freely. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. 348:25:10_01. Yeon-woo opened his eyes after finishing his meditation. He felt refreshed as if he had a good night's sleep. His body felt lighter than ever. And after finishing his preparations, he opened the iron gate carrying his backpack on one shoulder. You have entered the boss room of Section A. There are 88 scarecrows along with several traps that will try to stop you from advancing. Cut through the scarecrows and beat the boss room. As soon as the message popped up. Swish! A steel arrow flew in as if it had been waiting for this moment. Clang! Yeon-woo instinctively turned the dagger sideways and struck the steel arrow. The steel arrow bounced upwards, and flew back in the direction it came from, and got itself stuck in the trap. Broken pieces of the trap fell down from the ceiling. It was a movement he had practiced in his 9th attempt through Section A. He liked this method because he could train both accuracy and technique at the same time. Yeon-woo observed the scarecrows that filled the passage. They looked like ordinary scarecrows, commonly seen in the countryside. But the scarecrows in the boss room were moving little by little. Their 2 feet and 2 arms were unrestrained, so they could move around on their own, and they could hinder the players trying to pass by their side. They seem pretty solid, too. There had been a team trying to beat the boss room for a week. Every time Yeon-woo reached the end of Section A, he could see them being blocked by the scarecrows without making any progress. The scarecrow did not attack the players, but only blocked their way forward. But even that was enough to hold them back. Every time the players tried to break through the scarecrows, it didn't work. They didn't fall down when attacked, and they didn't move an inch when pushed. The only traces left on the scarecrows were mere scratches and soot. This meant that hitting them with neither physical strength nor skills would do any good. Plus, there were a lot of traps all over the place. The traps in the boss room were different from those in Section A. In addition to steel arrows, a variety of other traps were also added, including poison arrows, fire arrows, pitfalls, spear traps, and so on. If players were too busy avoiding the scarecrows, they might get caught in the traps. But Yeon-woo was confident. "I have to get to Section B immediately." Yeon-woo held the dagger in his right hand and sprang forward. Swish swish. Then 5 steel arrows poured down on him. However, Yeon-woo did not even lay his eyes on the arrows and lightly swung the dagger to the side. Tang tang. "I have to go faster. Never slow down." Yeon-woo put more power into his legs. Pei-pa. Rumble. Then the ground sank down in front of Yeon-woo. But Yeon-woo was also familiar with this kind of trap. And he had already read through it with his strengthened sense. Ta-dok. Yeon-woo leaped high into the air right above the sunken ground. Right beneath him, there was a bottomless abyss opening its jaw. "If I fall, I would be instantly dead." Then, Yeon-woo softly somersaulted over the gap, as if he were performing acrobatics. Drawing a long arc in the air, Yeon-woo tried to land beyond the hole, but 2 arrows came flying from both sides. It should have been hard to avoid them in midair, but Yeon-woo twisted his body like a spinning top and easily bounced off the arrows that came at him. Clang clang! The arrows that were aimed at him fell down helplessly into the hole. Tack! Yeon-woo was able to land safely across the hole. And this time, he felt heat from the ceiling. As the fire descended along a hidden wick, it fluttered its red tongue to devour Yeon-woo. Rush! But Yeon-woo has already gained some resistance against burning through his trait. He quickly covered his mouth with a handkerchief and ran through the fire. Even if some cinders got onto his clothes, he only shook them off and kept running without much concern. He slanted the dagger to its side and swung it, creating a gust of wind that pierced a path through the flames for a short time. He ran through the path, wasting no time. Swish swish! Besides the steel arrows, various other arrows also poured out. Arrows lit on fire, arrows coated with poison, arrows with a hooked tip, etc. Whenever the arrows flew at high, Yeon-woo either avoided them, parried them, or blocked them. Despite pouring in from all sides, the arrows could not even touch Yeon-woo's hair. It was as if he had eyes all over the place. Despite the obstacles, Yeon-woo did not slow down at all. On the contrary, his clearing speed was gradually increasing as his health attribute rose. The other traps also made no difference. Pitfalls, fire traps, spear traps, rolling rocks, all of them failed to stop Yeon-woo. At that moment, the scarecrows started taking action. Chapter 8 Tutorial 6 Clatter. A bronze scarecrow suddenly came forward and moved at a rapid pace, blocking Yeon-woo's way. However, Yeon-woo twisted his body in order to avoid it. The scarecrow then proceeded to narrow the gap between them by dashing towards Yeon-woo. Yeon-woo tripped the scarecrow's leg as it ran towards him. His leg ached because of the scarecrow's hardness, but the pain was tolerable thanks to Yeon-woo's developed muscles. Then, another scarecrow came from the front. Yeon-woo bent his arm and smacked the scarecrow's chest with his elbow. Taking advantage of the knockback, he moved below its arm and dashed right past him. Several traps also activated in tandem, but none of them could stop Yeon-woo. Your dexterity has increased by 1 point. Your health has increased by 1 point. Sense strengthening skill proficiency has increased 15.6%. Sense strengthening skill proficiency has increased 16.9%. His attribute points increased as he broke through the traps. Yeon-woo's movements became more sophisticated as his attributes increased, causing his skill proficiency to also increase alongside. Then, with his keener senses, he passed through more traps, which led yet to another rise in attribute points. Increase in attribute points, increase in skill proficiency, increase in attribute points. Thanks to this loop, Yeon-woo was able to achieve remarkable growth in the blink of an eye. It's a lot faster than when I ran through Section A. Yeon-woo had confidence in himself. His feet were much lighter, and his hands were brimming with strength. When there were only about 10 scarecrows left ahead of him, one of the scarecrows, which until now had only been blocking the way, revealed its sharp teeth for the first time. As if it were human, it firmly squared its shoulders and tackled Yeon-woo's side. Bang! A painful feeling struck him, as if he had bumped into a wall as hard as he could. The same pain he felt when he got hit by a steel arrow for the first time. He fell several meters back as the suffocating pain caused him to frown. On the other hand, the scarecrow didn't budge an inch from where it had tackled Yeon-woo. Unlike the scarecrows he saw earlier, this one's surface flashed with a red tint as if it were made of copper. Its strong shoulders gave off an overpowering feeling. Is this the guy who imitates players? Copper Scarecrow. A scarecrow that mimics the movements and actions of the player. It is also capable of attacking within a certain range. His brother had made a separate reference for this one. The real boss of Section A are not just scarecrows. The real deal are the 10 copper puppets at the very back. They copy the player's movements and grate on their nerves. Their body is also strong as hell, so we were obstructed by them for a long time. There are 2 ways to break through. One way is to fight head-on. The other way is to dominate them. Yeon-woo held tightly onto his dagger. The copper puppets tested players with what they had developed and acquired throughout Section A. When 3 players formed a team, 3 scarecrows would appear to block their way. If there were 5 players, likewise, there would be 5 scarecrows. The scarecrows copied the players' skills, forcing them to overcome themselves. If they did, they could pass through the boss room, but if they didn't, they would be tied here forever. And if they couldn't even do that, the only alternative was death. However, Yeon-woo had been repeatedly surpassing his limits by breaking through Section A several times. These copper puppets were annoying, but it didn't feel like they would pose a problem. What bothered him the most was that his plan to bust through the boss room in one go was hindered by a mere doll. He opened his draconic eyes wide, and found the flaws scattered throughout the copper puppet. And the minute he tried to stab the puppet, it operates with a sensor. Find the sensor and destroy it. He heard a voice coming from a corner. Yeon-woo had already been aware of his presence thanks to his senses, but he had just ignored him because he didn't want to get involved. The copper puppet raised its hand and aimed at Yeon-woo's head. Yeon-woo slightly bent over to the side, grabbed one of its joints and twisted it. Crack! The puppet's forearm bent in a bizarre direction. Yeon-woo then charged into its chest, held the dagger in a reverse grip and stabbed 3 times into its flaws. In the end, he adjusted his grip and hit its abdomen as hard as he could. Quang! The copper puppet exploded into dozens of fragments and splattered in all directions like a firework. Rustle! The pieces of the copper puppet crumpled, raising some dust. Yeon-woo brushed the dust off his shoulders. Wah! What just happened? A dazed voice was heard from behind. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Yeon-woo threw a glance to the back. In one corner, where the lights hardly reached, there was a young man hiding, obscured by the shadows. The young man got startled when their eyes met. But then, he put more strength into his eyes and stared at Yeon-woo as if refusing to lose. Yeon-woo bluntly walked over to him. The young man clenched his teeth. He glanced to the side to check his surroundings. When he noticed that Yeon-woo was walking towards him, he stared even more intently. But contrary to his gutsy look, his legs were trembling a little. Even though he was scared, he tried to look strong in case Yeon-woo was coming with the intention of harming him. However, that only gave Yeon-woo the impression of a rain-soaked puppy with its tail erect in front of a tiger. Yeon-woo stood before the young man and asked in a blunt tone. "How did you know?" "Know what?" The bridge of the young man's nose wrinkled. "The fact that the puppet was operating through a sensor." "I'm asking how you knew this." "What?" "That's..." For a moment, the young man couldn't answer properly. But Yeon-woo didn't rush him. He stared patiently until the young man gave the right answer. "This player, he's one of those guys who had been raiding the boss room for a long time." "Where did the others go?" "During the 6 days he spent on Section A, there was a team that got their feet bound by the scarecrows and was stuck in the boss room. At that time, he wasn't interested, so he didn't really pay attention to them. But now, everyone else was gone except for this guy. He thought for a moment that they might have died while dealing with the copper puppet, but it didn't seem like it. There wasn't any trace of corpses, only those of someone eating by himself." "I see, he's been abandoned." Occasionally, there had been cases like this. Cases of team members being ruthlessly discarded throughout the tutorial due to their uselessness. On Earth, people would point their fingers at this irrational behavior, but it didn't matter here. Within the tutorial, where players were focused on making achievements, it's only natural to party up out of necessity rather than being acquainted. That's exactly what happened to this young man. The young man was on guard against Yeon-woo, but Yeon-woo could see just by looking at him that he was too weak. His eyes were filled with embarrassment while looking at Yeon-woo. He wanted to run away from this situation, but he couldn't because there were too many scarecrows around. Yeon-woo began to wonder how did the young man think he would be able to enter the tower and how did he get his qualifications to participate in the tutorial. Consequently, Yeon-woo was just going to ignore him and leave him be. In the first place, he didn't care about anything except advancing through the tutorial and catching up with the frontrunners. There was no reason to go out of his way and do something troublesome. But the words the young man had shouted while he was dealing with the copper puppet grabbed his attention. That the copper puppets were operating via sensors. Yeon-woo was barely aware of it thanks to his enhanced senses, and he thought it was something the average players would never notice. So Yeon-woo was wondering how he knew about it. For someone who appeared to be so weak. Usually, the truth was very simple. He could have noticed a pattern in the copper puppet's movements after being trapped in the boss room for a long time, and made a guess out of it. Or he could have read the flow of mana inside the copper puppet when it operated. Magic power. It was mana. It was an unsolved problem that haunted Yeon-woo. Yeon-woo stared at the young man for some time. After mumbling for a while, he finally spat some words out. I saw it. You saw it? Yeah. There will be no this inserted audio clip if you buy the software license key or activation key. The threads of mana, surrounding the copper puppet. In the middle of the conversation, an idea crossed Yeon-woo's mind. So he immediately activated his draconic eyes. The pupils of his eyes sank deeply, and eyes resembling those of reptiles were revealed. Hub! The young man gasped in surprise. Vertical slit pupils rose under the white mask. It wasn't strange to be scared. Ignoring his reaction, Yeon-woo examined him from head to toes. Then he chuckled. Why did you put on this look? For a second, the young man flinched. What? The look you have right now? It's a disguise. The young man's face stiffened. Yeon-woo put more power into his draconic eyes. Then, a very small presence was revealed inside the dozens of flaws surrounding the young man. Are you around 10 years old? You're really young. Very small too. But it's too blurry to recognize your face. You're not a normal human, are you? The young man clenched his teeth and moved his hand towards the sword he had left on the floor. He was ready to pick it up if necessary. What are you planning to do with me? It was a sudden question. Yeon-woo tilted his head as he could not understand the situation. What do you mean? I said, what are you planning on doing with me? You? Why? That's because The young man was going to say something, but he managed to bite his tongue and shut his mouth. He was reluctant to say any more. Yeon-woo snorted at him. I know what you mean, but I don't care who you are or what you look like. Then, what I'm interested in is how you can see and handle mana. I'm just curious about the how. So, can you tell me? What? The young man opened his eyes widely. Yeon-woo nodded toward the exit. Of course I wouldn't ask you to tell me for free. I see you've been stuck here for quite some time. Then, I'll help you out. You can't get any food or attend to any business in here. How does that sound? It's not bad for you either, is it? The young man's eyes were filled with confusion. Everything he had said was just unbelievable. If there are other reasons you can't tell, or if you think it's not a fair trade, well, I can't help it. Yeon-woo thought it would be a great opportunity if he could learn how to handle mana from this young man. The ability to see mana. That meant that he had an extreme affinity to mana even amongst those who knew how to handle it. If Yeon-woo could acquire such ability, it would be very helpful for him in order to learn how to handle mana. Above all, even if it was a secret that he wasn't allowed to randomly pass on to others, it would be easy to dig it out from him since he was dealing with a child. As for the rest, it wasn't of his concern. Of course, if the young man used this as an opportunity to ask for something preposterous, he was going to immediately decline. Even if not now, he should still be able to find a way to handle mana later on. Seeing as no answer came from the young man, Yeon-woo took his attention off of him and turned around. It seems like you don't want to. Wait. Hold on for a second. Yeon-woo looked back at the young man. What's the matter? About what you were saying, is it true? You really don't know how to handle mana. I don't have any reason to lie, do I? No way. Are you saying you did that without mana? The young man looked around Yeon-woo with an incredulous look. Chunks of the broken copper puppet could be seen. A monster he had tried so hard to defeat with his teammates, but wouldn't even budge an inch. It was a puppet that survived through tons of skills and attacks without even a scratch. But Yeon-woo, with only a few attacks, had just destroyed the puppet and was now saying he didn't know how to handle mana. It was simply incomprehensible, it was beyond common sense. On the other hand, Yeon-woo also could not understand the young man. Well, I just did. The young man recalled a man from his hometown who once painted a wonderful landscape and said, "It's that easy." Chapter 9. Tutorial 7. Yeon-woo stared at the young man as if asking what was wrong with it. The young man seemed to have a lot to say, but he kept his mouth shut. He was thinking this was a chance. His only chance to get out of this awful place. His eyes then filled with determination. Okay. I'll help you. What do you want me to do? Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The young man presented himself as Yeol. Yeol. Yes, Yeol. Everyone calls me by that name. Yeon-woo noticed that it was an alias, but he didn't bother asking any more. After all, they would part ways after getting what they needed from each other. All right, Yeol. I'll open up a path, so follow right behind me. If you lag, I'm just gonna leave you there. Got it? And one more thing. Use honorifics when talking to me. I'm not gonna let you off just because you're a child. Yeol thought it was no longer necessary to act strong since he had already failed to conceal his age, so he answered with an okay. Still, as if his stubbornness ran in his blood, he didn't want to appear weak until the end. With his draconic eyes active, Yeon-woo took the lead and walked along the passage. Every time they advanced a certain distance, a copper puppet would come out and block their way. Taking the same posture as Yeon-woo, the puppets tried to attack them. But each time, Yeon-woo pushed them aside and stabbed the dagger into their flaws. Kwang! Whenever Yeon-woo brandished his dagger, one or two of the copper puppets' limbs popped into the air. Sometimes, broken fragments of their heads fell onto the floor. If until now he had been focusing on speed, now his focus changed to clashing head-on with the copper puppets and knocking them down. After switching to it, he realized this method was better. He was able to figure out some clues about new ways to use his senses with his now stronger muscles. During the whole time he was following Yeon-woo, Yeol couldn't hold his mouth from gaping. Whenever Yeon-woo swung his ordinary dagger, the monstrous copper puppets exploded into pieces. He was beginning to doubt whether they were the same puppets he had fought before. Then, Yeon-woo looked back at him. A look asking why he hadn't started speaking yet. Only then did Yeol came to his sense and opened his mouth. I don't know about you, but I can see mana inherently. Inherently. For a moment, Yeon-woo stopped walking and narrowed his eyes. Is this something related to your bloodline? It is similar. Cases like this were scarce on Earth, but could be often found in other worlds. Cases of individuals possessing some unique talent, or maybe even a supernatural power, were associated to genetic factors. They usually had an outstanding ancestor, and their abilities had been passed down to their descendants generation after generation. Then, the descendants would awaken their abilities during their lifetime, rise to prominence, and continue passing down their abilities to their offsprings. This was also the case for Yeol. The ability I inherited is something along the lines of affinity towards mana, which allows me to see, to feel, and to taste mana. That's how I found out that the copper puppets had sensors attached to them. Yeon-woo fell into a deep thought for a while. Isn't this similar to Jeong-woo? The trait his brother had, psychometry. To be able to communicate with everything, also meant that he could communicate with mana. Naturally, his brother didn't have any complication when feeling mana, unlike other people from Earth who commonly struggle with it. Rather, he could even handle mana very smoothly, as if he had just recovered something he had once lost. It was said that his teammates were appalled after seeing that. The reason why he was chosen by the ancient dragon Kalidas was all because of that characteristic of his. Because he could communicate with all things, it was possible for him to inherit the abilities of the dragon race that ordinary humans couldn't grasp. Therefore, the description of mana his brother had left in his diary was not very helpful to Yeon-woo. The whole concept was something Yeon-woo couldn't rely on, like a pie in the sky. The same went for Yeol. The bloodline inheritance and the awakening of abilities through traits, they both sounded the same to Yeon-woo. Technically, these two people can be classified as geniuses, which I am not. Yeon-woo was starting to think that the deal he had made with Yeol would end up being of little help to him. However, the next comment Yeol made caught Yeon-woo's attention. You can consider mana as some kind of river. Magic would be the water drawn from the river to a reservoir. Yeon-woo repeated to himself in a low voice. A reservoir. Something kept hovering in his head and jumbled up his thoughts. In the meantime, Yeon-woo had already defeated the last remaining copper puppet and was approaching the iron gate leading to Section B. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. You have successfully cleared Section A as a solo player. You have made an achievement that is not easily accomplished. Additional karma will be provided. You have acquired 500 karma. You have acquired 300 additional karma. Your health and mana will be restored. All status effects will be removed. Fortunately, we weren't recognized as a team. Looking at the pile of messages, Yeon-woo cracked a slight smile. The interface system marked everything as Yeon-woo's achievements, presumably because the copper puppets were taken care of by Yeon-woo without any help from Yeol whatsoever. I got 800 points from that. In the tower, the concept of karma was very important. Karma, a scoring system given according to a player's achievements. The tower and the guardians provided rewards based on karma, and it was also used as a currency amongst players and could be traded for other items. Basically, it was something that every player had to do their best to gather as much as possible throughout the tower. But Yeon-woo, who had just passed Section A of the tutorial, had already gained this much karma. Others would be shocked if they knew it. It's not enough yet, I need to accumulate more. As much as possible. Yeon-woo closed the karma window, and stepped into the waiting room of Section B. A refreshing air entered his lungs. Who's that guy? What's up with his mask? He just passed Section A, right? What? At a time like this? Hold on, where are the other guys? Is he alone? Beyond the Iron Gate, there were about a dozen people looking at his direction in amazement. It was surprising that there were still participants attempting to pass even after 2 weeks from when the tutorial started. It was a common knowledge that people entering the tower this time around, would usually wait for the next round instead of barging in the middle. But what surprised them even more was that it was only one person that opened the Iron Gate and entered Section B. They wondered if he had broken through the vicious Section A on his own. What are you doing? Aren't you coming in? Yeon-woo said as he looked back. Then, Yeol crossed the Iron Gate in disbelief. His faintly trembling lips muttered in a low voice. Finally, I'm out. It was a voice mixed with several emotions. You have entered Section B. The waiting room in Section B was quite large. The room was shaped like a dome and it seemed large enough to accommodate thousands of people. There were quite a number of people inside the waiting room, and each of them was doing something different. Some were sharpening their swords with whetstones, and some were doing some warm-up exercises. There were also some sleeping in one corner, while others were seriously injured with amputated limbs. Excluding Yeol, they were the first people he met since arriving at the tower. But Yeon-woo ignored all the glances they were throwing at him. Because they're all dropouts. They were those who couldn't think of moving forward anymore after barely passing through the grisly Section A. Every one of them had given up on the challenges and were waiting for the 30 days time limit to end. Unlike its definition of user's instructions, the tutorial is a dangerous place where players can actually die if they don't pull themselves together. There were a lot of people in the waiting room of Section B who had managed to overcome the dangers but found themselves disheartened. They had lost their companions and their loved ones in front of their eyes, and succumbed to the fear of death. Even I would be tired too. The tutorial becomes more and more difficult as players continue to progress. Of course, it was inevitable that many players would decide to drop out, so if he paid too much attention to them it would only make him distracted. Yeon-woo moved to a vacant area. Fortunately, he was able to find a bench with no one nearby. Then he called Yeol, who was standing nailed to the spot. Yeol. Hey? Yes. He was glaring at one side with blazing eyes. Then, he got startled and turned to Yeon-woo. Let's finish our talk first. Ah, yes. Yeol gave one more angry look to that side, and quickly approached Yeon-woo and sat down opposite to him. Yeon-woo glanced towards where Yeol had been looking. 4 players were gathered around that place. They had a stern look on their faces. Are they your teammates? They were. But not anymore. Yeol's expression was cold. They had left him at the jaws of death. It was natural to be angry. But Yeol didn't seem to want to get involved with them anymore. Trash is only a trash, and it won't do any good to get tied up with a trash. Yeon-woo was quite fond of that kind of attitude. There's a fine line between revenge and foolhardiness. Knowing to differentiate objectively between them meant that he had a lot of room for growth. Where was I? Mana stream, or whatever. Oh, about that. To his surprise, Yeol knew a lot about mana. To be exact, he knew a lot about the theory. In most cases, those who had inherited magical abilities were often weak with theory, but Yeol said he was forced to study them from an early age because of his family's policies. Thanks to him, Yeon-woo was able to roughly conceptualize magic and mana. It was still hard to understand most of the theory. But as things were beginning to take shape in his mind, it made it possible for him to take in, to a certain extent, what Jeong-woo had written in his diary. So. Yes. I got a rough idea of what mana is, but if I can't use it, it's completely useless. What's an easy way to handle, use mana? Well. Yeol scratched the back of the head. I don't really know. It feels refreshing, I guess. In fact, I've been able to handle it from the start, so it's hard to explain how. Is that so? Well, it is what it is. Yeon-woo nodded as if he already knew it. He had already guessed it since he felt Yeol was similar to his brother. But that didn't mean that there was no progress at all. At least he was able to relieve the vague feeling he had. That alone was a great harvest. He hadn't lost anything from the deal since he only needed to bring Yeol along with him to Section B, which was where he was headed to anyway. Then I'll take my leave here. You're going to wait for the tutorial to end and then go back, right? Yes? Yes. Yeol seemed to have something to say as he saw Yeon-woo rising from his seat, but he just silently nodded. Even if he wanted to get to the tower, only those who attained the highest scores during the tutorial were eligible to enter, so there was no way he could. Still, Yeol showed a slightly regretful face. Yeon-woo, however, turned his back, only leaving him a short goodbye. He had only passed Section A. There were still 5 sections remaining until Section F, so it was necessary to quickly narrow the gap between him and the frontrunners, and make up for the time lost. It was at that moment, when Yeon-woo was about to take his leave, when he suddenly saw 4 players headed towards his direction. They were the group that had abandoned Yeol. Chapter 10. Tutorial 8. Yeol. A man stepped forward. The man appeared to be their leader. A handsome figure with a strong physique. He was a swordsman carrying a big sword on his waist. Yeol looked at them with a curl on his lips. What is it? Do we still have things to talk about? How did you? I don't need to tell you how I got out from there now, do I? The man couldn't say anything. His eyes were filled with confusion. The teammate who had only been a burden and therefore was left behind in the middle of the boss room, had now come back alive. He didn't know what to make of this situation. Yeol didn't hide his hostility towards them. Yet, he wasn't stupid enough to reveal his murderous intent. Even though he was seething with anger, he knew that in this world power dictates everything. And Yeol did not have the power to take revenge on them for now. Ignoring them was the right answer. I don't know what you're going to say, but please, fuck off. I know you don't even want to see me, cause just looking at you also makes me sick. So let's just pretend we don't know each other until the tutorial is over. As you know, I don't have any power to do anything to you guys anyway, do I? But despite his rambling, the 4 of them just stood there hesitating. They showed no sign of leaving Yeol alone. Rather, they were busy looking at each other. What the hell are you guys waiting for? Yeol scowled at them as his patience ran out. At last, prompted by the glares of the other 3, the leader bit his lower lip and suddenly bent his waist. By any means possible, we want to apologize for what happened before. Yeol's expression became completely distorted. What is this bullshit? And also, I have a favor to ask you. A favor? What happened at that time, would you keep it a secret? What? We're going to sorry, I can't tell you the details, but what happened between us, please don't talk about it with anyone else. We're begging you. The other three also bowed down. Please do us this favor. Yeol, please. For old time's sake, think of what we used to be. Yeol kept his mouth shut. Watching them bowing down, Yeol could still remember the incident playing like a video in his head. In the boss room, where their team had struggled several days to pass through, Yeol was told that he was useless and was cast as a bait. He begged them, asking how could they do this to him, and cried out for help, but they didn't even think of looking back and ruthlessly went on their way. When he first met them in the waiting room of Section A, he thought he had met some really nice teammates. They were all polite, and they were quite skilled. And although he had been repeatedly warned by the elders of his family that the tower was a dangerous world, they were people who had made him think otherwise. But such expectations were shattered. I don't know what the hell you're talking about, but get the hell out of here. I don't want to see your faces anymore. Then Yeol quickly turned his back. The leader was vexed and bit his lower lip. This won't do. If I leave things go like this, the opportunity might vanish into thin air. Their leader, Kane, had some complicated feelings inside. Just as they got out of Section A, he had thought his hellish life was finally over. Although the fact that they had thrown Yeol as a bait to divert the copper doll's attention troubled him, he thought of it as an inevitable sacrifice in order to save more lives. Most importantly, Yeol's ability simply allowed him to read the flow of mana. He wasn't playing a big part in the raid, so even if he dropped out, it wouldn't have much of an impact on the team's strength. In fact, he believed that things were fine as long as he could save more people at the expense of Yeol's sacrifice. So Kane led his teammates forward and went directly to find the man in the waiting room of Section B. Build. It was the name of the player who had tried to recruit them before the tutorial had started. We're called Orangdan. You guys, I like the look in your eyes. Usually, people with that kind of look show great prospects. Come with us. I'll be at the waiting room of Section B, come find me anytime if you want to join us. At first, they thought he was some kind of freak and didn't think much of him. But they found out much later, that Orangdan was a big name in the tutorial. It was the top clan that had been practically dominating the tutorial for a long time. Apparently, Orangdan had some connections in the tower, or that's what he had heard. Orangdan was like a vigilante group, formed to prevent chaos within the tutorial. They tried to prevent all kinds of tricks and cheats, and create a stage where players could play fair and square. As a result, the selection of their members was strictly managed. Everything was carefully and meticulously examined, whether the volunteer had done any bad deed, whether they had attempted to threaten or rob an ordinary person, and so on. As such, for Kane and his party the sudden return of Yeol was like a bolt out of the blue. Damn it, if Yeol spills the secret somewhere. He was supposed to meet with Build this evening. Kane's group had already mentioned that Yeol voluntarily sacrificed himself in order to save them. But what if he spoiled their plan? Everything would be over. There's a rumor that Orangdan is under direct control of a giant guild in the tower. If we lose their favor now, we'll be in real trouble. Rumors said that Orangdan was specifically created by a clan in the tower in order to find potential recruits for their clan. Kane didn't want to miss this opportunity. But despite their apology, Yeol seemed to be not listening at all. He turned his back on them as if he didn't want to see them. If I just... Then Kane gritted his teeth. His eyes were full of malice. It was only hard to betray for the first time. It wasn't hard for the second time. Kane signaled his teammates with his eyes. It meant to cover him from outside exposure. Fortunately for him, no one was looking at this corner of the room. It's easy to get rid of the corpse. Build doesn't know Yeol's face anyway. Attributing the cause of death to the damage suffered in the boss room will be enough. His teammates were puzzled and worried about whether they should go this far, but they had no choice but to take action, as Kane continued to signal them. And then, Cain carefully moved his hand towards the handle of his sword. He was going to finish this quickly. However, it is said that there is a clan in the tutorial that directly belongs to Jeong-woo, named Orangdan, and that Jeong-woo tends to recruit newbies from Orangdan. But they're so particular about recruiting that they only want spotless people. Even if they themselves aren't. What? Quaok. The sudden voice that came from behind startled Cain. He tried to pull his sword out, but instead, let out a scream. A terrible pain reverberated across his arm. His right hand fell down on the floor, dripping with blood. My hand! My hand! Cain screamed as he held onto his right wrist. Only then did Yeol notice something strange and quickly looked back. With eyes filled with confusion, the other teammates also drew their swords and pointed them towards their back. There stood Yeon-woo, shaking off the blood from his dagger. If you have the malice to go after someone else's back, of course you should be prepared to lose one of your hands. Asterisk? Asterisk? Asterisk. Underneath the mask, Yeon-woo was slightly frowning. Why did I get myself involved in this shit? There will be no this inserted audio clip if you buy the software license key or activation key. I feel like crap now. Originally, he should have ignored it and moved straight on to section B. But for some reason, his feet didn't move from the spot. It was because the image of Yeol was kept appearing in his head. To be precise, it was the image of Yeol being betrayed by his teammates. Betrayal. Yeol's face kept overlapping with someone he knew. It was his brother who had been backstabbed by his teammates. Yeol was in the same box. And the ones who had betrayed him once, even went out of their way to find Yeol again. What did this mean? Usually in cases like this, people were afraid of leaving behind a weakness that could be exploited. Yeon-woo knew this too well. That's why he stayed behind just to see what they were doing, and ended up witnessing such a filthy and dirty sight. In his mind, he wanted to rinse his eyes with running water. My hand! My hand! You son of a bitch! How dare you! Cain cried out as he grabbed his severed right hand and his face contorted. He stared at Yeon-woo with a menacing look. I'm going to kill you! His other teammates were also pointing their swords at Yeon-woo. But they couldn't think of rushing in. No one had noticed what happened until they saw Cain's hand flying. He's an expert. Cold sweat streamed down their backs. They knew that Yeon-woo was the one who saved Yeol, but they thought he only happened to help him on his way. And even if he helped Yeol fight them, they thought they could easily take him down with numbers. But they were wrong. Yeon-woo gave an indifferent smile. Try as hard as you can. You bastard! Cain bolted forward with eyes filled with madness. He drew his sword with his left hand and swung it towards Yeon-woo's neck. Cain! His teammates called out his name in surprise. They weren't sure how skilled Yeon-woo was, and if he clashed with Yeon-woo right now, their admission to Orangdan could end up being sabotaged. But none of their words reached Cain's ears. He was lost in revenge. Yeon-woo strode forward. He was thinking of how to deal with these guys. They were the kind who had no qualms when putting a knife on someone else's back, but can't stand when they're the one being stabbed. He was definitely feeling shitty. Pat! Yeon-woo dodged the sword coming for his head and moved to Cain's back. He stretched out his arm and wrapped it around Cain's arm. All in a split second. Then he lightly twisted Cain's arm in a backward direction. Crack! Cain's left arm bent in a strange angle. Quaok! Not caring about his cries, Yeon-woo did a flip with his arm still wrapped around him and climbed onto Cain's shoulder. It was a shrewd move just like a cat's. Then, with a hard motion of his foot, he broke Cain's shoulder. Crunch! Auk! Aok! Cain! Why, you son of a bitch! Let him go! Clang! The sword fell down helplessly to the floor. Cain couldn't withstand the pain and knelt down on the ground. In the meantime, his teammates still couldn't approach him. Yeon-woo was too nimble, and he was riding on Kane's shoulders. Yeon-woo twisted Kane's bizarrely bent arm behind his back, placed one foot over his spine and put his weight on it. He was threatening to destroy Kane's back if they approached any closer. Kayag. Karen's eyes were bloodshot as if they were going to pop out at any moment. Come at me now. I'll make sure he will never be able to walk again. Underneath the mask, Yeon-woo's eyes shimmered with a cold glow. Chapter 11. Tutorial 9. The moment they met Yeon-woo's fierce eyes, Kane's teammates froze in place. Just looking at his eyes that seemed devoid of emotion made their legs tremble involuntarily. Why are you doing this? You have nothing to do with this guy. Why are you interrupting us? One of them gathered up his courage and shouted at Yeon-woo. Players usually did not to interfere with each other's business. It was an unwritten rule in tutorial. They all had different standings and different circumstances around their troubles. And dislike towards other people meddling in their affairs was a common characteristic between players with strong personal tendencies. So technically, Yeon-woo had no reason to intervene in the matter. But Yeon-woo bluntly said, I don't like it. What? I said I don't like it. Do you have any problem with that? Yeon-woo sneered at them. You guys are doing whatever you please, so who says I can't? They wanted to scream against such nonsense. But the menacing eyes floating behind the mask made them unable to say anything anymore. They had a hunch that they might get into a huge mess if they went on like this. Yeon-woo spoke. Put your weapons down. Crack. Aak. Put them down. Do it. Throw it away. Please. Eventually, Kane couldn't hold it any longer and started to scream. The three began to abandon their weapons one by one while looking at each other. Clang clang. Oh okay now, let Kane go. One of them said in a trembling voice, as he stayed on alert against Yeon-woo. At that moment. Sneer. Idiots. Yeon-woo gave them a sneer and pressed his foot harder, breaking Kane's spine. Kong. Kane's eyes rolled back, as he dropped down on the floor. He was still breathing, but it was clear he couldn't move his limbs anymore. That's different from what you promised. Ok. One of shouted as his face turned pale and gasped in surprise. Before he knew it, Yeon-woo had already thrown a dagger at him. He barely managed to strike the dagger. In the meantime, Yeon-woo quickly approached him and smacked his throat with knife hand strike. Yeon-woo then darted close to him, smashed his chest with his elbow, struck his sternum with his knee, and punched his stomach. Quang! Crunch! His muscles were ruptured and all the struck bones were destroyed, accompanied by an air-bursting sound. His jaw was crushed, and 3 or 4 teeth were chipped. Drib! In the end, he collapsed on the floor covered in blood. He was barely gasping for air. He looked like he could completely stop breathing at any time. I'm gonna kill you. Just die already. At that moment, the other 2 people ran from behind Yeon-woo and swung their swords towards his neck and waist. It was their last-ditch effort. 2 of their teammates had collapsed without inflicting any damage. There was no chance of running away, so at the very least, they tried to oppose some resistance. Yeon-woo lowered himself close to ground to avoid the attacks and simultaneously drew his dagger from his waist and slashed in front of him. Shlook shlook. Waak. Aak. My foot. The 2 dropped onto the floor as their Achilles tendons and arteries were cut. And then. Puck puck. As a fist flew towards their faces, their 2 heads were completely knocked backwards. Gurgle. Their mouths were full of foam mixed with blood. Yeol's jaw dropped as he watched the situation. Everything happened so fast. Even though unsightly, they still were players who had somehow passed Section A on their own. But Yeon-woo crushed not just 2, but 4 of them at once. He knew Yeon-woo was strong, but he didn't think he would be so overwhelming. The four seemed unable to make a comeback any longer, unless someone took them to a high priest, or brought them a superior healing potion. If they were to be left like this, they might die or end up crippled for the rest of their lives. It had to be either one of these two, the latter being more likely. Yeol felt so much relief, not because they were dead, but because they had to live like that until they died. So he wanted to express his gratitude. Yeon-woo was calm and composed as if he had just gone for a stroll. He shook off some of the blood from his dagger, roughly put it around his waist and looked back at Yeol. "You're drooling." Yeol hastily wiped around his mouth with his sleeve. Chuckle. Just now, Yeol had just heard Yeon-woo laughing. Yeol raised his head with his eyes wide open. He had been wearing a mask and his eyes had been dull up until now, so Yeol had thought he didn't have any emotion. He had heard a few sneers, but he had never heard Yeon-woo's real laugh. But Yeon-woo turned his back as if nothing happened. "Take care of yourself. Watch out for other people from now on." Wait." Without thinking, Yeol called out for Yeon-woo. But Yeon-woo just went his own way without looking back. So Yeol urgently shouted, Thank you. Hyung. Someday I'm gonna be like you." Yeol thought to himself that he wanted to get rid of his weak self and become strong like this person. Suddenly, Yeon-woo stopped for a moment and turned his head back. Yeol flinched for a moment, wondering if he had made a mistake. "Try going to the Frisia garden." "Pardon. It'll be quite helpful to you." Yeon-woo just left these words behind and waved goodbye without saying anything else. Yeol stood there for a moment with a blank expression, but soon got a grasp of what he meant and clenched his fists. Frisia garden, was it? As if he had made a pledge to himself, he turned his gaze to another side of the room. Asterisk. Oh! Would you look at that? In a place with a lot of dropouts, a man who had been crouching in one corner and yawning from time to time, exclaimed with admiration. Disheveled hair, rustic clothes, and a fishy look. He wasn't a person who left a strong impression on others. But his look completely changed once he found something interesting near the gate. It was like the look of a kid who had found a fun toy. Hey! Stop sleeping and get up. Hyum. You won't even let me sleep. So, what is it? The young man with disheveled hair kicked the boy who was tossing and turning. Then the young boy with a baby-faced look got up and made a slight frown as he rubbed his eyes. Bedhead and sleepy eyes. However, he had a pretty face that would make anyone stand in awe. If it weren't for his Adam's apple, people would have believed he was a girl. Did you see that? See what? Well, the guys who were boasting about their admission to Orangdan, they just got beaten up. Hyum. The boy yawned. What's wrong with that? We expected it would happen since they went around being haughty about it. I knew they'd get beaten up someday. And hey, they weren't all that great. The boy was about to say this, but as the young man added the next sentence, he could only stare at him wide-eyed. They were beaten up by a single guy. Hey! His sleepy eye suddenly flashed. All by one guy. Yup. I think he passed Section A all by himself too. The boy gave a small exclamation saying oh, and put on a timid smile as he looked at the gate leading to Section A. It was such a cute smile that would even make men's heart flutter. Really? At a time like this? That's great. I thought there would be no more people. But that cane or whatever was pretty good. Then the boy cutely tilted his head. But you said the guy just screwed with Orangdan, so Chong-a-wei is gonna go nuts about it, right? The young man gave a wicked laughter. To be exact, they were just candidates. Hee. But still, I came here without expecting much, but now I've seen something fun right from the start. So, what do you think? What? About making him our team member? Don't you think he is okay? Playing solo means he doesn't belong to any other team yet. I don't think there will be anyone else like this. Well, I'm not convinced yet. It's too bothersome to clash with Chong-woo. Ha! Since when did you care about that? He he. That's true. In any case. Just to check him out again, should we go after him? Hyung, that's a bad habit. So? You're not coming. The boy puffed out his cheeks in response to the young man's question. I didn't say no. Then, he timidly smiled. Don't you know I like this kind of stuff a lot more than you do? Hee hee. Asterisk. He said, thank you. Yeon-woo chuckled as he recalled to Yeol's words. He had a long way to go, but he didn't mind this kind of little connection just for some refreshment. Moreover, he had peeked into Yeol's bloodline ability with his draconic eyes. He was an enchanter. It's an ability that lets him imbue a person or equipment with mana. I didn't think I would see this kind of thing here. Chuckle. He felt drawn to such a unique ability that was hard to find even in the tower. If I could keep him close to me, it would be of big help in the future. Of course, that's only if he can get through here safely. Yeon-woo couldn't erase the smile from his face every time he recalled Yeol's earnest look. By the way, Yeon-woo stopped and looked around for a moment. Where is the passage that leads to Section B? He didn't know if it was because of the fight with the Kane's group, but he could feel the players around looking at him. He ignored them and passed through the center of the waiting room. At the end of the wall on his right side, 4 doors stood in a row. As he walked past a yellow line which meant the starting zone of Section B, a message automatically popped up on his retina. The challenge of Section B will begin. Section B has a total of 4 passages. Select one door and clear the passage. At the end of huge vacant lot laid 4 doors in a straight line. Each one of them was the same in size and shape, but had a different in color. I'm going to choose white, blue, red and black. Black. Yeon-woo scanned through each door and headed towards the door at the far right without any hesitation. The waiting room in Section B was definitely a place full of dropouts. But I can't give up like them. I already promised with my friends to get out of here safely. I'm not the only one who's having hard time in here, so I can't back out. Instead, I was instructed to select one out of 4 doors, so I did. But later, I regretted my decision. Jeong-woo's choice was blue. Each door was designed to guide the players to a different room with a set difficulty level. The further to the right, the more difficult it would be. His brother had chosen the second easiest door. Section A had already been too hard, therefore he and his teammates decided to choose a relatively easier door in order to take a breather. But after a long time, when he was already somewhat settled in the tower and learned about the secrets of the tutorial, he regretted the choice he had made in Section B. The rewards differed depending on the color of the door selected in Section B. Behind the black door, also known as the black route, there are white mosses and cannibals waiting inside. Section A only tested the player's physical performance. But it was little bit different in Section B. It required something else. Judgment, cognition, attention, concentration, determination, etc. Their decision-making, thoughts and course of action that different players make when faced with the same environment. Even how much they knew about the situation they were in. And finally, the ability to find the hidden pieces that the Guardians had concealed as if it was a treasure hunt, relying on the abilities mentioned above. I must get my hands on Bathory's vampiric sword here. As Yeon-woo recalled the location of hidden piece in Section B, he slowly placed his hand on the black door. Chapter 12. Black Route, 1. You have entered the Black Route. Safely go across the pond and reach the opposite side. Yeon-woo wiped some of the blood from his dagger and placed it back next to his waist. Maybe because he hadn't experienced any bloodshed for a while, he now felt like his whole body was burning with excitement. It was useful to some degree. Although it was just a clash against some small fry, it had been worth the try. Clearly, Yeon-woo was still lacking in some departments, be it in terms of skills or abilities. Experience. The experience of going through life or death situations on the battlefield, the instincts taught by those very ordeals, and the determination required. Those were never easy to come by. Yeon-woo had an accurate grasp of his strengths and weaknesses. Skill and ability are areas I can catch up on. I don't need to be in a hurry. I just have to continue advancing as I've been doing up till now. I am not wrong. Yeon-woo took a look around while organizing his thoughts. So this is the Black Route, the hardest difficulty. The Black Route had a very simple layout. Along the wide cavity, there was a huge pond. Are you telling me to get through here? The pond stretched over the long curvy cavity. It seemed the goal was to swim across this pond. Pond of heavyweight water. The pond is made of water that giant Mimir accidentally spilled while transporting. No ordinary life form can live in this pond. Yeon-woo leaned down and dipped his hand in the water. It did not feel like normal water at all. It was rather dense. Just to make sure, he threw in a small stone he found lying around his feet. The stone quickly crumbled apart and sank beneath the pond. Just as I thought. Yeon-woo drew his brows together. It's not ordinary water. It wasn't a lie to call it heavyweight water. Was it named after its heaviness? It was so high in density and pressure that it could not be compared to normal water. If an average person were to dive in, they would be crushed flat. Even if the body could withstand the pressure, their stamina wouldn't last long. They wouldn't even be able to rely on buoyancy to float on this water. If I try to swim across without knowing the pond's depth and width, I'll be dead soon. I don't even know what's inside. Yeon-woo concentrated on the line. No ordinary life form can live in this pond in the information window. In other words, extraordinary life forms could be living inside. Even if not, at the very least, there should be some sort of trap set up underneath the surface. Yeon-woo didn't jump the gun. Instead, it must be here somewhere. He carefully scanned the walls of the path leading to the pond. Draconic eyes. Dozens of flaws were drawn along the walls. Yeon-woo found a spot where the flaws were all tangled up and pressed it with his hands. Clank. In that moment, he noticed the wall sliding inwards. Rumble. The wall stirred up a cloud of dust as it began to turn sideways. Then it stopped with a thunk, and a new staircase heading downwards emerged. There we go. A little smile flickered on Yeon-woo's face. It was the hidden piece buried in the Black Route, the fourth difficulty. It was the place where Bathory's vampiric sword was hidden. You have entered the dungeon. You have found the hidden piece, Room of Frost and Flame. You have acquired 300 karma. Yeon-woo ignored the pleasant sounds in his head and descended into the dungeon. The spiral staircase led to somewhere deep inside. Perhaps because it was a deep cave, from some point onwards the light was cut off and the staircase was no longer visible. However, Yeon-woo did not worry too much. Sense strengthening, 17.8%. Thanks to his high skill proficiency, which had once again increased by nearly 3% after clearing the boss room in Section A, it was now possible for him to recognize the surroundings through different senses without having to concentrate on his eyesight. No, it was possible to take in more information by doing this, rather than by relying on just his eyes. The surrounding sounds, the terrain's layout, his own movements. Everything was felt as it was. There was no blind spot. What's more, had it been just a few days ago, he would have had to consciously concentrate on maintaining his skill active, but now he was so used to it that he could have it constantly active without having to pay much attention. It could be said that his active skill had turned into a passive skill. Thanks to this, Yeon-woo was able to move through the dungeon without any difficulties. Who knows how far down he had gone? Soon after, a piercing wind blew from inside. Whistle. The stairs came to an end and a new cave appeared. Found it. The cave was full of a white-colored moss along the walls. White moss. A type of moss that bears the essence of the moon. It can cause illness if eaten. It doesn't taste good either. The explanation was as simple as it could be. But Yeon-woo was well aware of the hidden effect of the white moss. It was only later that I discovered that as difficult as the black root was, it also had many different solutions. One of the solutions was white moss. The white moss was a substance full of moon essence. Many animals feed on this as their staple. However, it does not suit human constitution, so even if one eats it, the body cannot absorb the energy and often gets sick. So, players who somehow managed to find dungeons usually avoided white moss. Therefore, players who chose the black root often turned back soon after finding this cave. Because there was no light, they couldn't even see their hand in front of their face, and the cave was worthlessly long and full of useless things. No one wanted to waste their time in a place like this when they were busy moving forward. Even Yeon-woo's brother didn't know about the secret this place held until very long after. However, I learned about it after hearing it from my close friend from the Yeondan family. That white moss is a kind of material, and there is a unique way of consuming it. White moss is too fragile. Because it's thin, it just melts when ingested. However, Yeon-woo stopped thinking and turned his eyes towards the sound coming from somewhere. Ki-gijek. Gijek. Something stuck its head out through the white moss out of a sudden. It was a centipede as big as person's forearm. Its reddish exoskeleton seemed pretty hard. Red Ogong. A centipede that feeds on white moss. Because it dwells in aquatic caverns, its eyes have atrophied and has developed other senses. Sometimes it prefers meat over moss. Caw. As if thinking the intruder was after its food, the centipede moved its dozens of legs and approached Yeon-woo at a furious speed. It crawled down from the ceiling along the wall. It was a scene that would make any ordinary person feel both surprised and disgusted. Yeon-woo, however, stepped forward. Insects and beasts that eat white moss as their staple have evolved to artificially radiate heat in order to absorb the moon essence. There will be no this inserted audio clip if you buy the software license key or activation key. And that kind of heat emanates from their heart, which contains the fire property. He felt the touch of the dagger with his fingertips. On the other hand, white moss property is water. If you consume both heart and moss at the same time, the two properties will synergize with each other and become an elixir that hardens the bones and muscles. Numerous elixirs exist in the tower. Some can augment magic power, and some affect certain stats or properties. Among them, Yeon-woo went for the elixir that would help him nourish his bones and muscles. The human body is too weak. It easily falls ill, breaks, and tears. But the combination of white moss and the heart of a fire property beast can transmute such body. It could make bones much stronger, muscles much sturdier. It could transform one's body into one more suitable for combat. Pat. Yeon-woo bolted forward, throwing the dagger he held in his hand. The dagger penetrated the hard armor of the red Okong, splashing blood and body fluids. Keek. The centipede expressed anger and twisted its body as it spread its forcipules. Rumble. The ground under the centipede caved in as it crawled over it. Flame monster has appeared. Hidden quest / Frost and Flame. Content: the room of Frost and Flame is filled with unique monsters that feed on white moss. If they come out of the dungeon, the outer ecosystem could be thrown into chaos. Hunt down as many monsters as you can. Reward: rewards will be given according to the number of monsters hunted. 100 or more, 100 karma. 300 or more, 300 karma. 500 or more, 500 karma, and additional rewards according to achievement. Over 1000? It's up. The Room of Frost and Flame had one more advantage besides the benefit of obtaining Bathory's vampiric sword and toughening up the body. According to the number of monsters hunted, additional karma could be obtained, and there were also additional rewards if the number exceeded 500. The more he hunted, the stronger his body would become, and he would also hoard karma and rewards. It was basically a treasure trove. No matter how I have to win the reward for hunting 1,000 monsters. Pat. Yeon-woo chose not to engage head-on. Instead, he quickly shifted his body sideways and narrowly avoided the attack. Kwang. In the spot where the red ogong rammed its head, some rocks were being crushed by its forcipules. The monsters here are very strong. Even with this stronger body I honed in Section A, they're not easy to kill. It will be really dangerous if I let them crush from the front. As soon as Yeon-woo finished measuring up the red ogong, he aimed for its trunk. However, tang. Yup, it's hard. Too hard. The dagger bounced off of its surface, leaving behind only a scratch. But even that was enough to aggravate red ogong, so it squirmed its body to catch Yeon-woo with its forcipules. Once again, Yeon-woo narrowly avoided its attack and continued racking his brain. A cloud of dust rose up as a deep pit had been created in the place where he had been standing. Normal attacks won't do any harm to it. The exoskeleton is too sturdy. The dagger I just threw pierced its skin by luck, but it's too shallow. It's not enough to weaken it. However, he could not let this battle turn into a war of attrition. He didn't know how much health the red ogong had, and this was still just the entrance of the dungeon. Due to not knowing how deep the dungeon was, he had to end the battle as quickly as possible. Kwang. Once again, the red ogong rammed its head towards the spot where Yeon-woo was standing. Kiek. Chapter 13. Black Root, 2. Maybe because it was annoyed by Yeon-woo repeatedly going back and forth while dodging, the red ogong let out a sharp cry. Ta dog. Weak point. Where is its weak point? Yeon-woo got on the red ogong's nerves as he kept circling around it. Thanks to the dexterity and health stats he had accumulated in Section A, he didn't have to worry about being slowed down or getting exhausted anymore. Occasionally, he would also catch the red ogong off guard. There were some places where its flesh was exposed. Right where a segment of its shell connected with another. Yeon-woo stabbed and sliced its joints, and then jumped back out. Kya. As he repeated this procedure, the floor gradually filled with the red ogong's blood and body fluids. However, the red ogong didn't get exhausted. On the contrary, it was becoming more furious and more ferocious. There is a tremendous disparity between clearing traps and slaying monsters. I just have to figure out the correct strategy. Unlike traps that only needed to be avoided, monsters needed to be hunted. He had to deal with a predator that was trying to eat him. Seen from a distance, it was not much different from his experience in Africa. After all, a life is just a life, and that applies to monsters too. There should be some kind of weakness. Wait, weakness. Then an idea flashed across Yeon-woo's head. Draconic eyes. As the black pupils in his eyes sank and expanded, his now black and white vision was focused on the red ogong. Everything he saw was now composed of only black lines, just like a drawing sketch, only the monster's contour was shown. However, a few fine lines of flaws could be seen mixed among the black ones. Then, with his eyes, he tracked the point where the flaws converged. There it is. It was a spot in the exoskeleton right between its head and neck. If it were a human, that would be its cervical spine. Why did he never think of using his draconic eyes on living creatures? That was most likely because he had always been using it on inanimate objects, so he had thought that there was a limit to it. But now that he realized it, things weren't as bad as they appeared to be. So he continued examining red ogong's movements with his draconic eyes. Of course, finding its weakness did not instantly turn his situation into an easy hunt. It still didn't take away the speed, fierceness, and strength of the red ogong. Most importantly, unlike inanimate objects, the red ogong's weak point was in constant, fast-paced movement. Pinpointing that small spot and accurately stabbing it wasn't an easy task. The short duration of draconic eyes also added to the problem. Kwang. Yeon-woo strengthened all of his senses as he tried to keep distance from where the dust produced by the debris was rising. He wanted to examine the movements of the red ogong in more detail. Kiki kick. The red ogong did a big turn and rushed down the concave wall. Yeon-woo ran to its left side, aiming for the moment the red ogong would raise its mouth and roar. Now! Pat! Yeon-woo's feet kicked the ground as he darted out. The red ogong clattered its forcipules as it thought the food that had been getting on its nerves had finally gone mad. Its dozens of feet moved, charging towards Yeon-woo like a renal. As soon as Yeon-woo avoided its head, he slapped its shell with his left hand, propelling himself high into the air and climbed onto its neck. He held the dagger backwards, and then stabbed it into its weak spot. Pug. Draconic Eye's skill proficiency has increased 2.4%. You have learned to strike into the opponent's flaws. Spurt. Blood poured out like a fountain. That spot had probably contained an artery. The amount of blood that was gushing out could not be compared to what had been spilled so far. However, the dagger was stuck midway through and did not go any deeper. Just before reaching its weak point, it bumped into something hard and wouldn't pierce further. An inner shell. Yeon-woo's face turned stern. He didn't know there was still another shell protecting its weakness beneath the outer shell. His draconic eyes didn't catch such detail. Sensing the danger, Yeon-woo tried to get away from the red ogong. Swish! Before he knew it, the tail of the red ogong was flying towards him like a whip. Pug! Yeon-woo crossed his arms to protect his upper body as much as possible. With a crushing impact, his body bounced backwards and crashed hard into the wall. Kug! Yeon-woo spat out a mouthful of blood. His body felt like it was going to shatter into pieces. He couldn't think straight because of dizziness. Horrendous pain overcomes your body. You have been afflicted with stun. You have severe internal injuries. You have been afflicted with shock. Red ogong's body fluid has seeped into your body. You have been afflicted with poison. Yeon-woo, however, gritted his teeth and quickly checked on his physical condition using his strengthened senses. 4 broken ribs, 2 fractures in the spine. Vein in left thigh is ruptured. Achilles tendon in right ankle is torn. There was no doubt that he shouldn't be able to move an inch due to the seriousness of his injuries. The red ogong took the opportunity to charge towards him with the speed of an arrow. Its forcipules were right in front of his face. But even in such crisis, Yeon-woo managed to assess the best course of action based on his current situation. In that brief moment, your trait cold-blooded has helped you maintain composure. The status effect stun has been removed. You have developed resistance to pain. The status effect shock has been removed. You have developed resistance to impact. The status effect poison has been removed. You have developed resistance to poison. The skill physical resistance has been created. You have shown great presence of mind in any given situation. You have attained deep enlightenment in regards to perseverance and an indomitable will. The skill combat will has been created. Messages notified him that 2 new skills had been created. But Yeon-woo couldn't afford to check his new skills. Still, he could tell what the skills were about by just looking at their names. In that instant, the terrible pain greatly subsided. Furthermore, his consciousness also became clearer and he was now more capable of thinking and making decisions. He felt as if time had slowed down for a brief moment. Thought acceleration. Thanks to this, Yeon-woo was able to assess a number of actions he could take before the red ogong reached him. And he finally chose one of them. At that moment, keek! The forcipules were closing in right in front of his face. Yeon-woo pointed his dagger towards the front. Kwang! Hub! Yeon-woo was lifted up by the impact. His upper body dug deeper into the wall. His spine suffered yet another fracture and both of his arms were shaking from the pain. Still, he forced himself to tighten his grip on the dagger. Blood drizzled down from his torn hands, but he clenched his teeth. Both his eyes were already red from being bloodshot. Cock. The red ogong's forcipules were being blocked by the dagger, as they kept opening and closing in front of Yeon-woo's face. Behind its forcipules, he could see deep into its throat, which was covered with countless fangs. The red ogong writhed to bite off Yeon-woo's head. Whenever its forcipules clattered, his dagger trembled as if it would break any time soon. In the end, Yeon-woo couldn't hold any longer, and the red ogong's forcipules almost reached his face. Tssss. A rock melted as the monster's saliva touched the ground. At that moment, Yeon-woo's body slid downwards. Once again, the red ogong rammed its head into the wall. In the meantime, Yeon-woo was able to reach beneath it. Other than its joints, this was the only part that wasn't covered by the hard shell. This is its belly. There was the smooth abdomen of the red ogong right before his eyes. He stabbed it with the tip of the now badly chipped dagger. Pug! Keek! The monster raised its head and screamed in terrible pain. Nevertheless, Yeon-woo tenaciously held onto the dagger stuck deep in its stomach. The centipede twisted its body around and went on a rampage, trying to shake him off. But contrary to its wish, Yeon-woo shoved the dagger even deeper into its stomach. Crunch! While dangling from the monster's abdomen, Yeon-woo clenched his teeth and squeezed his arm right into it. The tip of the dagger had almost reached the point where the flaws converged. Snap! He heard something breaking from the inside. He didn't know what exactly it was, but he was sure it was critical to this centipede. I won. Yeon-woo smiled coldly and sliced its belly downwards. Shlckt. Spurt. There was a long cut along the monster's stomach. Its entrails poured out, and blood splattered everywhere. The whole cave was being painted with blood. Keek! Red ogong was struggling with pain. Then as its strength started to drain out, the centipede's head finally fell onto a puddle of its own blood and let out a wheeze. Flop! Yeon-woo also fell to the floor. His body was already a total wreck. He was so worn out that he couldn't even lift a finger. The red ogong glared at Yeon-woo, its eyes filled with resentment. After a lifetime inside this cave, its eyes had already degenerated. But at the end they were still looking at him. And soon it stopped breathing. This is ridiculous. Yeon-woo breathed heavily and frowned. He thought he gained some strength from his time spent in Section A and dealing with a few players. But this stupid tutorial didn't give him any chance to relax. It wasn't lying when it said high difficulty. However, he still concluded that his training so far didn't let him down. If he hadn't done that, it'd be him lying dead on the floor right now, not the red ogong. He already knew what to do after the battle. With all the strength he could muster, Yeon-woo forced himself to move. He had also spilled too much blood. For now, he was somehow maintaining his consciousness by relying on his skills, but he could pass out at any moment, like a candle in the wind. He had to get everything done before that happened. His body moved like a marionette without strings, but he managed to crawl along. He tore some white moss from the floor and crudely pushed it into his mouth. He had no strength to chew, but fortunately the moss melted like water and flowed down his throat. Swoosh! He felt something cold slipping inside his body. Before the feeling disappeared, Yeon-woo grabbed onto the hard shell of the red ogong, raised his upper body and pushed his face into the open wound. It was filled with a disgusting, rotten stench, but at the end he managed to find what he was looking for. The centipede's heart was still beating. With his mouth wide open. Chomp! He bit into the heart. Chapter 14. Black Root, 3. Gulp. Blood was continuously gushing out. Most of it was coming out from his mouth, but Yeon-woo tried his best to swallow it back. His throat was burning with toxicity and the foul stench made him gag. Despite his disgust, Yeon-woo continued to drink the blood as he chewed on the heart that was much tougher than leather. At that moment, whoosh! The energy that the white moss contained was wriggling inside his body. It was the pure essence, formed by the energy of the moon. This would act as a catalyst to filter out the heat and dregs and to blend the energies together. Crunch crackle. Yeon-woo's body began to change little by little. The broken bones knitted together. The torn muscles closed up. The patches of peeled skin were replaced with new skin. But it didn't end there. His bones became much denser, his muscles tougher and his skin smoother. His physique was improving little by little. The Red Ogong has been successfully slain. You have killed an enemy that would normally be impossible for you. Additional karma will be provided. You have acquired 100 karma. Your strength has increased by 7 points. Your dexterity has increased by 6 points. Your health has increased by 5 points. Your body is experiencing slow changes. Physical resistance skill proficiency has increased significantly 7.2%. The heart of Red Ogong has been ingested. It has synergized with the white moss, revealing its hidden effects. You have obtained a piece of Flame Heart and Frost Crest. Current progress, 1.5%. Number of monsters hunted, 1. A long time passed before Yeon-woo came out of the Red Ogong's corpse. He was covered in blood, but he didn't look tired anymore. Who? Yeon-woo sat back against the wall and gathered his breath. His injuries were all healed up, but he was still mentally fatigued. Well, I made it somehow. The feeling of a strange energy transforming his body little by little, even if it wasn't his first time, it still felt foreign to him. The feeling of freshness that came after the change made him think it was ironic. Yeon-woo briefly looked at the Red Ogong and spat out a piece of heart that was still left in his mouth. The dungeon is full of monsters like this. What a dreadful place! Even if he was shaking his head in disbelief, his vision packed with messages made him feel better. I managed to obtain Flame Heart and Frost Crest. It was the effect caused by the simultaneous consumption of white moss and the heart of a fire property beast. It was a hidden piece that strengthened one's skeleton and muscles. The progress was only at 1.5%, but he was already starting to feel reinvigorated. I heard that the stronger the body becomes, the faster it'll recover from fatigue. Well, that's a relief. Yeon-woo summoned the status window to check his improved body. Player, Jeong-woo Cha. Trait, cold-blooded. Strength, 60. Dexterity, 65. Health, 62. Magic power, 21. Skills, Draconic Eyes, 3.1%, Sense Strengthening, 17.8%, Foresight, 0.0%, Physical Resistance, 7.2%, Combat Will, 3.2%. I didn't expect I'd gain more stats from killing Red Ogong than from beating the boss room. Yeon-woo was stupefied by this thought and let out a hollow laughter. However, it was obvious that players would be given more stats according to the level of adversity they overcame, and the Black Root was remarkably dangerous. But one thing was certain, his body was going through a steady change. Most of the stats were already over 60. My low magic power is the only flaw, but what can I do about it? Yeon-woo frowned while looking at his magic power, which was his highest attribute at first, but was now the lowest. There was no way for him to put his magic power to use for now, so he had no choice but to sit on his hands. Still, he couldn't help but worry about the continuously increasing gap between magic power and his other attribute points. I need to think of a way to feel mana as soon as possible. Thanks to Yeol, he already had a firm understanding of the concept of mana. Therefore, the only thing he had to do now was to come up with a way to feel it. The problem is how. In reality, unlike his younger brother who could be categorized as a natural genius, Yeon-woo's achievements all came from being a hard worker. It had been like that since they were kids. Yeon-woo was different from his younger brother who did everything effortlessly. He often had to try over and over again to solve a problem, but he tried not to show the efforts he made, pretending he was doing fine. Even when he was dispatched to Africa, initially he was so weak that he often caused his unit to receive collective punishment, but later on he managed to become part of the special task force. Yeon-woo was used to pushing himself to the limit. He would slam himself against the walls of limitation again and again until it would finally break down. And when he encountered another wall, he would continue to hit it until it broke once again. Things weren't much different this time. Yeon-woo was well aware of the fact that he was the one furthest behind among the many players participating in the tutorial. That was why he only walked the hardest path, and that was how he achieved his outstanding growth. Since he wasn't talented, he had to find ways that best fit him based on his own judgment. Mana seemed to require the same approach. He knew he had to keep trying to find a clue to handling mana. The problem was that there was no way to get to the clue. At this rate, his magic power would most likely end up being a big dud in his status window. But he couldn't let that happen. I can count on my skills for now, but there's going to be a lot of situations where mana will come in handy. That's bound to happen as long as I keep climbing higher. Mana allowed its users to do things that were physically impossible. It was the power that made so-called magic or unique skills possible. The tower was a place full of supernaturalities, so he couldn't just give up such power. Above all, Yeon-woo had not yet completed his awakening. Mana was essential to fully accept this power which originated from the ancient dragon Kalidas. The dragon race was a noble species that was known as the founder of all mana and magic. Let's wait for a while and see. Just worrying about it won't solve the problem. For now, he had to focus on what he could do and solve the mana problem later. And if no matter how hard he tried he still couldn't find the answer, he could also resort to other unconventional methods. They say there are plenty of players who are really good with magic. If there's really no way, then I should abduct one of them and figure out how. Harming a person who had little to do with his matters was not the way he sought. But he also couldn't keep waiting without doing anything. Yeon-woo left the idea of mana and magic power behind, and this time he looked at his two newly acquired skills. Physical resistance. Rating, E. Proficiency, 7.2%. When active, resistance to physical attacks increases. In some cases, high resistance to a variety of status effects will be invoked. Combat will. Rating, D+. Proficiency, 3.2%. Through perseverance and an indomitable will, you burn with fighting spirit no matter the circumstances. While focusing on combat, thought acceleration allows quick decision-making. Rating. When Yeon-woo first saw the newly added information, he made a surprised expression and slowly nodded. As his abilities got stronger, he was now able to find things he originally couldn't. The rating reflected the value of a skill. A highly rated skill meant it was powerful, and required less mana or mental power consumption. The ways to improve the rating of a skill were simple. One way was to gain enlightenment, apply it to the usage of a skill and gain the interface system's recognition. The other way was to raise its proficiency. The ratings his two skills had were not so bad. No, combat will skill was actually great. It's really hard to get skills above D rating in the tutorial. Yeon-woo contently smiled and organized the information about the two skills. Physical resistance will be effective against external impact. It will minimize the impact from an attack and will also relieve pain. It was a must-have skill for Yeon-woo, who was heavily dependent on melee combat. He had to endure terrible pain many times throughout his training. He managed to maintain consciousness thanks to his cold-blooded trait, but if a person were to be continuously exposed to pain, it could have a devastating effect on their mental health. However, if he could use this skill properly, he could avoid such situations. I like its high resistance to status effects too. Poison, burn, frostbite, panic, stun, hallucination, and curse were the biggest obstacles during raids. But if he could avoid all that, it would pose a big advantage. Yeon-woo felt drawn to his physical resistance skill in many ways. It wasn't an extravagant skill, but it would be of great support to his combat style. But the skill that appealed the most to Yeon-woo's taste was combat will. Thought acceleration, this is the most important one. In tense situations, quick judgment was a double-edged sword. There will be no this inserted audio clip if you buy the software license key or activation key. It could be an important key to survival, but could also be the worst card that might cause self-annihilation. So judgment had to be made with caution, and the thought process was bound to be complicated. But this was a skill that made both quick judgment and deep thought possible at the same time. He had even experienced it for himself when he was killing the red ogong. The moment he felt time slowing down, when the red ogong's mouth was about to reach his head, his quick judgment that resulted from thought acceleration had led Yeon-woo to victory. It's really a big merit to be able to make a calm judgment. Besides, this skill can be used in other ways too. The benefits of combat will did not end there. Because it enabled extreme concentration, the skill also had a great effect on sense strengthening and on draconic eyes. He should be able to control his senses more meticulously, so it should be easier to detect things that he hadn't been able to detect before. Using this as an opportunity, Yeon-woo closed his eyes thinking of casting combat will once more. Sense strengthening was already in action. Currently, Yeon-woo could scan areas up to 15 meters ahead. But the moment he cast combat will, number %, number asterisk. Yeon-woo almost screamed due to the pressure of the enormous amount of information coming into his head. Then it was accompanied with a sudden nausea and an urge to vomit. What is this? With extreme patience, Yeon-woo was able to stop himself from throwing up, but his mind was zoning out. The effect was more potent than what he had imagined. He could see, hear, smell, feel and taste way too many things. There should have been some sort of limit. But as if the limiter had been disabled, so much information poured down on him that he couldn't quite figure out what was what. Lights were stirring in his vision, sounds were buzzing in his ears, and smells were pricking his nose. He felt like the information was igniting his brain on fire, so he quickly turned it off. He highly doubted he would be able to filter out all the useless information from the enormous amount that flowed in. Nothing ever goes my way. Yeon-woo wrinkled his brows and wiped the sweat flowing down his chin with his hands. However, he couldn't just quit here. Although it just for a fleeting moment, Yeon-woo had clearly felt a sensation similar to as if his body was floating through the combined use of the two skills. And in the process, he was able to feel so many things. There was no reason to refuse when he had found a way to grow. Let's do this. He once again closed his eyes and cast combat will and sense strengthening at the same time. The burning pain in his brain made him frown. Yeon-woo went down the passage of the dungeon, somehow enduring the throbbing headache by turning on physical resistance at the same time. Chapter 15. Black Root, 4. What's going on here? Bild stood scowling at the sight of Kane's party. It happened while he was on a mission to pick an important item. So now he was extremely irked. He thought he had found some good prospects for his clan. But everything had turned into nothing. It was already too late to get their injuries treated. Apparently, they were able to stay alive thanks to some generous players who had been sharing their food with them. Among the four, the person who was faring relatively better had his entire lower body paralyzed, and in Kane's case, his body was completely paralyzed from neck down. Bild asked Kane's party what had happened to them. But none of the four could give a proper answer, they just vacantly gazed into space. Some of them gave out dejected laughter as if they had lost their minds. Bild realized that it was meaningless to keep trying to get information from Kane's party, so instead he started looking for witnesses. It was a conflict between players, so he could just ignore it and let it go. But you dare to mess up with us, don't you? So annoying. He must have known they were under Orangdan's protection, but he just didn't care. That means he's looking down on us. Bild was very proud of Orangdan. To be exact, his loyalty was directed towards Jeong-woo, which encompasses Orangdan. Still, Orangdan was a product of his hard work. He had established it along with the man he served. He couldn't stand the thought of it to being looked down upon. It was a guy wearing a white mask. Every single witness had said the same thing. White mask, short dagger, fast movements. Hey? Yes, it was. A mask, was it? Bild raised his eyebrows. A man with a white mask on, he had never heard of someone with such a weird appearance in this tutorial round. I guess I'll have to start searching first. Bild then proceeded to run off to somewhere. Shick. He didn't have to worry about traveling between each section. Players who had cleared the tutorial were given a pass ticket to go anywhere within the tutorial. Too bad I can't gain any additional stats or karma here. Because of his haste, Bild had overlooked something. Just before the fight with the masked man, there had been a young man who had had a conversation with Kane's party. Asterisk. 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 Kick. Taking advantage of the darkness, 3 bats launched their attacks. Every time they opened their mouth and shot out ultrasonic waves, the whole cave reverberated, confusing his senses. Quang quang. Amid such turmoil, Yeon-woo accurately detected the position of each bat by solely listening to the sound of the wind, and flung 3 daggers in each direction. Along with the sound of heads shattering and wings ripping, the bats fell down onto the floor. Then, he threw himself between the bats and finished them off. You have successfully slain 5 sonic bats. Number of monsters hunted, 147. Whew. I'm starting to get used to it. Yeon-woo gently warmed up his shoulders and approached the bats' carcasses. After entering the dungeon and getting rid of the red ogong, Yeon-woo kept descending through it and killed any monster he encountered. The monsters that appeared here closely resembled insects and beasts that were commonly seen in aquatic caverns. Things like centipedes, salamanders, hogfish, crickets, and bats. They looked just the same but bigger. They looked disgusting. Moreover, just like the red ogong was hard to defeat, other monsters were quite difficult to deal with as well. However, as the number of monster he hunted increased, he was getting more and more used to it, and after the number reached 100, hunting had gotten much easier. Once he familiarized himself with their unique patterns, it became a piece of cake. The effect of Flameheart and Frostcrest also played its role. Yeon-woo drew a dagger hanging on the edge of his waist and began dissecting the carcass of one of the bats. He peeled off its skin, separated the bones from the flesh, and slowly pulled out the intestines. It was something he had done in Africa several times. Thanks to his former experiences, Yeon-woo was able to extract whatever he needed without much difficulty. He said the eyeballs and vocal cords of the sonic bats will become valuable later on, right? These items could all be used as materials. His brother had specified a number of items in his diary, saying that they were hard to find in the tower, so he had to get them while he was in the tutorial. If I can make a good artifact out of these little things, I will profit greatly. Yeon-woo only extracted the parts that could be used as materials and organized them in his backpack, then began to carefully remove the hearts. He had been so worn out when he killed the red ogong that he had no choice but to bite its heart off with his teeth. But to properly absorb the essence of flame monsters required considerable skill. He gouged the hearts out of the bats with a clean cut. Yeon-woo tore off a handful of white moss and pushed it into his mouth, then ate the hearts one by one. Crack! He could hear the sound produced by the changes occurring inside his body. At the same time, his body felt refreshed, and he once again felt something flowing rapidly through an unknown path inside of him. The flow was something he would have never been able to feel if he hadn't increased his concentration using combat will. It was a familiar flow and a familiar feeling. Magic power. Bodily waste excreted out from his pores. You have obtained a piece of Flameheart and Frostcrest. Current progress, 16.2%. As soon as the message popped up, the mana that had been drifting inside his body disappeared as if it had never existed. Yeon-woo only licked his lips. As the progress of Flameheart and Frostcrest increased, the feeling of mana flowing inside his body was becoming more clear. Yeon-woo realized that mana was also involved in the changes of his body, so he tried finding clues from it. However, as usual, mana only gave him a little taste and disappeared as if it was toying with him. There's nothing I can do. But that didn't mean there was no payoff at all. As Flameheart and Frostcrest progressed, the amount of mana in his body was growing little by little, and he could sense mana more and more clearly. Yeon-woo could only guess that he should be able to handle the mana when the progress reached 100%, so there was no need to be in a hurry. What's urgent is this right here. From what was left of the bat's carcass, Yeon-woo chose only hard parts such as the teeth, claws and bones. Then he applied a mixture of white moss and the red ogong's toxic blood on them. TSSS. Then the parts that were covered in the mixture began to melt while producing smoke. Each monster has a different kind of toxin in its blood. Some are even deadly, so they have to be dealt with caution in order to prevent contact with the blood. One of my teammates had a very weird taste. He used this kind of toxin for battle purposes. He didn't want to battle monsters face to face because he was too lazy, or that's what he said. But if you were to ask me, I would say that laziness gave birth to a monster. Arthea was a clan that had once ranked 6th in the tower. If they were to determine who was the best player in their clan, his brother and also another player would come to mind. No, even his brother had to admit that person was a notch above himself when fighting against a large force. Baluk, the anti-venom. Ignoring the fact that he was one of the enemies who deserved a slow, miserable death, Yeon-woo could still learn a thing or two from him. Baluk used to be a scholar who originally studied alchemy in his world. Based on this, he made a great achievement by analyzing the toxins that were found in monsters' blood. In view of this, his brother had picked up some of Baluk's studies behind his back, and that had all been passed down to Yeon-woo. The concoction Yeon-woo had applied to the parts of the sonic bats was also one of Baluk's products. Liquefying acid solution. A solution that weakens the structure of hard materials. If the solution is high in concentration, it will dissolve the material. There's no reason to be ashamed of stealing his research if it is stealable and can be used effectively. Even if he was an enemy, if Yeon-woo could borrow something from him, he should do his best. No, he was almost too happy from stealing the information, since Baluk was his enemy. As the claws and teeth softened up, Yeon-woo began to crush them into fine dust using the pommel of his dagger. It didn't require much effort since his strength stat was already approaching 70. Next, he gathered up the powder and wrapped it up inside the bat wings that he had cut into squares beforehand. Then he tied them together using the tendons. They were now fist-sized pouches full of powder. From the entrance of the dungeon up until now, he had collected large amounts of powder through this method. And this one was his 15th pouch. On the surface, it could be seen as a meaningless task, however it was crucial in order to pass through the next point. There it is, the ant tunnel. He said this is the most troublesome part. Yeon-woo looked at the cave beyond the passage, and frowned a little. Monsters that appeared in Room of Frost and Flame varied depending on the area and environment. The same applied to this cave. There was only one kind of monster that dwelled in this place. The cave in front of Yeon-woo was incomparably larger than the passage he had come through. His eyes caught sight of a countless amount of white eggs laid along the walls and ceiling. It was a colony of blue army ants. Blue army ant. The size of an ant ranges from 30 centimeters to 1 meter. Hundreds of ants form a society around the ant queen. Due to the nature of ant societies, every ant, including worker ants, are willing to sacrifice their lives defending their habitat if it comes under attack. Engaging in battle with all of them at once? The reason why he had been able to hunt more than 100 monsters was because the monsters only appeared 1 or 2 at a time, 5 at most. If he fought hundreds of them at the same time, that's just nuts. Before he could take any action, he would be torn into pieces and end up being fed to baby ants. The problem was that Yeon-woo had to pass through this cave. In the room beyond this cave, lays Bathory's vampiric sword. Artifact number 352. It was a number symbolizing Bathory's vampiric sword. When I found out that that place contained the hidden remains of Urzsabet Bathory, Lord of Vampires, I genuinely freaked out. In the tower, there are dozens of classes a player can choose from in order to ensure smooth growth. And those who show outstanding qualities are given the title of Lord. Each and every one of them is a master in their domain as well as an absolute being with hundreds and thousands of followers. The Lord of Vampires was one of the lords who perished a long time ago. Legend has it, that she was a bringer of death and destruction. She could drain the vitality out of others to strengthen herself, and if allowed to continue, she could also rob them of their skills. He had heard that there were still quite a few players and clans who would grind their teeth in frustration whenever they recalled the damage they had suffered from her. Its artifact number was very low, as it was the legacy left by such a powerful being. The smaller the number, the better. Artifacts with a 3-digit number, in the 300s are among the best. What's more, it's a unique item. It's one of a kind in the whole tower and tutorial. I cannot miss this. But hundreds of blue army ants were camping outside the entrance. Even if the path looks like it's blocked, there's always a way around. Yeon-woo tied the tendons of the pouches into a single knot and slung them over his shoulder. The knot was made so that if he pulled the other side of the string, it would be undone right away. Hoo! Yeon-woo gently took a breath and pat. He quickly ran towards the entrance of the ant tunnel. Kirik! Kick! One by one, the ants noticed his presence and turned their heads towards Yeon-woo. The one guarding the entrance let out a horrible shriek, showing its big mandibles. I'm really sorry, but you need to get out of the way. With an agile movement, Yeon-woo grabbed the pouches on his shoulder and threw them in between the guard ants and into the tunnel. His throw was quite accurate since he had practiced his throwing skills whenever he was bored in Africa. Then he tugged at the string. The pouches opened up one after another in midair. The powder was scattered over the cave, covering it like a thick red fog. The ants shrieked at his actions. Click! To finish it off, Yeon-woo lit up the Zippo that he had originally crammed inside his backpack and threw it towards the powder mist. At the same time, he quickly crouched down against the wall next to the entrance. And then... Kwang! Keek! A destructive explosion swept through the whole cave. A huge storm of flame tore off the walls. The blue army ants were set ablaze, and screamed out loud as they burst into bits. The powder that caused the explosion wasn't just a normal powder. It was a powder made of monsters with fire property. Moreover, it was scattered all over a closed space and was set on fire with a lighter. The power of the explosion was incomparable to any dust explosion produced by a phenomenon. The explosion nearly shook the cavity upside down. Rumble! You have successfully blown up the ant tunnel. 217 of the blue army ants were blasted, 89 of the blue army ants were burned, and 92 of the blue army ants were suffocated. Additional karma will be provided. You have acquired 300 karma. Chapter 16. Black Root, 5. Number of monsters hunted, 543. The dungeon was shaking up and down. Stone dust fell from the ceiling. Surprised by the sudden earthquake, monsters broke out of their areas causing a disturbance. Taking advantage of the confusion, Yeon-woo rushed into the tunnel while holding his dagger in a reverse grip. The scorching heat and the burning flames left no safe spot for him to tread on, but Yeon-woo held his breath and focused every single one of his senses on the ant tunnel. Combat will. Sense strengthening. Whoosh! As soon as he activated his skills, time around Yeon-woo seemed to stretch out. As his senses reached their peak potency and with the help of his heightened concentration, all the information about his surroundings poured into his brain. Although a terrible headache followed, he could withstand the pain thanks to his occasional practice. I can only last 5 minutes in this state. Thwish! Yeon-woo rushed in between the ants that were struggling in pain and put them out of their misery. Even those that ran towards him while letting out a screech had their shells burned. It wasn't hard to get rid of them. It's a shame I can't eat all the hearts that are lying here. Still, he got to kill a large number of monsters at once, so it wasn't too much of a loss. The ants that were still alive or died of suffocation still had their hearts intact, so he could enjoy them later. Even so, he didn't think of eating them right away. Even if the explosion swept through the tunnel, nearly half of the ants had survived the impact. Most of those that died were mere antlings or eggs that had yet to hatch. Therefore, there were still many worker ants left alive. It won't be too late to clean this up after I get Bathory's vampiric sword. Right now I have to focus on Keek. An ant that was approximately 5 times bigger than the average blue army ant ran towards Yeon-woo. The Ant Queen. The Ant Queen expressed her fury towards the criminal who destroyed her den. A boss monster, Blue Army Ant Queen has emerged. If she were in optimal condition, Yeon-woo would have no chance of winning. The Ant Queen currently had 2 of her 6 legs blown away, her wings were completely torn apart, and her burned exoskeleton was festering. Her one remaining eye was blazing with anger. Cone cone. The ground shook with every step she took. The pressure he was feeling was greater than the one he felt when he faced the red Ogong. 4 minutes. Yeon-woo quickly searched for the gate. But it wasn't easy to find because the tunnel was too wide. The Ant Queen swung its leg towards him as he searched. Yeon-woo swiftly rolled on the ground and narrowly dodged the attack. In the meantime, he continued searching for the gate. 3 minutes. Time was ticking. Yeon-woo's senses finally caught on to something. A small gate was hidden beyond the fried ant eggs. That must be it. However, even if he found its location, the Ant Queen didn't seem to have any intention of letting him pass. 2 minutes. The use of thought acceleration through combat while paired with sense strengthening was very convenient as it allowed him to execute quick judgment, but the headache and dizziness caused by the after effects were severe. If he had to suffer from the after effects amid this situation, it would be over for him. Yeon-woo drew 3 daggers from his waist and threw them at the Ant Queen. Tang! Keek! The Ant Queen lightly flung the daggers aside and let out a sardonic screech. However, swish! Pug! A 4th dagger flew in with a slight delay and struck deep into the Ant Queen's remaining eyeball. Keek! The pain caused the Ant Queen to go into a frenzy. In the meantime, 1 minute, now. Yeon-woo slid underneath the belly of the Ant Queen and went past her. At the same time, he severed 2 of her remaining legs. Cone! The Ant Queen's body tilted forward, and her head slammed onto the ground. The other ants started to assemble in order to protect their queen. The whole cave shook as they moved all at once. Meanwhile, he managed to reach the gate after passing through the ants' territory. At that moment, a massive headache and dizziness hit him as the effects of thought acceleration wore off. While holding in his vomit, Yeon-woo quickly entered the gate and closed it behind him. Kwang! The gate shut just before the ant's legs could reach him. The place he found himself in was completely cut off from the ant tunnel, so none of the ants were able to enter the room. You have entered the temple of the vampire lord. Who? As soon as he saw the message, Yeon-woo leaned against the wall, taking a second to catch his breath. Cone cone cone! Outside, the ants were banging at the gate, trying to get him out of the room. He could also hear the Ant Queen's screeching noise occasionally. He didn't know whether this room and the ant tunnel were a completely separate dimension, or there was some kind of aura that was keeping them from approaching the temple. Nevertheless, the ants only kept pounding on the gate without even thinking of breaking into the room. Yeon-woo took a look around once his headache subsided. It was a small room with about 70 square meters of space. The ceiling covered the room from high above, and a beam of light streaming from above illuminated a part of the room. An altar was sitting in that spot, glowing with a crimson aura. There were 5 steps leading up to the altar. Bronze braziers were emanating an ominous green fire on both sides, and a statue was standing right in the middle. It was a woman with snake-shaped hair and long sharp fangs. Her lifelike eyes gave off the illusion of her coming alive. Bathory, the Lord of Vampires. Yeon-woo looked at her face and soon moved his gaze toward the dagger in her hand. A handle with a reddish tint, an azure blade uniquely shaped like a lightning bolt. It was about 30 centimeters long. That must be it, the most prized weapon of the Lord of Vampires. Bathory's vampiric sword. Number 352. Classification, one-handed weapon. Rating, unique. Description, the Vampire Lord's most prized weapon. It has the ability to drain the blood of its opponent. The spirit of its previous owner resides within the sword, so it is known to personally choose its wielder. If the wielder isn't approved by the sword, it will constantly try to take over their mind. Asterisk blood mark. If the target is struck with a critical blow, the target will be inflicted with bleed. Targets under the effect of bleed will receive a certain percentage of the weapon's damage as damage over time. Asterisk power of the Vampire Lord. Ability locked. Sealed. Yeon-woo clenched his fist as he thought he had finally found it. Bathory's vampiric sword was a hidden piece that could help him narrow the gap between him and the frontrunners. The sword was also holding the legacy of the Vampire Lord, so he was expecting the sword would bring him steady growth even after advancing into the tower. And this isn't all there's to it. Yeon-woo's eyes turned towards one of the item's options. The last option marked as locked, with the word sealed next to it. Of course, even without this option, Bathory's vampire sword was remarkable enough. Not only the damage itself was high, but also the blood mark option was above average. Even so, the real value of the artifact lied in the sealed option. Only with this option unlocked it can be called the true vampiric sword. Yeon-woo began to climb the stairs as the corners of his mouth turned up at the edges. At that moment, he felt as if the eyes of the statue were watching him carefully. Yeon-woo gently nodded so as to pay his respect and brought his hand to Bathory's vampiric sword. Then, hub! Yeon-woo felt something piercing through his palm and squeezing into his body. It was something hot, sticky, and alien. The veins of his right hand holding the sword were bulging all the way up to his arm. The skin on his arm turned into a pale, dark reddish color, his veins tensed up as if they would burst at any moment. He could clearly see something black crawling up inside his veins. Yeon-woo gritted his teeth in enormous pain. The phrase "personally choose its wielder" written on the information window popped into his head. The Lord of Vampires was known as the greediest being of all time. Even though I never met her personally, I've heard that all the people who had spoken with her had been shocked by greed. She was often compared with the Devil Archduke for her greed. If so, then how greedy is the sword she left behind? In order to properly wield the sword, he had to constantly withstand the threat that it posed to him. However, were players who had just entered the tutorial capable enough to suppress that kind of threat? That was the reason why several players who had found the sword had suddenly evaporated into thin air. If the sword was meant to be found by beginners, how should they handle it? And then, one day I had an idea. Since the sword was given as a hidden piece, wouldn't there be another way? Just like the way of eating white moss? After spending a long time researching, his brother had found a way for beginners to deal with Bathory's vampiric sword. In a way, that was also a hidden piece. Hidden piece of a hidden piece. Yeon-woo spat out curses at the designer who had set this trap up to put the players in trouble. He lifted up the sword and stabbed the back of his left hand. Snap! Others would have thought he was crazy if they saw it. However, TSSS. Suddenly, the black energy that had climbed up to his right shoulder through his veins began to withdraw. There will be no this inserted audio clip if you buy the software license key or activation key. Then it poured down into the back of his left hand at a rapid pace. The black energy congealed on the back of his left hand and his palm. At first, Bathory's vampiric sword seemed to contort, then it melted down and wound around his left hand. It looked as if it was being transplanted into his palm. There is a secret behind Bathory's vampiric sword. Although it looks like a weapon and it's described as an artifact in the tooltip, it has a true form it has been hiding from the players. If you're the one who chooses the wielder, I will force you to choose me. A skill. Bathory's vampiric sword was originally a skill, but posed an extreme difficulty. The Lord of Vampires was so greedy that she didn't want to pass her most prized weapon on to others even after her death. So she sealed off the sword's real form and ability and left it behind in the world. And it was only now that the seal had been lifted. SSSS. Bathory's vampiric sword had now completely melted away. However, Yeon-woo's left hand looked no different from usual. So was his palm. It was completely normal. The black energy that had been radiating ominous aura until just now was nowhere to be seen. It was as if it had evaporated somewhere. Yeon-woo grinned and stretched out his hand. It was a flat palm with nothing on it. But the moment he focused his senses on his left hand. Whoosh! Suddenly, black energy streamed out of his palm and gathered into a lump, then spread out like a vortex. When the process concluded, the skill had taken a shape resembling jaws full of serrated teeth like that of a beast. Clank! The jaws opened and closed repeatedly. The seal has been lifted. True, Bathory's vampiric sword. Number 66. Proficiency, 0.0%. Description: the Vampire Lord's most prized weapon's true form. It can drain the life energy out of its opponents and devour their souls. * blood mark. If the target is struck with a critical blow, the target will be inflicted with bleed. Targets under the effect of bleed will receive a certain percentage of the weapon's damage as damage over time. * power of the Vampire Lord. Drain the target's energy and extort a portion of the target's attribute points. If proficiency reaches its maximum, the target's skills can also be stolen. Number 66. Even high rankers would have to work their fingers to the bone in order to obtain a numbered skill. But at point in time, a unique skill had come into Yeon-woo's possession. Chapter 17. Black Root, 6. Yeon-woo looked down at his left palm. Clank clank. The saw-toothed blade was clattering as if clamoring for food. Neither did it talk to him, nor expressed in any way, but Yeon-woo could still feel its desire. So this is the vampiric sword. Yeon-woo smiled coldly as he gazed into the dark abyss that lied beyond its teeth. Now that I have this. Although it was definitely an excellent skill, Yeon-woo didn't feel any particular change in him. He felt like it was just another skill added to the skill list. But Yeon-woo was confident. He strengthened the grip of his left hand that was holding the vampiric sword. The teeth closed up and returned to their original form, but Yeon-woo could feel that it was still thirsty. Then, shall we go fill you up? Asterisk? Asterisk? Asterisk. Cone cone cone. The ants were still banging at the gate. Yeon-woo grabbed the handles and opened wide the gate. At that moment, keek! An ant let out a shriek and stepped 1 foot inside. Yeon-woo jumped forward, as he activated both sense strengthening and combat will at the same time. He had 5 minutes anew. Pat! With a swing of his dagger, the ant's legs snapped as if it was made of foam. Yeon-woo jumped up, stepped on the ant and leaped high into the air. Keek! Keek! Underneath his foot, more than 200 ants were screeching at him. They were enraged, wanting to slaughter the criminal who had destroyed their den. Amongst them, Yeon-woo easily spotted the Ant Queen. The Ant Queen also noticed Yeon-woo's presence. She spread her broken wings and inflated her body as much as possible. Both her eyes were damaged, it seemed she had captured his movements through other sensory organs. With her remaining 3 legs, she charged at Yeon-woo with fierce speed. However, this time Yeon-woo didn't avoid her. Rather, he landed directly on top of the Ant Queen's head. His movements had gotten much quicker and swifter. The Ant Queen clattered her mandibles as if ordering him to come down and started to swinging her head around. Yeon-woo spread his left palm wide and placed it over the Queen's head. And he incanted the command word. Devour. At that moment, the dark energy solidified under his left hand and revealed its fangs. Crunch! And he sank the sword's teeth deep into the Ant Queen's head. The sword sucked in her bodily fluids at a frightening speed too. You have absorbed vitality and energy. Bathory's vampiric sword skill proficiency has increased 1.1%. Keek! The Ant Queen cried in soul-tearing pain. Even when she had been engulfed in flames, her eyes had been injured or got her legs cut off, her cries had never been this loud. Yeon-woo clung to her head like a bullfighter riding a bull. What's more, he sank his left hand deeper and deeper, with the intention of sucking everything out from the Ant Queen. Whenever the saw-toothed blade clattered, huge amounts of blood and body fluid were sucked into his left arm. He also felt a different substance being sucked into his arm. It was the source of all magic power, mana. The message said I was extracting its vitality and energy. Was it talking about this? At the same time, Yeon-woo felt something accumulating somewhere in his body. You have absorbed vitality and energy. Your strength has increased by 1 point. Your health has increased by 2 points. As the messages pile up at a rapid pace, the Ant Queen began to wither away. Her body dried out, causing her exoskeleton to crumble like a sand castle, and her flesh lost its color due to the blood loss. Her struggle also grew weaker and weaker, and soon it died away. Once the skill stopped. Kong! The Ant Queen's body that was now as dry as a mummy sank to the floor. It was the death of the Ant Queen. Ding! You have slain the boss monster, Blue Army Ant Queen. Additional karma will be provided. You have acquired 300 karma. The Blue Army ants have been demoralized. The ant tunnel will soon collapse. Keek! Keek! The army ants that witnessed the death of their queen screamed in disbelief, and began to back away from Yeon-woo. They lost their chief who had protected them and the one who they were tasked to protect. The one now standing in her place was the predator who could easily feed on them. Yeon-woo slowly stood up and turned towards the army ants. His eyes were emitting a red glow. You have obtained a piece of Flame Heart and Frost Crest. Current progress, 35.9%. The progress percentage had abruptly doubled. Bathory's vampiric sword extorted everything the opponent had. That was the reason why it could absorb all the attributes of the Ant Queen as a whole without having to eat the white moss. No, it was actually much more efficient. Using this method he didn't have to bother with consuming the heart, since he could directly drain the energy from the monsters. Yeon-woo lifted the corners of his mouth. There were still a lot of monsters around with the pieces he needed. Each and every one of them was an appetizing prey. Pat! Holding his dagger in a reverse grip, he flung himself at the rest of the monsters. You have obtained a piece. You have obtained a piece. You have slain 311 additional Blue Army ants. You have completely destroyed the ant tunnel. Additional karma will be provided. Asterisk. 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 The tutorial serves as a gateway to select new challengers that would enter the tower. Naturally, various clans, rankers, and guardians paid a lot of attention to what happened inside it, and a lot of work took place under the table in order to snatch outstanding individuals for themselves. Moreover, out of all rounds this round was particularly fascinating. That was because a large number of notable newcomers, often called rookies, were participating in this round. The One-Horned Tribe, one of the martial tribes, known as the strongest combat species. 2 sons of the martial king, who ruled over the whole tribe, were currently participating in this tutorial. There was also a swordsman of Marcusian descent, whose land is surrounded by a barren desert, hence famous for their exceptional mercenaries. And then there were 2 people, popularly known as the Dumbass Duo, who had barely taken any part in the tutorial but kept saying they were aiming to become the top rankers. Contrary to what seemed like false bravado, not only were they the children of the top rankers, but they had also proven their excellence in the tutorial, demonstrating they didn't need to ride on their parents' coattails. Con and Doyle. Players had already given the two nicknames and called them Blood Sword and Foxy Tail 3. Asterisk. 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 Was there a place like this before? I never noticed it was here. At the very least he's good enough to finding a place like this. So, you sure he's in here? Agam. That's what I've been saying. If you don't believe me, why don't you just head back? Ah, who said I don't? Why are you so salty? Doyle answered Khan's question, the young man with disheveled hair, questioned with a yawn and cast his eyes over to the other side. Then Khan grinned and put his arm around Doyle's shoulder. Doyle made an annoyed look, but he still followed Khan through the passage down the dungeon. They had been chasing after Yeon-woo after they decided to follow him in the waiting room of Section B. Khan lightly clicked his tongue as he moved around the dungeon. Seems like someone has been hunting a heck of a lot of monsters. All the way from the entrance up to this point, Khan and Doyle had only encountered monsters' carcasses. Thanks to them, the dungeon was infested with a putrid stench. The monsters appeared to be highly strong, even for them who were fairly confident in the skills, making justice to the name of Blackroot, as well as being a hidden piece dungeon. They noticed that the player the two of them were chasing after seemed to have struggled at first. There were hints of a fierce battle scattered around. They were wondering how could he still move with his, what should be, completely tattered body. But as time went by, as they walked deeper into the dungeon. This is amazing. How can he grow so strong so quickly? The results of the fierce battles were slowly becoming more and more lopsided. The player was definitely taking the upper hand. He was ferociously pushing ahead and was overwhelmingly hunting them down. Monsters here don't look any weaker. Yet. It's funny to say this, but just by looking at the traces, the ones deeper in this dungeon are never weaker, if not stronger. Khan and Doyle, who originally followed Yeon-woo for fun, were slowly becoming serious. In particular, Khan's usually playful atmosphere was now very calm and composed. Doyle felt odd when he noticed the change in his brother's attitude, as Khan doesn't show his serious look very often. It was the look he showed only when he met someone he acknowledged, the look he had when encountering a rival. This meant that Yeon-woo was growing so rapidly that they could not think any less of him. At some point, they found signs of fleeing monsters. In an attempt to run away from the player, the monsters had even left their base and invaded other monsters' territories. Therefore, there had been territorial fights between monsters. A player who even terrorized monsters. Khan and Doyle realized they could no longer take the situation as a joke, especially after coming across a dead body that seemed to have been sucked dry. Doyle turned around and looked at Khan. Hyung. Yeah, I know. This is no joke anymore. Khan clamped his lips tight and nodded gravely. Where on earth did he find this? When we conducted our search, there was not a sign of this. Khan muttered in a low voice. Energy drain. It is the generic term for a skill that takes away the opponent's health or mana. It was extremely rare for among the numerous artifacts and skills in the tower to be imbued with an energy drain ability. They would have never imagined that someone who was still in Section B of the tutorial would have such a unique ability. Was there a hidden piece in a place like this? Khan's eyes sparkled throughout his contemplation as he stroked his chin. He was a player who had not only cleared Section A solo, but had also acquired a rare artifact or skill from a hidden piece. Khan was itching to team up with this guy. A player with this much skill was never readily available. Sooner or later, word of him would get out around the tutorial. Then all the other clans would avidly seek him. He had to take measures before that happened. Doyle looked into Khan's eye and nodded as if he had read his mind. As they prepared to set foot to look for another trace. Keek. Beyond the corner of the passage, they heard monsters scurrying away. Khan and Doyle moved quickly towards the origin of the noise. Asterisk. 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 Yeon-woo wielded his dagger to pierce the forehead of a brown salamander, and at the same time he laid his left hand on its jaws. Devour. Crunch. With his left palm wide open, he thrusted the teeth into the monster's head. Then, the sword began to suck in bodily fluids and vitality at a rapid pace. Had he done this so many times, he was now used to this feeling. Thanks to the increased proficiency, the extraction speed had been boosted compared to when he had hunted the Ant Queen. At last, the moment Yeon-woo had been eagerly waiting for had come. You have slain the brown-scaled salamander. Number of monsters hunted, 1000. The maximum requirements for your quest have been fulfilled. You have obtained a piece of flame heart and frost crest. Current progress, 102.1%. All of the pieces have been collected. It didn't take long for him to sweep through the ant tunnel and wipe out all of the remaining monsters. He had built up his attributes while he hunted the army ants, and he had become more efficient at gathering the pieces due to the vampiric sword. In the end, Yeon-woo managed to collect everything he needed in this dungeon. Crunch crackle. The completed flame heart and frost crest has begun to take place in your body. Your body is experiencing changes. Yeon-woo sensed a big change in his body. It was a change unparalleled to what he had experienced so far from gathering small pieces. As his muscles teared apart, his body began to eliminate waste matter through his pores. His skin that was full of wounds crumbled apart and peeled off. His joints softened up and something else squeezed in between his bones. He was in a lot of pain, but adrenaline spread across his body like wildfire, offering him an indescribable pleasure. And at the same time, something began to swirl quickly, clearly, and intensely along the entire body. It was mana. Chapter 18. Black Root, 7. Yeon-woo's body was experiencing extreme changes. Mana was stimulating every corner of his body, causing his internal balance to collapse and restoring it at the same time. Crunch crackle. A long time passed. Flame Heart and Frost Crest has been completed. You have acquired a new body, reinforced physique. Affinity towards fire element has increased by 30%. Affinity towards water element has increased by 30%. As always, mana scattered throughout his entire body, leaving behind only traces of it. Contrary to his initial expectations, it seemed like it would take him a little longer to get accustomed to mana. But everything else had been successfully achieved. Hu! Yeon-woo breathed out a long breath. Then all the fatigue he had piled up seemed to vanish, making him feel alive once again. Status window. Player, Jeong-woo Cha. Traits, cold-blooded, reinforced physique. Strength, 81. Dexterity, 83. Health, 89. Magic power, 21. Skills, Draconic Eyes, 5.2%, Sense Strengthening, 25.9%, Foresight, 0.0%, Physical Resistance, 10.2%, Combat Will, 7.1%, Bathory's Vampiric Sword, 3.2%. Yeon-woo was very pleased with his improved stats. Thanks to the energy of the monsters he had drained via Bathory's Vampiric Sword, his stats had gone through an incomparably steep increase. But there was something else that made Yeon-woo content the most. It was his new trait. Reinforced Physique. Trait, Reinforced Physique. Description, Heart of Flame and Flesh of Frost. The fire and frost element fused together, granting great immunity and resistance. Fatigue does not build up easily. Flame Heart, a heart embracing fire energy. Increases cardiorespiratory endurance and healing power. Stamina is greatly increased. Frost Crest, makes the body tougher. Increases resistance against physical impact and curses. Reinforced Physique toughened up the body and made it tireless. In particular, the self-healing ability gave him the advantage of reducing his chances of suffering a serious injury during critical situations. However, there was another reason why Yeon-woo needed this trait. Body improvement has been confirmed. The vessel is strong enough. The halted succession process will resume. 6%, 7%, 12%. Current progress, 21.3%. Your current status will be changed from incomplete dragon body to immature dragon body. I made it. Yeon-woo clenched his fists. There were a couple of reasons why he needed this strengthened body. One reason was to gain an upper hand in the strenuous competitions that occurred throughout the tower, but the biggest reason was to resume the succession process of dragon body. The completion of the succession process required a strong vessel. Reinforced physique was the essential element for making such vessel. But this is just the beginning. I have to keep refining my vessel. Even so, the framework was already in place, so he only had to keep advancing steadily as he had originally planned. As he enjoyed the feeling of his changed body, Yeon-woo recalled the system message that was left pending. It was the quest he had received when he first entered this dungeon. It was now time to claim his rewards. You have acquired 1,500 karma. You have made an achievement that is not easily accomplished. Additional karma will be provided. You have acquired 500 additional karma. Additional rewards will be provided. Please select your reward. Rewards list. Asterisk artifacts. 1 Blood Magic Blade. 2 Pearl Saber of the Deep. 3 The Brave. Asterisk skills. 1 Kenyasha's Unbreakable Spirit. 2 Swift Strike. 3 Snake Eyes. Yeon-woo grinned as he scanned through the rewards list. It was the first time he could choose his reward from a list, instead of just being given a random reward. He recognized some great items that he had previously seen in the mysterious merchant's catalog. It was a bit disappointing to have to choose only one out of the whole list, but Yeon-woo didn't fuss over it for long before scrolling down to the bottom of the list. There, he found what he wanted. 98,000 additional karma. He got everything he could get from Section B, ranging from Bathory's vampiric sword to reinforced physique. He presumed there were many more rewards to gain from this point onwards, so nothing else in the list could grab Yeon-woo's attention. Anyhow, what Yeon-woo lacked the most right now was karma points. Of course, even when adding this, he would still need a lot of karma to achieve the top score he wanted. Yeon-woo tapped on reward number 98 right away. 2,000 additional karma has been selected as your reward. You have acquired 2,000 karma. Additional messages popped up after he received his reward. Your ranking in the tutorial has been updated. Do you want to register your name on the ranking list? I'm finally in the rankings. The tutorial provided real-time rankings of players within the top 300 spots. Big announcements were made, especially when there were significant changes within the rankings in order to encourage the players. Getting a message to register his name on the ranking list also meant he had made it to the top 300. However, Yeon-woo only put significance on the fact that he was in the ranking, and he didn't want to put his name on the list. There was no advantage in registering. It was only going to provoke hostility from other top rankers towards Yeon-woo. So he shook his head. Deny. Registration denied. You will be shown as unknown in the ranking. You can change this setting at any time. Tutorial ranking. 1 Edora, 57,111 points. 2 Fanti, 55,982 points. 3 Khan, 50,473 points. 281 Unknown, 6,700 points. I'm at 281st place. He had had a late start, but he was finally starting to catch up to the leading group to some extent. The total karma he had accumulated so far was 6,700 points. Anybody would hardly believe that he had gathered all that before passing Section B. But his joy did not last long. I'm glad I'm in the rankings, but why is the gap so big? Yeon-woo narrowed his brows as he scrolled up the list again. Maybe it's just that the leading players are better than I predicted. He was told that normally, the players with the most amount of karma could gather around 50,000 points at most. His brother had collected about 52,000 karma, and he had placed second at the end of the tutorial. However, even though there was still plenty of time left before the tutorial ended, there were already 3 people with more than 50,000 karma. Edora, Fanti, Khan. Who are they? If they had joined the tutorial at different times, each one of them would have easily achieved first place. But Yeon-woo had to compete with all of them in the same round. Yeon-woo closed the ranking list as he burned their names into his mind. At this rate, it won't do. I'll have to speed up a lot. There was a gap of 50,000 karma points between him and the leading group. Considering they were also proceeding fast, he needed to advance a lot faster. First things first, I have to reach Section E as soon as possible. The next hidden piece Yeon-woo was targeting was in Section E. It was where that guy who he was looking for was living. There was nothing interesting to see in Section C and D. He was planning on skipping through those sections as quickly as possible. As he arranged his thoughts, Yeon-woo put his dagger back to his waist. He started moving on towards the exit. Asterisk. 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 As he ventured down the passage to leave the dungeon. Yeon-woo narrowed his eyes and looked at the direction of the exit. Then he pulled the dagger back out and held it tightly in his right hand. Beyond his range of sight, he sensed 2 unfamiliar figures. Players. The sound that monsters and players made were quite different, so he wouldn't mistake them. But I've never seen any other players while I've been here. He was wondering whether someone else had found this place. Yeon-woo hoped to not run into anybody if possible, but there was only one exit, so he moved with caution. What made Yeon-woo nervous were their skills. They might be tough. Judging by his senses, he could tell their levels weren't any lower than his. There will be no this inserted audio clip if you buy the software license key or activation key. Even with Bathory's vampiric sword and reinforced physique, he wasn't sure if he could win. Maybe they are after me. Yeon-woo clasped his dagger. He pondered about how experts like them could still be at Section B. It made more sense to him to think that it wasn't just luck that brought them here, but instead revenge. They might be players from Orangdan wanting to avenge the players he had knocked down when he was helping Yeol. Although it was unclear as to why such powerful men were working as lackeys in Orangdan, Yeon-woo couldn't let them have their way, so he kept his presence hidden. And the moment when the 2 figures turned around the corner and showed their faces. Pat! Yeon-woo swung his dagger aiming for the head of the innermost one. He was a boy with disheveled hair, sleepy eyes and a baby-faced look. The boy noticed the attack, and opened his eyes wide. He tried to turn himself aside instinctively, but it seemed like it was too late. Doyle! Just then, the young man who was walking next to him swung his sword as he pulled the boy to his side. Clang! Yeon-woo's dagger was blocked midway through its attack, and seemed to bounce off. However, the dagger was in fact snapped in half. It seemed that the sword the young man was wielding was of higher quality. Yeon-woo realized that his ambush had failed, and he jumped back, far from the 2 players. Then he took out 2 more daggers and held them in both hands. Doyle, the boy who got ambushed by Yeon-woo, collapsed on the floor roughly gasping for air with his face pale. Khan, the young man who had managed to save his brother, flipped out and screamed at him. What the hell are you doing? Yeon-woo squinched his eyes underneath his white mask. Orangdan, aren't you? What do you mean by Orangdan? Yeon-woo intuitively realized that the 2 in front of him were not related to Orangdan. If they were here to harm him, they wouldn't be talking with him instead of attacking him. Besides, the reflexes that saved Doyle and blocked his dagger were that of an expert. Of course, it could very well be just an act to throw him off guard. But with his expert level of skills, there was no need for him to lie. Then why were you following after me? Khan was a little surprised at the fact that Yeon-woo had noticed them tailing him, but frowned soon after. Still, that doesn't mean you should attack people without asking them why. What if you were being stalked by someone whose intentions were unknown? Of course, you would assume that they are up to no good. Am I wrong? Every single word he said was perfectly correct. Khan was struck dumb by his logic. The fuck? How is he so good at speaking? He had thought that Yeon-woo would be the blunt and silent type because of his eerie white mask. But he couldn't just chicken out of here. In the meantime, Doyle got over his shock and managed to stand up. Even though it happened because he was caught off guard, he was so shocked when he saw Yeon-woo's eyes emitting a savage aura incomparable to the atmosphere he had felt from him in the waiting room. For a second, Kang glared at Yeon-woo, but soon he gave out a big sigh. Even though they were the ones who were ambushed, they were also the cause of the problem. He owed Yeon-woo an apology at least for that. Plus, he couldn't make a bad impression of himself when he was here to recruit him. Thud. Khan stuck his sword he was holding into the ground and said, "I'm sorry. I didn't think that through." Khan made a clear apology. Doyle also bowed his head. Yeon-woo's eyes gave out a brilliant shine below his mask. He thought players in general had great affection towards themselves, that they were full of pride. Even if they were caught in the wrong, most of them tended to act innocent. But these two were innocently admitting their mistakes. Yeon-woo then realized they didn't have any bad intentions, so he let his guard down. He asked as he put his dagger back next to his waist. "Okay. State your business." Just then, Kang gave a mischievous smile and shouted confidently, "You should join my crew." A short straight speech without any reasoning or logic. Doyle standing right next to him turned away his head in shame. Yeon-woo unwittingly narrowed his brows. Who the hell is this moron? Chapter 19. Black Root, 8. Not to mention their sudden appearance, they were now telling Yeon-woo to join their team. Yeon-woo's eyes scrutinized Khan with an expression that asked what kind of man he was. Doyle nudged Khan in the ribs with his elbow. "Ow! Why? Stop doing that! Don't you ever feel ashamed?" "Of what?" Khan had a puzzled look, not knowing what he had done. As Doyle let out a deep sigh, Yeon-woo considered they were no longer worth talking to, so he just walked past Khan and Doyle while fixing his backpack's position. "Hey, dude! Where are you going? We're not done talking yet." Khan held Yeon-woo in a hurry. Yeon-woo stopped and looked back. "What? Did you have anything left to say? You haven't given an answer." "I want you to join my team." Yeon-woo gave a little snort. He didn't want to speak with this fool anymore, but he still replied indifferently. "Negative. Why? I have no idea what you guys are up to, and I don't see any advantages in teaming up with you." Khan looked genuinely surprised. "Wait, you don't know me?" "No." "What? Why?" He was talking as if it was something very obvious. "But how? You really don't know me? I mean, it's me. How can you not recognize me? I'm, like, the biggest star in the tutorial." Khan was making a fuss over Yeon-woo's reaction as if he had gone through something incomprehensible. By this time, Yeon-woo's indifferent expression was slowly being replaced with anger. Doyle watched Yeon-woo's reaction and thought that, at this rate, they might actually end up with nothing. So he decided to come forward and spoke to Yeon-woo in a polite tone. "I apologize if we have offended you. My brother is very passionate about himself, so he tends to be self-absorbed and act a little foolish, and it sometimes becomes really exhausting to talk with him. But he's not a bad person, so I hope you understand." Khan had a look on his face asking what he'd done wrong, but as Doyle glowered at him, he shut his mouth tight. The younger one sounded much smarter than his brother. Yeon-woo nodded as he looked at Doyle, thinking they could now carry on with the conversation. "I'm listening, but make it short. We'll introduce ourselves. I'm Doyle, and this foolish one over here is my brother, Khan." "Doyle? Khan?" Their names were familiar to Yeon-woo. Tutorial ranking 11th and 3 RD. Doyle smiled timidly. It's a little embarrassing if you put it like that. Under the mask, Yeon-woo looked a little surprised. Khan was in 3rd place and Doyle was in 11th place. They were among the top-ranked players. But why were the rankers, who should be way ahead of him, in a place like this? For a minute, he thought about the possibility of them being frauds. Well, I understand your doubt upon our presence here. You may be thinking we should be around section E or F. No, I believe you're the Doyle and Khan. Hey? Really? Yeon-woo nodded his head in silence. Going by his earlier thought, they didn't have a reason to lie to him. If anything, Yeon-woo had a way to tell that they weren't lying. It was his draconic eyes. He examined them through his skill. It had recently come to his attention that when he examined living organisms with draconic eyes, those with negative or hostile thoughts seemed to have darker and more flaws compared to those with positive thoughts. Based on this fact, Yeon-woo was able to make a rough guess in regards to people's thoughts and emotions. It was also very helpful during monster hunts. The flaws Khan and Doyle had were relatively lighter in color. This meant they were telling the truth. Yeon-woo asked with his arms crossed. So, why would players like you two, who should be busy clearing the tutorial and stacking up karma, bother to return all the way back to this section and recruit a player like me? Doyle scratched his cheek with his finger. He wanted to keep it secret, but after realizing that it would be hard to persuade Yeon-woo without sharing information, he decided to provide information to a certain extent. He was prepared to subdue Yeon-woo if he were to pull any kind of nonsense. Before we get into this, I must ask you something. What is it? Do you belong to any team or clan? No. Doyle's face lit up at Yeon-woo's response. Khan also let out an "oh" in amazement. That's great. In fact, there's an artifact that we have to get from Section E, but we must have at least 3 or 4 members in our team. You could have recruited someone from Section E. By the time players reach the latter sections, they are usually already part of other teams or clans. Yeon-woo was starting to get a rough idea of their story. These were 2 of the top rankers in the tutorial. In order to prevent the information about the hidden piece from spreading, every move they made had to be done with caution. But players with great skills usually belonged to other teams, so they couldn't hire those players because they were afraid their plans might leak out. Therefore, they must have thought they would have a greater chance of finding solo players in Section B. Did they use tickets to travel back to former sections? Yeon-woo presumed it wasn't the reset ticket he had used before. It must have been some kind of pass ticket that allowed them to travel freely. Of course, they must have just bought a one-time use ticket since that was also costly. It's hard to check players' skill in Section A. They must have found me during their search in Section B. Perhaps his performance of passing through Section A solo and smashing Kane's party must have caught their eyes. Yeon-woo didn't know he would draw others' attention in this way, so he chuckled a little bit. You're saying, there is an artifact in Section E which is hard to acquire even for the 3rd and 11th rankers, and you need someone to help you with it. Is this correct? Yes, I can't tell you the details, though. Yeon-woo nodded and thought to himself. It looks like they need Hargan's crown. There were also several hidden pieces in Section E. Fortunately, the one they wanted was different from what Yeon-woo was after. Below the point where the 3 trees are entangled in Section E, there is a lair where the lizardman king named Hargan dwells. We had a hard time raiding this monster. It was a hidden piece his brother and his team Arthea had also stumbled upon. His brother mentioned that as the chief of the lizardman tribe that often appeared in Section E, Hargan was very difficult to deal with. In particular, the huge amount of lizardman warriors guarding their chief added to the difficulty. Furthermore, compared to the efforts his team had poured into it, the rewards were too small. So his brother had been so angry at it that he made a comment in his diary. Thus, Yeon-woo was thinking of avoiding Hargan's lair. He was very short on time. There was no need to waste his time on such a worthless area. He would rather spend his time on another hidden piece and gain more karma and rewards. But more importantly, the item Hargan dropped, Hargan's crown, was an artifact worth too little to Yeon-woo. Hargan's crown has an option that increases dignity and leadership. I don't really need those. Yeon-woo's style of combat was that of a one-man army. No matter how many enemies he faced, he overwhelmed his enemies all by himself. Conducting an army? Or having a lot of teammates? Although it seemed convenient, it didn't suit Yeon-woo's taste. Even when running a mission, he only brought a few subordinates as his companions and had never directed large-scale operations. What's more, his younger brother had been betrayed by his trusted teammates. The law of the jungle prevailed in the tower. If one were to show their back to the enemy, they might get eaten alive. He could easily let his guard down and expose his weaknesses in such a fierce jungle if he had teammates. Even if he had teammates, it would be only one or two. It was a number he thought that wouldn't be much of a burden, also easy to dispose of. So Yeon-woo had no interest in Hargan's crown, which seemed to be helpful only for the commander types. You won't be disappointed with the compensation. We can also adjust the conditions if you need anything else. How does this sound? I'm sure it's not a bad deal, even for you. Khan and Doyle should be desperate to move on to Section E as soon as possible, so they would try to help Yeon-woo by any means necessary. He could quickly raise his ranking and he could even find a hidden piece if he should team up with them. Most importantly, he couldn't ignore the advantage of being acquaintanced to these two who would become super rookies once they finished the tutorial. He could possibly join the team these two organized and form an influential clan inside the tower. Certainly, I would have liked the sound of that, only if I were one of those regular players. Yeon-woo didn't really need the help from Khan and Doyle and definitely didn't need a team. Rather, they would get in his way. He had to keep looking for the other hidden pieces in the future, and he couldn't afford to have any distractions. So Yeon-woo was going to turn down their offer. However, a sudden idea occurred to his mind. It wouldn't hurt to help them just for a little bit, would it? After all, he had planned to skip Section C and D straight away. He had his own business in Section E, but what if he could help these two before that? Hunting Hargan wasn't going to be easy, but if he could cooperate with rank number 3 and rank number 11, a quick raid didn't sound impossible. No matter how worthless it was, a hidden piece was still a hidden piece. He should be able to collect a large amount of karma with this raid. If he could gain all that just by exerting a bit of effort, it wouldn't be a bad exchange. Okay. I'll help you, but on one condition. Doyle made a broad smile as if he was saying he made the right decision. What is it? Apart from the artifact you need, I'd like to take all the other rewards. It wasn't an easy matter. Of course, Hargan's crown was the most important item for them, but he did not know what other rewards were awaiting at Hargan's lair, so Doyle didn't want to make any rash judgment. He looked back at Khan. Khan gave a silent nod. Whatever the conditions may be, what mattered to them was that it would be a quick raid. They didn't need anything else other than the crown. Eventually, Doyle gave him a knowing look and gave Yeon-woo a positive answer. Okay, it's all yours. However, you must show us what you have. To be honest, I know you are going to recruit someone else or even abandon me if I'm below your standard. Doyle let out an awkward laugh as if he had hit the bullseye. Hee, we're not that cruel, you know. Khan suddenly came up front, as if he couldn't wait any longer to talk with him. He then cracked a smile and held out his hand. Oh ha ha. Anyway, it's so good to see you. So, tell me your name, brother. Yeon-woo clearly saw what kind of personality Khan had. He was a typical snobby, talkative man who was just tiring to deal with. But for the time being, he was stuck with this guy, so he bit his lips and grabbed his hand. And as he realized he hadn't said his name, he was going to say his name but soon paused. He reminded himself that this was another battlefield. He didn't have to reveal his real name. Instead, he gave them his code name, his second identity for when he was on the battlefield. Kane. Yeon-woo's eyes were looking resolute. I'm Kane. Chapter 20. Deal 1. Now that he had no reason to stay in the dungeon any longer, Yeon-woo left the dungeon accompanied by Khan and Doyle. Well, here comes the goddamn heavyweight water again. Khan had disgusted expression as he glanced towards the pond. Like Yeon-woo, he had also chosen the black route and had experienced difficulties when crossing through it. High in density, devoid of buoyancy, strong water pressure that restrained the body's movements, and the pond was also filled with aquatic monsters. Just by thinking of passing through the pond got his back up. At the same time, Khan was curious about how Yeon-woo would pass this ordeal. Inside the dungeon, he had only seen hints of Yeon-woo's skills. So this was the first time he would actually see his abilities. He would decide whether to seek additional members or not, based on Yeon-woo's capability or potential growth. But then... Hey! Yeon-woo was walking towards the pond without any preparation. Hey, dude! What is it? Yeon-woo glanced over Khan asking what was wrong. Don't tell me you're thinking of jumping straight in. I mean, you haven't made any preparation. Do you have a problem with that? Bro, you're gonna get yourself into a big TRO. But Yeon-woo jumped into the pond before even Khan could finish speaking. Khan was about to rush in thinking that Yeon-woo might be sinking down in excruciating pain. I suppose we didn't have to worry, did we? Yet. Yeon-woo was swimming with complete ease, like a fish in water. While Doyle was smiling, Khan was looking a bit abashed. He had confirmed in the dungeon that Yeon-woo was somewhat skilled, but this was just a whole different level. He started thinking that he might have snatched someone greater than he had anticipated. This guy has grown so much even before clearing Section B. How much more can he grow by venturing through the rest of the sections? Khan smiled at Yeon-woo, who was currently cleaving through the water. Maybe. A thought occurred to him, that Yeon-woo might be someone who will set the whole tutorial on fire, just like him. He would always welcome another expert. Asterisk? Asterisk? Asterisk. Not caring about Khan's surprise, Yeon-woo analyzed his new body as he clove through the heavyweight water. So this is what Flameheart and Frostcrest does. It's so good. If a normal person were to jump in this water, their body would be crushed by the pressure. But thanks to reinforced physique, his body didn't hurt a bit. The Flameheart was constantly pumping an enormous amount of vitality throughout his body, and the Frost Crest had hardened his skeleton enough to withstand the pressure from the heavyweight water. For Yeon-woo, this was no different from an ordinary bath on Earth. Then, Yeon-woo began to wonder how would Khan and Doyle cross the pond, so he turned back and watched. Khan, who was physically fit, took another piece of cloth out of his pocket and tied his sword next to his waist before jumping into the water. He was a good swimmer. Doyle, on the other hand. What is that? Is that his skill? As Doyle made a subtle gesture in the air. From the walls, a swarm of flies suddenly flocked above the pond. The flies were forming some kind of cloud. Doyle moved forward as he stepped on the dark cloud made out of flies. With every step he took, the bugs moved along and made a bridge beneath his feet. It was truly a peculiar sight. Many flies were trampled to death, but more flies came and filled their spot, making it easy to move. He belongs to the tamer class, maybe entomopathy. Tamers, especially those with zoopathy, were often accompanied by specific animals because they valued communion with their animals. But entomopathists had to deal with bugs that possessed low levels intelligence, so it was harder and more complicated. He didn't expect to see one with his own eyes in the tutorial. It also made some sense now as to why the 11th ranker couldn't react to his attack. He relied on his skills and entomopathy, so his physical ability fell short. That reminds me, didn't he say Black Skull was also good at entomopathy? For a second, he recalled a ranker in the tower. But Yeon-woo shook his head and erased the name from his mind. They were going to meet one day, but he didn't have to worry about it now. After confirming that Khan and Doyle were following him, Yeon-woo took a deep breath and dived into the water. Inside the pond was pitch black, as if he had dived deep into the sea. So he had to strengthen his senses to the fullest extent. Kwang! Yeon-woo gave a powerful kick and glided through the water. The water felt cool and fresh against his skin, maybe it was because it had been a while since had experienced such fast movement. Asterisk? Asterisk? Asterisk. Bild, the executive of Orangdan, was frowning at the report. It was about the villain who had destroyed Kane's party and disappeared into the Black Route. Bild had finally discovered his whereabouts. He was at the heavyweight water pond in Section B. It seemed he hadn't made any progress because of its high difficulty. But when he was about to take off, he was caught by the following report. "Sir, we have a problem." "What problem?" Khan and Doyle were also spotted next to him. "What? Why are they with him? They are supposed to be at Section E, aren't they?" Khan and Doyle, along with the siblings from the Chong-lam family, were also taking the spotlight. Even Chong-a-wado, the force behind Orangdan, paid close attention to their every move. And now all of a sudden they had appeared here. Bild thought that the villain they were looking for didn't have any connection to people in the tower. "We don't have accurate information yet, so we're still investigating. However, we have some reports saying that those two haven't been seen in Section E recently, and some people witnessed two men that fit their description." Bild glared at the subordinate. "And why is it just now that I am hearing about this?" The subordinate gave an excuse with his shoulders hunched. "The reports came from an earlier section, so we thought it was unimportant." Kwang! Bild slammed the table with his fist. "So what does that supposed to mean? Did they team up with each other?" The subordinate lowered his head as he lost face. "I'm afraid that's our assumption. So he's got somebody behind him." "Khan, Doyle. You dirty pieces of shit." Bild gritted his teeth as he recalled the images of the dumbass duo's faces. He took this situation as none other than a declaration of a war. They must have recruited the masked guy even though they knew he had stirred trouble with Orangdan. This was clearly treating Orangdan, or even Chong-a-wado, with disdain. "Let's head to where he is now. Assemble the members. They are all currently waiting outside." Just as Bild nodded and was about to move to the gathering place, another subordinate suddenly hurried into the room. "A new report just arrived. They've cleared Section B and have arrived at Section C. Then we'll go that." But before Bild could even finish his sentence, more subordinates kept barging in with their reports over and over. "We have another report. They've broken through Section C. Currently found in the entrance of Section D. No. They've cleared Section D and entered Section E. They are in. Khan and Doyle are following behind." He couldn't comprehend the situation due to the continuous stream of reports. The network Orangdan had in the tutorial was very tight, there were usually no errors. Judging by this sudden flood of reports, it could only mean one thing. A speedrun. But even if he got help from Khan and Doyle, the speed of their progress was beyond comprehension. What the hell is going on? The look on his face hardened. Asterisk? Asterisk? Asterisk. 26936:55_41. You have successfully cleared the Black Route of Section B as a solo player. You have made an achievement that is not easily accomplished. There will be no this inserted audio clip if you buy the software license key or activation key. Additional karma will be provided. You have acquired 2000 karma. You have acquired 1000 additional karma. Your health and mana will be restored. All status effects will be removed. You have successfully cleared Section C as a solo player. You have made an achievement. You have successfully cleared Section D. What am I looking at right now? Is he the same guy who was in Section B a while ago? How can he grow so fast? Khan was so stunned that he couldn't help but laugh. He had to admit that he had been wrong. He had once believed that this guy might actually grow into one of the strongest, and that one day he would become a dark horse that might threaten the ranker's position. The reality, however, was much different from what he thought. He was already won. When they first crossed through the heavyweight water with Yeon-woo, Khan thought he had found something good. But as soon as they entered Section C, he had to completely change his evaluation of him. Kwang. Swish. Human. Humans here, gurgle. Human, too strong. Chief, need. Kook. Yeon-woo cleared Section C too easily, as he literally swept past the monsters that stood in his way. Unlike previous sections that consisted of a straight path, Section C was a labyrinth formed by dozens of caves connected like a cobweb. Of course there was only one exit, and the way was complex. In addition, at the end of the maze was the den of a hobgoblin and hordes of goblins. The monsters regarded players in Section C as intruders who were invading their den, so they continuously sent scouts to prevent players from advancing. Then the player had to advance by either avoiding the scouts or exterminating them. If they were caught, the worst-case scenario would be that they might have to face the whole tribe of goblins. No matter how skilled players were, they couldn't match such an overwhelming number of monsters. In brief, the whole challenge Section C offered was finding a way out of the maze while playing hide-and-seek with goblins, and that was how most players cleared Section C, whereas Yeon-woo, he ignored all of the rules. He pushed forward as if he didn't care about whoever came to fight him. Naturally, his method caused a huge disturbance throughout the whole den. Hearing the news of this massacre, goblins swarmed at Yeon-woo, but he achieved victory by simply clashing head-on with them. And soon after that, he also took the hobgoblin's life. The same thing happened in Section D. Even the trolls that were guarding the stone chamber were slain with a single strike. Spurt. When it came to the physical power and resilience, trolls were said to be one of the hardest monsters to beat even with a party of 5 or more players. And those trolls were now getting ripped into pieces. Doyle wasn't confident if he himself could produce such an overwhelming scene, so he only watched Yeon-woo with a stern look. No words came out of his mouth. Despite displaying such a spectacle, Yeon-woo calmly started to dissect the carcasses of the trolls without showing any sign of fatigue. When Khan and Doyle finally opened their mouth, they asked what was he doing with the dead monster. Their blood is an important ingredient for brewing health potions. Their tendons and leather are also great materials for other items. He even answered back with a question asking if there was something wrong with it. Ranging from raiding to looting, Yeon-woo was squeezing out everything he could from the tutorial. Asterisk. 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 Your ranking in the tutorial has been updated. Tutorial ranking. 1 Edora, 57,987 points. 2 Fanti, 56,342 points. 3 Khan, 50,475 points. 192-1. Unknown, 15,700 points, U. From 281st to 192th place. Yeon-woo jumped nearly 90 steps at once. Chapter 21. Deal, 2. Shuck shuck. What are you gonna do with all that? Khan asked Yeon-woo with a disgusted look. Yeon-woo stopped collecting the troll's skin and looked up at Khan. Didn't I tell you? The blood is an ingredient for potions. No, I wasn't asking about that. Then what? Well, what's the point of keeping the materials? You must have gathered a lot of karma by now. And you're definitely not stopping, right? Then why can't you just buy items with your karma? Once players made their entrance into the tower, karma points could be used as currency. If they wanted an item or an artifact, they could pay karma to purchase whatever they needed. Therefore, players weren't too keen on looting materials which were considered as scrap items from monsters' carcasses. Even if they really needed materials, they'd prefer to hire other players or simply buy them with points. Of course, rare materials from greater monsters like an elder dragon were a different story. Even so, those items were for giant clans or special raiding teams to deal with. That's why solo players rarely handled scrap items. However, Khan noticed that even while they were speedrunning through the sections, Yeon-woo was never reluctant to gather materials from dead bodies. Ever since hunting goblins, whenever he found intact carcasses he would make a pause to loot. His looting process was also very delicate. When filling a bottle with blood, he would make his best effort to not get the blood mixed with foreign substances, and when collecting important materials he wrapped them in leather and stored them separately. Because of this, despite his effort to take with him only valuable ingredients, Yeon-woo's backpack was so full of materials that it looked like a balloon that was about to burst. I have plans for these materials. If you say so. Khan no longer tried to understand Yeon-woo. Although his actions appeared to be meaningless to Khan, he discovered that each of them was thoroughly planned. Besides, knowing that individualism was a major element of the tower, he couldn't meddle in Yeon-woo's business. But he was far too nosy to endure his growing curiosity, so he asked one last question. By the way, is there anyone who can handle so many ingredients all at once? Don't get caught up in a scam and end up crying like a baby. After packing all the ingredients, Yeon-woo lifted the backpack with his shoulders. Because of the tears and punctures it got from previous sections, his backpack had patches of leather all over the place, giving off an uncanny impression. I do know a blacksmith. Oh. He must be good then. We'll see. Yeon-woo shrugged his shoulders and walked past Khan. He didn't want to bother talking anymore. Khan only smacked his lips. Gosh, what a jerk. During the whole time he stayed beside Yeon-woo, the biggest thing that Khan had felt so far was that Yeon-woo always played his cards close to his chest. As far as he knew, most people tended to share their stories after hanging around for a while. However, Yeon-woo never brought up anything about his identity. He only spoke what he needed to say. Sometimes, his callous look from underneath the white mask gave him chills on the back. Of course, in the dog-eat-dog world of the tutorial and the tower, his personality wasn't necessarily bad. He knew Yeon-woo was trying not to reveal his weaknesses. Also, his friendliness might have looked suspicious to Yeon-woo, since they were barely acquainted with each other. But still, he had this feeling that Yeon-woo was intentionally building a wall around himself. Khan prided himself on being highly sociable and profoundly empathetic. Due to that, he could feel it more so. But there are not many players with that much skill, I'd like to keep him close if possible. Khan stroked his chin with his hand. If he were to describe Yeon-woo with one word, he would say reliable. Although he never talked about himself, he also never interfered with other people's affairs. And at the same time, he conducted his work without a complaint. He even showed excellent ability by clearing 2 sections non-stop. Khan wanted Yeon-woo so badly because he had a big plan in mind. He wanted him, not for this raid only, but for the whole journey throughout the tower. But he felt like Yeon-woo wasn't letting him get closer. Maybe it's his mask. By the time Khan finished thinking, Yeon-woo had already opened the iron gate leading outside of Section D. Rumble. He felt the whole cave quaking when he pushed the iron gate that was thicker than any other the gate they had passed. Then, a stream of warm and bright sunshine poured inside the cave where only dim lights gleamed. There, he saw the blue sky. You have successfully cleared Section D as a solo player. You have made an achievement that is not easily accomplished. Additional karma will be provided. You have acquired 3,000 karma. You have acquired 2,000 additional karma. Your health and mana will be restored. All status effects will be removed. You have entered Section E. You have successfully reached the outer area. Additional karma will be provided. You have acquired 1,000 additional karma. Yeon-woo swept his hair back with his hands. A fresh crisp breeze came blowing towards him. He felt extremely refreshed. Ugh! It was getting stuffy in there. I'm a little sad to leave. It was the perfect place for a nap. Khan stretched himself, and Doyle rubbed his sleepy eyes. The tutorial could be roughly categorized into two areas: the inner area and outer area. The inner area referred to the first areas ranging from Section A to Section D, which were designed to help new players realize their level of skill and to train for what they lacked. The outer area referred to the later areas ranging from Section E to Section G, which tested the skills that players had trained in the inner area and had them attest to their qualifications. Usually, players would easily accumulate stress because the trials in the inner area were conducted in narrow caves and passageways with bad lighting and poor ventilation. But there was nothing like that in the outer area. Seeing the outside world after so long, Yeon-woo also felt the stuffiness going away. But he couldn't relax because he knew that the outer area would be even more dangerous than the inner area. Until Section D the space was limited by walls, so I only had to watch out within a certain range. There's nothing like that from Section E onward. Being in an open area also meant exposing himself to the enemy. Different messages started popping up while Yeon-woo was focused on his thoughts. The challenge of Section E will begin. At that moment, Yeon-woo saw a flash of light on his palm. A small bead about the size of half a finger appeared where the light had just flashed. You have been given one token. Multiple tokens are hidden throughout Section E, they can also be transferred or traded between players. Collect 99 tokens to ascertain your qualifications. Yeon-woo fidgeted with the bead-shaped token. Next to him, Khan watched with nauseated look. It pisses me off whenever I see that. Yeon-woo looked at the token quietly. Section E was more of a death match. There were tokens hidden all over the section, but it was much easier to rob someone else of what they had collected than to collect it for yourself. So players in Section E often got paranoid. They didn't know when they would get hit by something unexpected, but also didn't know if the teammates they had been laughing with until now would stab them in the back. What's more disgusting, is that Yeon-woo focused on the message about the token being able to be transferred or traded between players. This meant that it was possible to threaten or even kill others to take their tokens. To find tokens hidden throughout the whole Section E was a difficult task. Rather than that, it was easier to stay hidden and ambush other players and kill them to steal their tokens. It was as plain as day which option players would choose. His brother had a hard time dealing with such problems. But what made Arthea distinguish itself from the others was that despite all the temptations, they managed to pass Section E solely by collecting hidden tokens without resorting to betrayal. Those hyenas will surely come for me. The scavengers, also known as hyenas. Section E was infested with hyenas using the forest as their cloak. He had to watch out for them. Then, Yeon-woo suddenly recalled the nefarious team he saw in the diary. The ones who captured players alive and used them to farm tokens. His brother and Arthea stepped up and wreaked havoc on their team, but what if the remnants or other copycats made a resurgence? Then Yeon-woo shook his head at the idea. Unlike his righteous and altruistic brother, he was a completely self-centered person. Even if he witnessed such crimes, he would most likely ignore it. His hands were already full with his own business. He had to stay out of trouble. Then Yeon-woo glanced toward the two standing next to him. To his relief, Khan and Doyle only stared at Yeon-woo's token, and they didn't look interested in taking it. It seemed like they had already collected quite a lot of tokens before going back to Section B. Or they could have already collected all 99 tokens. Yeon-woo then put his token in his mouth and swallowed it. Khan and Doyle looked at him with a newfound interest. By swallowing token, Yeon-woo showed his will of not yielding to other players until dead. They got a glimpse of Yeon-woo's conviction. I'm done reading messages, so let's get a move on. You said you're looking for a hidden piece in Section E, correct? Then let's get it done now. I have to go find tokens afterward. Khan nodded. Yeah, but there's quite a distance from here. It's gonna take us a while until we get there. Then we'll gather tokens on our way. Fine by me. Khan took the lead and set off on their way. Yeon-woo and Doyle followed behind. Asterisk. 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 Section E boasts a much larger and wider area than all four of the preceding sections combined. Thanks to this, each area has its own geographic feature within a different environment, forming a unique ecosystem. Small hills are spread out to the south, a vast forest is covering the northern region, and at the end of the forest lies a muddy swamp. Black rocky mountains are lined up behind a barren desert along the east side, and a river flowing through a prairie stretches westward. And each area is also inhabited by a wide variety of monsters. Small monsters like goblins and kobolds form villages around the forest, but larger monsters such as trolls and ogres live deep in the forest. Lizardmen, sandworms, and settlements of orcs were each seen in the northern swamp, eastern desert, and western prairie. The ordeal is about finding tokens while dealing with the monsters and guarding their tokens against players who may be even more dangerous than these monsters. Both are important. And now, Yeon-woo's party was heading towards the swamp at the north. Chapter 22. Deal 3. As darkness fell, Yeon-woo's party made preparations to camp outside. When he was in the inner area, Yeon-woo would only take short naps from time to time due to being unable to distinguish night from day. But now that he could, he didn't have to continue doing that. Most importantly, Khan had suggested the idea in order to stay in top shape. The monsters we'll be dealing with are pretty tough. We have to be fully prepared. Yeon-woo nodded in agreement. Although Yeon-woo feigned ignorance, he knew what Khan and Doyle were looking for. Hargan, the Lizardman King. As one of the boss monsters in Section E, Hargan was powerful enough to easily crush normal players. The top-ranked duo, Khan and Doyle, couldn't guarantee whether they would win against him. And the even bigger problem was that he is not alone. There were 2 Lizardman Kings in total. 1 male and 1 female. The only reason the name of this hidden piece was Hargan's Lair was because it was named after the male one. However, the real owner was the female one that resided deeper inside the lair, not the male. If you let yourself feel relieved after hunting only the male, you would find yourself in big trouble. The one that has Hargan's crown is also the female Lizardman King. These 2 must have already figured it out. To take the crown, there had to be at least 1 player in charge of each, male and female, Lizardman King. Even if Khan risked his own life, he could only handle one of them at a time, so he must have needed someone to take on the other one. Doyle, whose physical strength was relatively weak, could only take on the role of seizing the crown while the monster's aggro was focused on someone else. That's why all 3 of them had to be in their best possible condition before setting foot into Hargan's lair. Khan and Doyle, perhaps because they had a lot of experience sleeping outside, quickly got themselves ready to camp. Doyle, in particular, showed Yeon-woo a very fascinating sight when he lit the bonfire. Using his entomopathy, he summoned some kind of bugs and made them line up on top of the firewood. The bugs suddenly burst into flames, creating a spectacular display of sparks. Impressive! Doyle gave a coy smile in response to Yeon-woo's short exclamation. They are called flame bugs. When facing their natural enemies, they'll ignite themselves on fire and combust the enemy along with them. The tower is full of such wonderful insects. While nodding his head, Yeon-woo looked at the remains of the flame bugs slowly fading in the flames. There are still so many things in the tower that even Jeong-woo didn't know about. Not everything about the tower was recorded in the diary. Yeon-woo for sure would need to explore those things that were not recorded. As the bonfire burned brightly, they made themselves comfortable in their respective sleeping bags. After deciding to take turns to keep watch during the night, they fell asleep one by one. Asterisk. 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 Yeon-woo was the first one to keep the night watch. There was no particular reason for this. It was just because he had won in rock paper scissors. Crackle. Yeon-woo calmly stared at the burning firewood, and opened one of his hands. 5 blue beads rolled over his palm. They were tokens. Together with the one I originally had, I have 6 tokens now. Yeon-woo didn't just walk along during the journey to Hargan's lair. He had been looking for the tokens hidden and sparsely placed throughout the forest. In the crevice of a rock, by a brook, up on a tree, in a bird nest, and so on. But they weren't too hard to find. I never would have imagined that my strengthened senses could even capture the position of the tokens. The tokens were somewhat special. It was as if they contained some sort of special power. The feeling he got when sensing them was different from that of other objects lying around. I need to collect as many tokens as possible. As the amount of tokens I gather increases, so will the karma I gain. Especially from the 100th token onwards, there will be a drastic increase, so I have to stay focused. Of course, his search for tokens was conducted in secret. There was no need to let Khan and Doyle know about it. The two were even showing signs of remorse, saying how Yeon-woo was unable to find any token due to being busy helping them with their raid. Doyle went much further and even brought up the idea of offering him tokens in compensation. Whether they meant it or not, Yeon-woo thought they must be real good guys, considering the fact that they were in a place where egoism was prevalent. By the way, Yeon-woo tossed the 5 tokens into his mouth and raised his head up to see the moon. Proving that this place was different from the earth, 1 large and 1 small moons were hanging high in the night sky. Have I already made all the way up here? Time does go fast. He was feeling a bit awkward from being able to enjoy the night breeze at ease. Yeon-woo wondered if it was because he had been passing through the sections without a break. To him, having this kind of peaceful time was like a square peg in a round hole. He hadn't had a good rest ever since entering the tutorial. He had been rolling over the floor, stabbing monsters, and running all over the place. The only sleep he'd had were mere quick naps to recover from fatigue. But when he sat back and looked back, he realized how intensely he had kept to his schedule. It felt as if he had entered the tutorial just yesterday, and now that he was relaxing, he felt a little bit tired. Though not physically tired, mental fatigue seemed to have piled up considerably. However, he tried to not let his guard down. His senses were relentlessly scanning through the area in great detail. He dismissed all the distracting thoughts from his head. Rustle. He watched the serene night sky and enjoyed the night breeze. This alone seemed to relieve his mental fatigue and pressure that had been building up till now. This reminds me of the sky in Africa. Yeon-woo recalled his comrades and the commander who would be working hard in his place by now. He felt a little sorry when he thought about the commander who had cared for him like a father. Jeong-woo would have loved this kind of silent atmosphere. Then Yeon-woo shifted his gaze towards Khan and Doyle. Apparently, they were so tired that they fell asleep as soon as they laid their head down. What an interesting duo! It appeared to Yeon-woo that Khan and Doyle were very different from other ordinary players. Their faces were always beaming with joy. At the same time, they behaved in a confident manner. These two had a type of bearing that other players lacked. They dealt with these situations as if they were already too familiar with them. Where on earth did you guys spring out from? On their way to the swamp, Yeon-woo could finally check their skills. Khan occasionally revealed a glimpse of his excellent swordsmanship. It was powerful, sharp, and fierce. It seemed to strike a balance between magnificence and practicality. That level of swordsmanship could never be attained in just a few days. Yeon-woo was sure he must have gone through many experiences and training. Although he was talkative and foolish on the outside, he must have had no ordinary childhood. So was Doyle. He always had dull and sleepy eyes, but sometimes he would show a sharp look. And when he did, he displayed keen judgment and critical acumen. If Khan was a doer that mostly engaged in close combat, Doyle was more of a thinker that stayed at the back line and made the decisions. In particular, Doyle's entomopathic ability might seem weak whenever he uses it for practical use, but its true power shone brightly when it was used against monsters. The bugs he controlled were very small. What if they crept into the orifices like the nose, ears, and mouth? What if they dug into the skins, nibbled off the blood vessels, and tore up the muscles? So monsters instinctively avoided clashing against Doyle and chose to rush towards Khan instead. Whenever that happened, Kong got upset at the flocking monsters and they still ended up being swept away. The teamwork that the duo showed, like two cogwheels that meshed perfectly together, was nothing short of impressive. It didn't look like they had learned or practiced beforehand, but they had developed a certain kind of connection that instinctively told them what would be the other one's next course of action. This must be the result of working together for not just a day or two, but for at least 5 or 10 years. Even real siblings wouldn't be in perfect sync like them. What is your relationship? I'm sure you're not brothers. He didn't know how experts like them, who also seemed to come from a privileged background, were so close to each other, and why did they have to make things harder for themselves? But there was one thing for sure. They sure look good together. The two of them were so willing to trust each other with their own lives. This relationship could never happen without mutual faith. Yeon-woo was a little jealous of the relationship between the two. Of course, it wasn't like he wanted to get to know them in detail, or to join in their relationship. Just by looking at these two, Yeon-woo couldn't help but see the reflection of a person he used to know. Yeon-woo thought he was becoming needlessly sentimental as the night wore on. He was trying to get rid of all the idle thoughts from his head. He couldn't believe he had so many miscellaneous thoughts. But to his surprise, is it because of this short break I took? His mind was now clearer than ever. Just like the sky after a heavy rain. When he opened his closed eyes again, they were filled with whole-souled determination. Then suddenly, Khan rustled and woke up from his sleep. There will be no this inserted audio clip if you buy the software license key or activation key. His eyes shone through his wild hair still looked very sleepy. He even gave a big yawn. Why did you get up? You still have some time before your turn. How can I sleep if it's so noisy around here? A chuckle slipped out of Yeon-woo's mouth. Contrary to Khan's statement, their surroundings were rather too calm. As if someone had intentionally muted all the sound. The cry of the bugs, the whistle of the wind. No sound could be heard. Khan rubbed his sleepy eyes and took his hand to the scabbard he had left near his head. Still, everything was all too quiet. Before he knew it, Doyle had also gotten up with a yawn. He put a slight frown upon his fine face, looking annoyed at the things that disturbed his sleep. How long are you going to let them be like that? I was going to get rid of them when they came closer. I'm sorry to let them wake you up. Doyle answered Yeon-woo with a grin on his face. It's okay. I was getting stiff since I haven't been moving my body lately. Might as well do some proper exercise. At the same time, Doyle turned around to look at Khan. I was wondering myself. Yet. Do you think they knew you were here? Does that matter? Khan slowly drew his sword out of the scabbard while his eyes give off cold glow. What matters is that they are enemies who are pointing their swords at us. As soon as Khan finished his words. Pat. His shadow suddenly disappeared. Spurt. Aak. With the sound of blood splashing, a desperate scream came out from the bush. Damn it! How did they notice we were here? Fan out! It's more dangerous if we bunch up. Soon, something stirred from within the bushes and several players came out from them, all busily moving in different directions. They were originally planning on approaching as close as possible and jumping at their targets all at once. But once they were caught, there was no advantage in making an ambush anymore. Rather, it was more dangerous for them if they were grouped up. They were currently facing none other than the Blood Sword and Foxy Tail. There was no chance of winning if they fought them directly. Khan bolted around and brandished his sword, as if he didn't even have the slightest intention of letting them slip away. With each slash, blood sprayed over the grass and a body fell to the ground. Doyle also made a big gesture in the air. Buzz! The forest was a home of many bugs and flies. Several swarms of bugs formed at places and they each rushed towards the nearest players. Damn it! Fucking insects! Get it off! Get it oof! As thousands of bugs clung to their skin, they swung their swords trying to shake them off. But the bugs kept digging deeper into their skin and feasted on their flesh. Painful screams echoed around the whole forest. Even though Khan and Doyle had been slaughtering enemies at an inhuman pace, there were still numerous players hiding in the bushes. Rustle. Doyle heard a muffled sound of stealthy footsteps from behind. It seemed like they were aiming to attack from the blind spot. With a slightly irritated face, Doyle was about to send bugs to them but... When he realized where they were going, he was so taken aback that a small laugh came out of his mouth. They were moving towards Yeon-woo. They might have targeted Yeon-woo because unlike them, his name wasn't well known. Maybe they thought Yeon-woo was a porter of some sort. But whatever the case was, could they have been expecting this? The place that they are heading now. Those idiots. Of all choices they could have made, they still managed to choose the worst. Was actually the jaws of death. Chapter 23. Deal 3. Russell. Fuck. They noticed us too soon. I'll have to steal this guy's tokens while Bloodsword and Foxy Tail are distracted. And his artifacts too, if I can. Frank and his minions were among the most active scavengers in Section E. They were very fond of their job. Under the guise of taking tokens, they robbed players' riches, artifacts, and everything else. Artifacts were divided amongst themselves to greatly increase their battle prowess. If they were lucky enough, they could even obtain some skill books. Tokens could be sold to top rankers at very high prices. Also, there were several places that were in need of live players. Varying from workers or slaves, to prostitutes, livestock, and even human specimens for experimental purposes. People had a variety of uses for their bodies, so they didn't have to worry about where to sell them. Who wouldn't want a piece of such a lucrative business? What was better was that this guy was the teammate of top rankers like Khan and Doyle. No one knew how many tokens he might be carrying or what artifacts he might have received from those two. Although there was the risk of having to sneak behind Khan and Doyle, he was expecting to get a great deal of return from it. He was so nervous that his mouth was drying up. And as expected, Khan and Doyle hadn't noticed their ambush. Their prey was so frightened that he was only crouching by the fire, unaware of his imminent fate. Pat. Not long before Frank and his minions jumped out from bushes and slashed at the back of the man wearing a white mask. It's in, Frank thought to himself. But soon he noticed something was wrong and opened his eyes wide. Just like an illusion, there was nothing in the place where his sword had slashed. Instinct told him to look up, and there he saw the white mask. It then landed right in front of him. Behind the white mask, two eyes were flashing like a will-o-wisp. A terrible chill ran through his body. Spurt. From his head to his groin, a dagger carved a dark red line along Frank's body, knocking him over to his back. What the hell? Boss. The rest of the scavengers behind Frank faltered for a moment. In the meantime, Yeon-woo turned around and threw himself at them. Swish! The figure gliding through the forest under the dark sky reminded them of a ghost. It looked like a white mask floating amid the darkness. That image caused the scavengers to shiver in fear. What was supposed to be a prey, turned out to be a predator that killed Frank with one slash. And the sheer look of his glowing eyes made their flesh crawl. Tang! One of the scavengers at the front managed to fend off Yeon-woo's attack. Then the atmosphere suddenly changed. Wait, maybe he isn't that tough. Maybe Frank's carelessness let this guy get the better of him. We are superior in number, so it can't be that hard to kill just one guy if we attack all at once, right? All the scavengers thought of the same thought, jumped to the same conclusion, and they all rushed towards Yeon-woo in unison. Swish! You son of a bitch! Die, you motherfucker! But of course, that was Yeon-woo's trap to draw them in. With his dagger interlocked with the enemy's weapon, Yeon-woo quickly spun to his right and darted right beneath the scavenger in front of him. At the same time, he drew another dagger with his left hand, holding it in reverse, and immediately sliced him right in the neck. Spurt! Blood sprayed upward like a fountain as the dagger severed his jugular vein. Yeon-woo then threw the dagger in between the fountain of blood, piercing another scavenger's head. Soon after, he ran straight back to the 3 scavengers sneaking behind, and swiftly cut their waist, neck, and shoulder. How the hell, gurgle. Fuck. The scavengers then realized it was all a trap and wanted to retreat. But it was too late now, so they still tried to pressure and exhaust Yeon-woo by relying on their numbers. Contrary to their wish, Yeon-woo went on a rampage, destroying each and every one of them. He parried a knife that flew towards him and stabbed into their neck, waist, and heart. He blocked a spear aiming at his blind spot with his arm, snapped it into half, and cut off the head of its wielder. Yeon-woo's inhuman movement made them think he had eyes all over his body. Every time the scavengers attacked Yeon-woo, he dodged all of their attacks and even launched counterattacks. And each time, the scavengers collapsed with their blood scattering all over the grass. They felt as if they had been possessed by a ghost. Run! They finally realized they had messed with the wrong guy and tried to make an escape. Swish! Pug! Yeon-woo threw a dagger towards the head of the first one to run away, and then quickly chased after the others. His speed was too fast and direction unpredictable, so they could do nothing but to hopelessly await their deaths. Fear had grabbed their ankles. Terror was slowly eating them up from the inside. Asterisk. 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 The 3 of them had killed a total of 21 scavengers. It was more than he had expected. Khan asked Yeon-woo all of a sudden. Why did you let them come near? The more tokens, the better. Man, you are seriously out of your mind. Khan clicked his tongue lightly. He was saying that from the very beginning he had planned to lure them in order to kill them all in the same spot. Of course, there were also other players in Section E who used a similar strategy to Yeon-woo. These players specifically hunted down the scavengers by disguising themselves as lone stragglers. But even so, it was only possible when facing against small numbers. No one wanted to face over 20 scavengers moving together in an organized system. Even high rankers couldn't handle such overwhelming numbers of enemies. But Yeon-woo treated such things as nothing at all. Was it because he had trust in Khan and Doyle, or because he was confident in his own skills? Or maybe it's both. Meanwhile, Yeon-woo had been looting tokens from the scavengers' bodies. 81? Seems like they've been in this business for quite a long time. Yeon-woo was dumbfounded by the number of tokens he had found in the scavengers' corpses. He had only found 5 tokens while searching around the forest with his senses strengthened. But they were carrying almost 100 with them. Even with that number, the underlings only carried 1 or 2, most of them were found on the ones who looked like the leaders. It's been a while since new players had entered Section E. That's probably what was left over after selling most of them. More than 1,000 people had been in this place, looking for tokens and fighting for them. 81 is a small number compared to that. Doyle provided an explanation with a smile on his face. But that's only possible because they were scavengers. Most players probably have 10 tokens or less. The rich get richer, the poor get poorer. That's correct. Yeon-woo thought it made sense. Section E had a type of a winner-takes-all system. The strong player minority would take tokens from the weak player majority. Weak players had no choice but to give up their tokens to survive. Even if they made up for the loss, eventually they would get stolen again. They might even be enslaved and made to hand in the tokens they find. Whatever they may do, the strong can sit still and pile up tokens at a rapid pace. On the other hand, the weak would be always short on tokens. That was the reason why there was a huge gap between high rankers and the other players. Yeon-woo also knew about this system and was waiting for the scavengers to come. Anyway, collect as many tokens as you can. They'll be used to gain karma, as well as to purchase items from the mysterious merchant. The top-ranked players usually don't go straight to Section F even if they have the 99 tokens required. They will try to hoard as many as they can. Yeon-woo nodded along. Come to think of it, was it at the end of Section E where I can meet the mysterious merchant again? Yeon-woo recalled his brother's diary. He didn't think much of it because he didn't have anything to buy from the mysterious merchant. But it wouldn't harm to keep it in mind. Oh, by the way, you can have all the tokens. Yeon-woo looked back at Doyle at the unexpected remark. 81 tokens were quite a lot to just give away. He didn't understand why. Doyle smiled and said, "We didn't pay you front money when we made the deal, did we? Think of it as a down payment. What about Con? He's really simple, you know. He'll do whatever I ask him to, so don't worry. You two also need karma. Haha. Are you worried about us? We surely have enough for ourselves, so really, it's okay. Well then, thank you kindly." There was no reason to turn down their favor. Yeon-woo put the tokens inside a pouch he made from weaving the hide of the trolls. He had too many tokens so he didn't dare to swallow them anymore. This is easier than expected. Yeon-woo couldn't get rid of the idea that it was too easy. If he tried a little harder, he could move on to Section F. Of course, he wasn't going to actually do that. There was nothing major in Section F that would allow him to gather much karma. Section E was virtually the last place he could collect karma in large quantities. What's more, that guy will show up here too. The one that Yeon-woo had in his mind even before he entered the tutorial. The one that only appeared at this specific time period. He had to kill it before going to the next section. That will significantly increase my magic power. Then, I will be able to complete the succession process. If it was a solid vessel that Yeon-woo had acquired in Section B, what was left to be obtained in Section E was the content to fill up the vessel. Yeon-woo licked his lower lip. Once we kill the Lizardman King, I'll have to head straight to kill that guy. He already had his plan mapped out in his mind. Asterisk. 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 The following day, Yeon-woo's party was able to reach their destination, the northern swamp. It was very hard to move their feet as the swamp was full of soft mud. Their feet sank deep into the swamp with every step they took, and it was getting deeper as they moved inward. At some point, they had to climb up a tree and jump from tree to move around. During the meantime, they had several fights whenever they came across a lizardman settlement. Lizardmen are reptilian monsters with the ability to walk upright. These monsters have knowledge of wielding swords and possess high intelligence, they even know how to hunt. They would attack with a hit-and-run style in order to exhaust the intruders as much as possible, before launching a final attack where they'd usually all jump in at once. However, it did not work against Yeon-woo's party at all. They showed no signs of fatigue even after a series of battles. They just wiped out every single lizardman they saw. And Yeon-woo even looted materials from the monsters' carcasses. What else are you going to take this time? Their eyes. Lizardmen's eyeballs are a very useful item for making artifacts with certain buffs. Yet. Of course. Well, there are bodies lying everywhere around here, so go ahead. Help yourself. Khan shook his head in disgust, and once Yeon-woo started to cut off the spikes on their tails, he no longer spoke a word. I need their eyes to forge the artifact, Gaiji's eyes. It was an artifact named after a giant that's said to have hundreds of arms and thousands of eyes. Yeon-woo swore to himself that he would get his hands on that artifact one day, and continued to move on. Meanwhile, thanks to his steady search, he now had 89 tokens in his possession. And only after destroying a couple of settlements, they were finally able to reach Hargan's lair. However. Wait, is this? Yet. Looks like they already had some guests. Doyle looked at Khan with a worried look. Khan nodded gravely. Yeon-woo also narrowed his brows. There were bloodstains and other traces of battle along the way leading to Hargan's lair. They were traces of other players. Chapter 24. Deal 4. It hasn't been long since the battle took place. Yeon-woo leaned down and touched the blood-stained soil with his hands. He also checked the traces left on trees and rocks. Anyone could tell he knew what he was doing. 5 hours? No, it was about 6 hours ago. 6 hours. Khan muttered in a small voice. Doyle asked Yeon-woo with a worried look. These people, did they succeed? Hidden pieces were supposed to be literally hidden. They were valuable only when kept hidden. They played a role in raising players' morale and encouraging them to stay focused without falling behind. So hidden pieces in the tutorial never occurred again in the same round once they were cleared. Then what would happen if the other players had already cleared Hargan's lair? For Khan and Doyle, who needed Hargan's crown, it would be a tremendous loss. Also, even though Khan and Doyle hadn't told Yeon-woo yet, it wasn't just the crown that they needed. There was something else they wanted to obtain using the crown. It was an essential element for the two who were plotting something big. Therefore, the interference of other players wasn't good news. But Yeon-woo stood up. He further examined the traces and gave them a reassuring answer. No. There are only traces leading inside, but there are no signs of people coming out. And apparently the people who came here didn't come in search of Hargan's lair. What? What do you mean? Look here. Yeon-woo pointed towards a deep trench on the ground. It's a trail of something heavy being dragged through the ground. That must be the players' bodies. I think the lizardmen used some kind of bait and lured them here. And then? Nobody knows. Khan and Doyle couldn't help but frown. Although Yeon-woo hadn't said anything, they could imagine what had happened to them. Monsters weren't always the prey. There were times when monsters themselves became the hunters and preyed on players. For them, this place was their home. They knew the local geography better than players. Of course there would be traps lying around. Yeon-woo presumed this had something to do with those traps. Goddamn sons of bitches. Fortunately for Yeon-woo, Khan only spat out some curses and didn't seem to want to intervene in this matter. I thought he was just naive, but he can keep his cool when necessary. Yeon-woo nodded quietly. If Khan had lost his judgment out of simple emotions, Yeon-woo had planned to return the tokens and just leave. But Khan must have been acting calm to set an example as Doyle's senior. Then Yeon-woo noticed that Doyle, who usually had good control over his feelings, had a grim expression on his face. Doyle noticed Yeon-woo's gaze and put on his usual smile. He looked at Yeon-woo and raised his brows as if asking if there was something wrong with him. Yeon-woo knitted his eyebrows, but soon shook his head. He remained silent. Just then, it is really irritating to just let it go, but we can't afford to overexert ourselves. So, Kane. Yeon-woo turned his head as he heard his code name. Yes. We haven't told you anything about this place yet, have we? Yeon-woo quietly nodded his head. Up till now, he had been pretending not to know, so now he had to keep pretending. Besides, he wanted to know how much they knew about Hargan's lair and what kind of plan they had in mind. Khan continued with a serious look. This place is called Hargan's lair. Lair? Yes. You remember the lizardmen we've been dealing with on our way here, right? Hargan is a leader? Chief among all chiefs? A king? Well, he is something like that. And this is where he is. Sounds like he's strong. Yeah, definitely. Us two together probably can't kill him either. A dungeon with a boss monster that the 3rd and 11th rankers could not kill. Yeon-woo then asked a question. Even with me? That's a different story, but it's still gonna be tough. There's also a female one inside the lair. That one's the real deal. As expected, Khan and Doyle seemed to have accurate information about Hargan's lair. There's one thing for sure. No matter how hard we try, the three of us can't kill both bosses. We'll die in vain. Then what's our plan? Theft. Theft. Yes. Khan nodded with a serious look. The male one is outside the lair and the female one is inside. While I deal with the male one, you will have to distract the female one. Then Doyle will take the crown from her head. And then we'll make a run for it. Khan snickered as if Yeon-woo was asking something obvious. As I said, the female one is ridiculously strong. You cannot kill her on your own. So don't you ever fight her head on, you just have to get her aggro. Understood. Yeon-woo gave him a nod. Khan stared at Yeon-woo in surprise. How are you taking this so calmly? That was our deal, wasn't it? Khan's face turned red as he scratched his cheek. Well, you know, I'm telling you to take the hardest role in our plan. I thought you'd say you want to take the male one. I know you're afraid that I might run away if things go wrong. Don't worry, I don't make promises I can't keep. But if we are planning on running away, I must ask you something else in return for our deal. Khan smiled broadly. You bet we will. Man, I'm such a good judge of character. I knew you'd figure out your job and help us. Yeon-woo still found him bothersome and let out a snort with his arms crossed. Yeon-woo had been executing his duties in the battlefield of Africa. This was nothing different from that. The only difference was that he used to be a soldier who was simply driven by orders from his superiors, but now he was more like a mercenary who was driven by money. Let's get started. Khan drew his sword from his waist. Swing. The sunlight reflected on the blade produced an ominous red gloss. Asterisk. 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 Yeon-woo's party moved forward while maintaining an arrowhead formation with Khan at the front. Soon after, you have entered a field. You have found the hidden piece, Hargan's lair. You have acquired 500 karma. Rustle. As a bush stirred, a lizardman patrolling the lair suddenly shouted out loud. HSSS. Humans. There are humans here. From then on, Yeon-woo's party started running through the field. Hargan was the king of the lizardmen. Of course, if there was a king, there also had to be lots and lots of royal guards protecting their king. Every single one of the lizardmen gathered in this place were among the greatest warriors their species had to offer. The lizardmen that were standing in front of their party could not be compared to the ones they had met on their way here. Clang clang asterisk. As they traversed through a horde of lizardmen, the male lizardman king, Hargan, made his appearance and let out a deafening roar. Cock. Humans! You dare enter my lair? You must die! The average lizardman was about 2 meters tall, but Hargan was about twice as big. His scales glimmered blue, and his scimitar was drenched in blood. His monstrous roar exuded an overwhelming aura. A hidden boss monster, Hargan the Lizardman King has emerged. Hidden quest / the King of Lizardmen. Content: in Section E, there are 5 kings that rule over the forest. Hargan is the king of the lizardmen, who owns the northern swamp. Defeat all his guards and slay Hargan the Lizardman King. Rewards: Hargan's crown, blue scale scimitar, ownership of the lair. Cruel way. What a monster it is! Yeon-woo frowned at Hargan, who greatly affected his senses simply by spreading out his presence. The quest window also showed up, but he didn't pay any attention to it. Kwae. He is gigantic. He had never experienced such enormous pressure. He hadn't felt like this even when he had first entered the tutorial. It was close to the fear he had felt when he was brought to the battlefield in Africa for the first time. The boiling tension made his right hand holding the dagger to be soaked in sweat. There was a fair amount of distance between Yeon-woo and Hargan, but to him, it felt certainly very close. Because we stumbled upon this lair by pure coincidence, we were so nervous when we first faced Hargan. Some of our teammates even shrank back in horror. The feeling of pressure Hargan gave us was that huge. In front of him, we felt like we were small and insignificant beings. My blood ran cold. I clenched my teeth in an attempt to repel the fear, but it wasn't enough to stop my legs from trembling. Yeon-woo could now understand what his brother had experienced. Even if he had broken through in succession all the way up to Section E, he had never seen such a strong monster that gave off this kind of different feeling. A strong murderous intent that aroused his instinct was as frightening as it could be. There will be no this inserted audio clip if you buy the software license key or activation key. However, I've had enough of this already. Yeon-woo put more strength into his eyes and managed to stay composed. Suddenly, the spirit surrounding Yeon-woo started to push away Hargan's pressure. Whoosh! Hargan stopped in the middle of his roar. His face quickly stiffened. His eyes were fixed on Yeon-woo. His instincts were telling him something. Out of all the players he had met, the guy with the white mask was a true warrior who must have honed his murderous aura while wandering around many battlefields. I will kill you, human. Hargan tightened his grip on the scimitar and jumped at Yeon-woo. As the body well over 2 meters in size rushed towards him like a mad bull, Yeon-woo felt the murderous intent blowing across the lair like a windstorm. Because he was running so fast, some of the lizardmen in front of him were kicked out of his way. However, Yeon-woo, who had honed his aura throughout the course of many wars, didn't back out. At that moment, Khan jumped forward. Swish! Tang! Khan's sword struck Hargan's scimitar. The clash created sparks along with a fierce mana storm. Hargan's face was completely distorted. Human, get out of my way. You are no match for me. I'm sorry, but I'm not who I used to be. Khan put on a cold grin and pulled his scimitar back. He had a record of fleeing from Hargan, so he was already familiar with his combat pattern. Hargan's enormous frame slightly tilted, then he backed away. Then his face distorted even more, and he swung his scimitar with all his strength in order to kill Khan. However, Khan's current attribute points were higher than when he had first fought Hargan. He wasn't going to lose so easily like last time. They collided once more. Kong! Khan was pushed back by the impact. A column of steam was rising from his tensed-up muscles, and his eyes were bloodshot. A stuffy smell was leaking from his mouth. But for some reason, Khan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Hargan was still too strong, but it didn't feel as hopeless as before. An obscure desire to keep on fighting with Hargan arose from within him. But Khan tried to suppress the desire. This was not the time to indulge himself. He had to make enough time for Yeon-woo and Doyle to break through the lair's entrance. Hargan then dashed towards him, but this time Khan just stepped aside. Hargan, now with his lid flipped, turned around and tried to grab him. Stop running away and face me. Even though Hargan possessed high intelligence, a monster was just a monster after all. Khan kept narrowly dodging his attacks and lured him towards the pack of lizardmen. Every time Hargan launched an attack, 3 to 4 lizardmen ended up being sliced by his scimitar. The royal guards begged their king to calm down, but Khan used a hit-and-run tactic to keep his aggro on him. Outside the lair was becoming more and more chaotic. In the meantime, Yeon-woo and Doyle were able to get inside the lair by taking advantage of the confusion. Asterisk. 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 There were other guards throughout the passage of the lair. However, their foreheads were pierced by Yeon-woo's dagger as soon as they appeared. On the way to their destination, the two hadn't spoken a word. Doyle might have been worried about Khan, but he kept his focus on his current duty and held his mouth closed. He was fully aware of the fact that the chances of Khan's survival depended on how fast he could steal the crown. Soon after, they were able to reach the deepest area of the lair, the Queen's room. What Yeon-woo and Doyle witnessed there was... It's a person. Save me. Please. Help. Limbs that had been pulled out from their bodies, heads left with expressions that showed the excruciating pain they had gone through, and bits of flesh and stains of blood scattered all over the place. It was an absolutely disastrous scene. And there were other people tied up in chains and locked up in cages like livestock. This place was a human farm.